start your day, your evening, your afternoon with a bang. This is going to be the day 4 of the Origin series. You'll be your casters. I'm Yuko and alongside me is Riku. Finally, we have reached day 4, the grand finals.
Yeah, this is the grand conclusion of the July monthly finals for sure. I mean, yesterday we've seen our champions already from Group C, but this time around we still got A and B to close.
Yep, and for this first series, our first fight for the day, it is going to be Unicorns of Love versus Footballist. Now, looking back, Footballist was able to win against Navi with a very clean 2-0.
Yeah, and I think there is going to be a little bit of plot twist for sure when we look at the grand finals, considering it is going to be a BO5. So this is a different scenario from the June monthly finals last month. So I feel like because of 2.4 as well in the mix, it's going to be one hell of a back-to-back grand finals.
I won't be surprised if we're going to be seeing 5 games. You know, we saw 5 games yesterday. I think we should prepare ourselves for 5 games in these 2 series. Again, guys, we only have 2 series for the day. The second series will be casted by Daisachu and Excoundrel.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be super duper hype. You know, all our energy poured on each of the series. So I cannot wait for tonight and today.
Yep, true. All right, so we know you guys are excited to see our players, you know, hear their thoughts about Wild Rift or the game. So we have a video just for you.
We win most important games just by teamwork and especially our communication.
To get used to the pressure of a final, we have a previous work with our psychologist, which usually makes chill out sessions, so we can join a game like more relaxed.
Once we start, only game, just for game. We didn't like think about like anything else or something. No.
The most important thing is that we play together as a team. We win and lose as a team.
First off, we have to know that we are all for one, and we know that if someone is in trouble, we will help him, of course, and we never let alone.
Well, every time when you get into the game and tournament, it's always a stress test for every player. And I think the most important thing is to accept that. You cannot fight with that. You have to accept that. And you have to turn it to your advantage.
Playing without pressure, like just playing for fun, you know? That's the purpose of the game anyways. Just to have fun, you know?
Such an inspiring video from our pro players. Those were very motivating words. You know, it made me feel like I'm ready to become a pro player. Just kidding, no. Right after hearing their messages.
Yeah, it's really, I think what caught my ears, not my eye, was definitely Cold Star saying the stress comes with it for sure, but at the same time, you can use it to your advantage. And those are definitely some wise words there.
All right, so obviously we all are hyped for the day, but let's take a quick step back. Here are the highlights from the previous day.
Yeah, yesterday, just as you mentioned, full-on BO5s. That's what we saw from Cut and as well as from Sunlight. So this could be a very cool indicator that we may see full game 5s as well for today. It could go either way, actually. There's a fork road in our 2 grand finals happening tonight. Whether or not it's going to happen whether it's going to happen like the June monthly finals or a completely different scenario.
Well, apparently we won't be seeing the highlights, so that means we will be seeing amazing highlights for the day, which will be of course shown once the games had started. But let's take a quick look at maybe the rankings. Different teams were able to score different points, and here are the leaderboards. Sunlight looking very strong with 746 points.
I know that's just 16 points ahead of Cut, considering that again, when we look back into the June monthly finals, it was Cut that was the clear winner to owing Sunlight, but this time around Sunlight overtook them, and that is them with the 16-point lead. Very, very close between these 2 teams, and I cannot wait what's going to happen for A and B later on.
I guess it's all just those very, very close skill matchups against two different teams, and I'm just happy that we get to cast those games. I'm really excited. You guys can see when I'm being giddy in my chair right now, as well as Riku. We have been talking about this off cam, but of course, you already saw the rankings. Now, let's take a quick peek at the brackets A and B.
And for A and B, of course, that is going to be Gamelord again, coming from 4th place last month and now climbing and aiming for the top. I mean, we did manage to get a really cool interview with Scow 2 days ago, and he said every single game they're going to put 100%, going to respect every single matchup. And I feel like that is the winning formula and the reason why they're here at the tippity top. And they're going to be facing No Team No Talent, who was the first placers last month.
And I've been seeing lots of comments actually in the live stream that they're looking for No Team No Talent. And I guess Gamelord, they just have to up their game, and we're looking forward to the matchup here at Group A. These were the brackets earlier into the Origin series. A lot of teams really fighting for this place. But here we are again at day 4. Let's see who will actually make it out of here alive.
Yeah, it is the last No Team, No Talent, and as well as Gamelord. And now we're looking at Group B. It is going to be their finale. Unicorns of Love, they were at the tippity top last month as well. But this is a new contender to the first placement, which is Futbolist. I believe they were quite below in the standings. Well, not far below, but definitely not top 4. But at this time, they can feel it. It's just so close.
There's just something about 1 month, few weeks of just being on the break and you just finding your footing. Football is definitely one of the things that was able to improve a lot during the break. And if we're gonna look back yesterday, their decision making, them constantly being able to pressure the map, it really does show, which probably is the reason why we're gonna see them later in the second series.
Yeah, and you mentioned pressure, and I'm sure the pressure is high because the stakes are higher for the July monthly finals because of, higher points. I believe it's 25% more points for this time around.
See, that's just a lot of points. And so all the teams, they need to give it their all. Again, I am looking forward to 10 games for the day. I will not be surprised. So of course, guys, we did mention the teams that will be playing today, but here is the actual schedule for day number 4.
Yeah, yesterday it was Cut and Sunlight again with a full-on. They went the distance with their BO5s, but it was Sunlight getting that revenge over Cut. And today, though, we have Unicorns of Love versus Futbolist, followed by, of course, Gamelord versus No Team, No Talent.
Really spicy matchups for the day, and I just cannot wait to not just see the draft but also see how will they be able to execute those champions. We have been seeing Leona here and there, some Nami, some Xinjiao, and some Wukong. So will we be seeing some crazy champion picks? I'm actually looking forward to seeing more unorthodox picks just to blow us off of our chairs like this.
Woo! I thought you were going to do a little sample.
I can't.
But yeah, maybe we could see a lot of new things considering that, new patch dropped yesterday. It's a big one at that. Added, 8 to 9 items for a lot of the pro players to experiment on. So very excited to see how the meta will evolve and shift, especially there's a lot of leg room because it's a BO5.
And you did mention that there is a lot of leg room, but I'm gonna ask you the dreaded question. Who do you think will win in this series, and how many games will we be casting for series number 1?
I think it's definitely going to be a full game 5. I'm seeing Unicorns of Love, though, with a 3-2 finish over Futbolist.
All right, since you said Unicorns of Love, this is my prediction, totally my prediction, but I still believe it is going to be at 2-3, but in favor of Futbolist. So again, both teams really being able to show how strong they are. A lot is at stake. Again, this is the last day. This is the grand final, so they just have to go all in.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to go all in, have to, release all the trump cards on the board. But yeah, curious how this is going to pan out for their first series of the day.
And you know what? Since you guys might be missing our players, the IGNs, let's take a look at the lineups for our two teams. Again, Unicorns of Love versus Footballist, Cold Star, Colesto. You have Sneelands. I'm so sorry I'm butchering that. Zach Q, Bistara. For Footballist, you have Kaglian, Swiss, Rekna, Elpis. Wow, I'm trying so hard here now. Pigas. So that is the names of the players you'll be seeing for today. I'm so sorry if I butchered the handful of IGNs, but expectations for this. Riku.
You got. I'm expecting a lot of the double 80 carry composition to resurface because there's a different combination now. It's not only Corki Ezreal or Corki plus Kaisa anymore. There is that Lucian that can be played in the mid lane. And of course, from yesterday that we saw as well, the triple 80 carry composition from No Team, No Talent, which is the Graves in the jungle.
That is true. And you know what? We actually have a very amazing video, a surprise video for you guys. Let's take a look at the teams talking about the game number 1.
Yeah, really happy.
Yeah, grand final again. Navi did well, especially the first game. Very good pressure they applied on us.
Down the river, Zach's in trouble. He can't escape that. He will get.
Before the tournament, we were really afraid that we won't be able to make it to the finals again.
Teşekkür ederiz. Gerçekten çok mutluyuz. Takım olarak mentalimiz gayet yerinde. Finalde de elimizden geleni yapıp onu kazanacağımızı düşünüyorum.
The games, they forge us as a team. They make us better, so we progress. And that's the most important thing because every team, especially Turkish teams, they progressed a lot through this month. I think they play much better than they did in June.
Navi Avrupa'nın en zorlu rakiplerinden bir tanesi. Artık biz de ismimizi oraya yazdık. Umarım birinciliğe çıkabiliriz.
The blue team focusing on the Baron.
Oil'la oynayacağımız maç bizim için çok zorlu olacak. Zaten geçen turnuvanın şampiyonları, ancak bu turnuvada biz kazanacağımızı düşünüyoruz. Umarım da öyle olur. Unicorns of Love, we are here to fight.
Cheer for Unicorns of Love and we will do our best to win the finals. Let's go!
Unicorns of Love, we are here to fight. That sounds amazing and very intense.
Yeah, they are prepared. They are ready to defend their title from last June, especially they did win that champion. They won the grand finale basically, and now it is a new contender contesting basically for first place. It is going to be Footballist.
Man, I guess if Footballist will be able to perform the way they did yesterday, they could run away with this. But again, Unicorns of Love, in the previous videos, in the previous contents, you guys just know how focused and how driven this team are. And again, I'm not gonna be surprised if we see new things from them since they're all about that innovation when it comes to the lineup, the rotations, and I know you guys are excited. So let's head on to the pick and ban phase.
Okay, what are we expecting here? I feel like Pantheon is the flavor of the Origin series. Maybe even when it comes to at least the July qualifiers. But it's going to be an Ahri getting taken out immediately from Unicorns of Love.
Alright, so no charms, no orb that is gonna go off in the map, but you also have a Camille ban. Camille was spectacular yesterday, so I don't think they would want those hook shots, those Hextech ultimatum for the side of Unicorns of Love. Lee Sin, basically, they just want to get rid of this early, powerful champions.
I know, just taking out all of the early game aggression picks so far. So it makes me wonder if the next best thing or the third best thing would be a Vi. And Vi unfortunately hasn't been shining well, so I assume this will be paired with a Renekton at some point. Maybe actually a Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao has been flexed here and there in the jungle and as well as top side. It has been pretty 50-50 when it comes to the performance. Meanwhile, Seraphine and Braum. Okay, we are possibly expecting an Olaf pick as well because the Nami is still available, but Ziggs will be the first pick coming from Unicorns of Love.
Gragas and Renekton also open, so let's see if Footballists will be able to pick that up for themselves. Gragas, check. Unicorns of Love, if they want to, they could pick up an Olaf and just maybe put in a Lulu and a Nami, like what you said earlier on. Xin Zhao, though, definitely up for grabs for Footballists.
Yeah, this is still a mystery. We still don't know where those two picks are going to go because Gragas can be flexed in, 4 different lanes. That is insane. And for Xin Zhao, we've seen it mostly topside and as well as jungle. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love will go and pick this Wukong up. I was going to say that maybe they're going to pick a Diana, but, the Ziggs is already there. Unless it's a Ziggs duo lane, I think we can possibly see that happening.
Again, they never just fail to surprise us. That is a possibility. Janna though will be picked up alongside a Kai'Sa, our queen of the late game, being well protected. You have the disengaged, basically two disengaged champions. You have Gragas, you have this Janna. All from the side of Unicorns of Love, they did pick up Senna, and now they picked up this Renekton.
Whoa, Pantheon. That's gonna be a Pantheon. That is, where is everybody going? I feel like it could be a Senna Pantheon lane, perhaps, or maybe a Senna Ziggs lane, because there's a ton of poke, and then
Senna
Pantheon will be mid lane, and then Renekton top. I see that as the composition forming from what we've seen so far.
Yes, and that the last pick rather for the side of Futbolist is gonna be a Garen. Okay, mid Gragas. That is gonna be, that he is gonna go over to the mid, and Xin Zhao for the jungle. Of course, Dragon Lane duo Kai'Sa and Janna. Garen will go over to the Baron lane. So now we finally saw the draft for our game number 1. Without further ado, let's load into the rift. Really starting this one off strong. Let's see what is gonna happen. So this is gonna be the first series, first game. I don't think they're gonna go with the invades unless you see these two champions from both teams. They are not going over to their lanes, but for the mid lane, it is gonna be a Ziggs. I was looking forward to seeing a Ziggs in the Dragon lane, maybe, but wait, Wukong support.
It
Senna
is
support,
going to be
Wukong ADC.
it's a Wukong AD carry. I think we've seen this combination somewhere before. You pair it either Senna Galio, Senna Singed, and then basically Senna plus melee. And curious to see how this is going to work out, especially you're going to get poked by such an oppressive lane like with the Kai'Sa as well, with the Easy Eye Kate and Rain, and then with the peel coming from Pygas here on this Janna. So I feel like it's a little bit hard to go all in, especially once the Cyclone comes. But most of the time, you see this composition aiming more on the 5v5s later, the early 5v5s.
That is true. And silences from Garen is going to come through, which just forces Renekton to jump back. Pantheon not gonna rotate or gank the lanes just yet, but now for the mid lane, we can see that Ziggs is able to push Gragas a tad bit back. This Gragas is just at the level 3, so he just needs to wait for his ultimate to try and make things happen. Now you have Xin Zhao just de-warding the area and then rotating over to the Rift Scuttler. Usual rotation for the jungler side. You also have Cold Star spotting him out, vision given for this Baron laner, which means he will just opt to not play this one out aggressively.
It's so difficult because Cold Star is on this Renekton and you're up against the Garen, so your lane is basically neutralized. So it's going to be a tad difficult, I suppose. So now Unicorns of Love are just going to settle with, with Jess getting that jungle invade and getting that early blue buff. Meanwhile, for Sweest, looks like he's not able to exchange this blue buff. So if Kaleso goes home and get that reset, go straight to his blue buff, then he might get a 3 buff start for himself.
On top of that, I actually thought Kai'Sa will be able to steal the buff with the Void Seeker. Like, oh, that's too close. Okay, was not able to steal it though, but there was a vision given at the very least. Now, Kalesto just focusing on his buff, like what you mentioned. Some pokes here and there from our 2 mid laners, but nothing too aggressive. Ziggs does quite have the lead when it comes to the range, aside from Gragas with his barrels. So that is most likely why Gragas is just focusing on clearing out the minions, which so far, he's doing just fine.
He is going to get a tad outranged though, but just as you mentioned, good thing he has a little bit of that sustain to work with. And he has been handling that mid lane so well. When it comes to any sort of kill pressure though, I don't think it's going to be possible. Ziggs' range is just too good, so he's farming in a very comfortable range. Meanwhile, topside, Kalesto wanting to make something happen though.
I guess he is just gonna fall back. I guess they were not able to catch Garen off guard there. And now you have Xin Zhao just staying in his jungle area. Looking at the Dragon lane though, some few harasses here and there from the side of Senna as well as support. But Kai'Sa and Janna still surviving this one out pretty well. First Rift Herald and first Dragon is gonna be up in 23 seconds. Looks like for the side of the red team, for the side of the Footballists, they are gonna go the recalls and just get ready for this first major objective. You have the explosive micro being popped in and there. Gragas being A-okay despite taking that much damage.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be fine. Maybe a little bit, both laners are going to be a little bit late into the reset, but this is the choice now. This is the choice given in the 2.4 patches. 2.4 patch rather. Rift Herald is now up online almost at the same time as this dragon, and now fight.
That is going to be a jump in. You have the Mega Friend Obama coming in from the side of this, but that is going to be Pantheon jumping in first blood, going over to the side of our blue team. Janna does get bursted down. Flash out for this Kai'Sa, but she still gets disseminated by this Pantheon. 2 kills going over to the side of Unicorns of Love. On top of that, looks like they will be able to get this Rift Herald. Zac, so close. Garen could have jumped in, but apparently he did not have flash. Also, he already used Ignite, so at least he was able to survive that one.
Yeah, he even had his ult available, so he was aiming for that finish. He wanted it so bad, but good thing Zac was able to escape, and now that's going to be first blood tower exchange by Footballists. Means they have space to work with in the bottom portion of the map, and even starting this early Drake. Look at the top side though. The dual lane is still far ahead, so they're lacking in the numbers advantage, and now Unicorns of Love starting this one instead.
Bouncing bombs has been popped there as well as the explosive minefield. Now you have Gragas. A bit slow, but looks like will he be able to get this one? That is going to be a no. He did pop his cast. That is going to be the blue team being able to get the Cloud Dragon. Re-engage, disengage. Let's see what are they going to choose. Looks like Unicorns of Love, after getting that dragon, they just want to fall back, as well as side of Footballist here. Elpis though, alone at the Baron lane, will be able to get the turret, another turret for his side. Also, can I just say that we can finally show the Senna souls in the Observer. Thank you, production.
Yeah, it's a really good bonus. But looking back at the replay here, this is the power of the Unicorns of Love composition. They're really good at these early game skirmish. They can immediately dive you down and full commit basically. But for Footballists, this is a team that drafted this double disengage composition. This is their response. But the problem was they were a tad bit too separated, so they weren't exactly able to execute that.
They should just group together and, try to challenge Unicorns of Love then and there. But Rift Herald has been someone at the Dragon side. Looks like this is just them wanting to get the first tower for the side of the Dragon lane. You have Gragas. He does not have the ultimate just yet. But again, you have Wukong being chased by Garen. Garen popping in with the Judgment. We'll just focus on clearing out the wave. And again, that is going to be Wukong surviving despite Garen chasing him down.
Yeah, he is basically Zac was one level below just because he was in the dual lane instead of the solo lane earlier. And it was an opportunity. I feel like that's the second time already the Garen wanted Zac's head.
Yes.
But denied once more for the second time. Maybe the third time is the charm. So far, though, looking at the items, we get to see the first items already coming online. Luden's Echo already available for Snail. And I think it is going to help most definitely the wave clear. Extra Triforce, though, almost completed by Zac at the moment, and double cleaver is already available for Cold Star and Kalesso. So we get to see a little bit of that shred, I suppose, against Footballists.
Also, speaking of that shred, Gragas with this Roa, he did target, I think that was Ashley on this Senna, and that actually took 3 bars of her life out. That is going to be Pantheon jumping in, but that's a Garen. He's very tanky. That's why he just walked to safety. Okay, hello, I guess, and then just rotated back to the Baron lane. We'll be up against Renekton though, and now we have Unicorns of Love. 3 champions slowly making their way at the top side. Garen will UB bucks in. You have a fresh wave of minions then and there. You also have Sweat at the front line. You have the jump. You actually have Garen jumping in. Gushin being popped in again. No one for the side of Footballists is re-engaging Unicorns of Love. After seeing the other members, they decided, no, let's not risk it. Let's just fall back.
Yeah, they have really good vision there, even though it's just one ward over the tri-brush. They are able to get information that Futbolist could possibly land a collapse on them. So the right call was to just back away and find different opportunities to isolate the targets from the side lanes. Maybe because they have the capability of doing so. Imagine, the Grand Starfall rather, coming from Colesso and in under the tower, and then Ashy from downtown would just land the ult for the extra shields and extra sustain. But in the meantime, though, this is going to be the Sutler secured by Futbolist. They really want to get a head start on this area because 30 seconds on the clock, the Dragon's going to spawn.
Kai'Sa is one level above Senna. On top of that, Kai'Sa just got her Brave the Ruin King, so I guess that pretty much is the green light for the side of Futbolist here. Next Drake is gonna be up in 13 seconds, and team at the red side looks like they are slowly positioning themselves. Although Unicorns of Love, they are still pretty scattered, but now you can see Pantheon just on the hunt, looking for possible targets, dewarding. He does have his ultimate, Grand Starfall. Let's see if they'll be able to make things happen with just one good initiate. Gragas, though, is alone at the mid lane. They could try and pop him out there. And you also have Garen lurking at the side. Still very tanky. Voidseeker not going to connect. And now Futbolist. They are slowly grouping together. What is going to happen next? I thought they were going to go with the engage. Still, not much vision for the side of the red team. Shinja was not able to poke Pantheon then and there, and looks like they're gonna focus on getting the Drake. This could be a Jackal dance that isn't B. And jumping for the side of our red team, that is gonna be the Senna ultimate coming through. You have 1, 2 champions being knocked up. Kimmy's going over to Pantheon, still gonna go to damage. The damage is piercing through the armor to the life of the Futbolist. Then and there you have the Butterfly being propped, but still Futbolist here trying to get a kill. That is gonna be Renekton rather being taken down. Ziggs gets bursted down as well. That is gonna be a 1-4 in favor of Futbolist. Rampage going over to Pantheon. A double kill at that. 3-4. Still in favor of Futbolist, but a lot of kills actually being channeled onto Pantheon.
No way. He's gonna get this?
The stuns. He's alive. Are you gonna survive that SNBA? No, he does get taken down by the Arcatan Rain from this Kai'Sa.
Oh my word, what a fight. I have to say though, mission accomplished from Caglian. He was able to finally execute Zac after all this time. After 10 minutes, he has been after his life in that engage over the dragon. And the thing about Unicorns of Love, their composition really heavily relies on the vision. For them to execute the flank, what is their information? Who do they want to target? Especially they're after Elpis' head.
They are. But you know what? They're also after the head of this Ocean Dragon, which they did get. Oh no! Tad bit too deep. The clone is gonna come through, but as we do Voidseeker, will they get the kill? That is gonna be a no! He is still alive, but you know what? Unicorns of Love is gonna go with the re-engage. That is gonna be the Howling Gale connecting. You have the pokes. The Font of Life from Ziggs really making things happen. Sustain is definitely there for the side of Unicorns of Love, and with that, Futbolist, they just let it go. They could rotate over to Baron. Maybe. Oh no, not that. But I know the killings be going over to Kai'Sa. Ziggs saying goodbye. Pantheon, the only one left at the side. You also have Senna lurking then and there. Ultimate is available. Do not overstay your welcome. Pantheon saw it. Pantheon saw Garen.
He knows what's
Pantheon
up.
also saw literally the other 4 members for Unicorns of Love. You knock up Airborne. You have the heals to sustain. You have the roots, but it is not going to be enough. Shisha being taken down. But now you have the Moon Tomb coming in from this Janna. You have the Catherine being popped. And now Unicorns of Love, after being, after Ziggs being taken down, they decided to take one step back, but they were able to go with the trade because Sweest also got bursted down.
Yeah, they were able to make it a 1-1, although extended. It still worked out in their favor.
Oh, looks like SCB the stuns connecting. Oh, instead, SCB Ruka being bursted down. Janna saying goodbye as well. You know, if you're gonna look at this, Ziggs and Senna, they are safe at the back line. A shutdown from Kai'Sa. That is to be a 2-1 in favor of Unicorns of Love.
Yes, if ever you're wondering why I Googled, it's because Caglian aimed for Zac again for the 4th, 5th time in this game. And he was the first to die just because of this Garen. And he may find another kill, actually. Doesn't have ult anymore, though.
That's not Wukong, so I don't think he will be able to take him down. So let's play a game. How many times will Garen focus on Wukong? But we have a replay
look at
here.
this. Yeah, look at this though. This is Swiss dying first, and it's a little bit of an extension here. And Footballers just wants to linger around, and we'll have to see if the next fight could possibly be. Look at the triple Sterex.
Oh right.
Oh boy, gargoyles
They're
don't
mad.
play, and triple Sterex. No one wants to die from Unicorns of Love. They wanna make sure that they stay alive every single time they press go in their engage.
The itemization just screams defense. And that is the stuns coming through, but Gragas was able to body slam his way into safety. Now, both teams very, very quiet, but I'm still waiting to see if Garen is gonna make something happen here. Xin Zhao, though, is just focusing on the Rift Scuttler. However, the Jaguar Lane duo is up top, up at the Baron lane. Not sure if they're gonna try and take Wukong down. They could, though, if they want to, just to get that pick off for Unicorns of Love. But looking back into the Baron pit, you have Senna, you have Ziggs as well, you have the speed, this very small speed with an invisibility coming through. They really want to focus on these two champions. Ouch, that damage though. Ziggs being able to push them back. On top of that, they were able to get the tower.
It is, even though the flash was consumed, remember that, it was just one flash consumed. It's just from Pygus. But it's still a big deal. I mean, no, possibly Flash Monsoon, maybe Flash Zephyr just to finish off the kill. But Flash is going to be insanely important, I suppose, in the next fight, which is going to be in 30 seconds. In the meantime, though, ults are going to be slowly available. I mean, the composition coming from Unicorns of Love, basically the longest cooldown is going to be coming from Ashe, and that's going to be available for sure once they clash in this Dragon Pit. For sure, that's going to be a Mountain Drake. So Footballers would love to have that just because of the shields, especially they're up against, Snail already on that Void Staff plus a Rabadon. He's going to hurt a lot.
Teleport is gonna come through, and that is gonna be Footballers making sure the opponents will not be able to get the dragon. That is gonna be a Mega Inferno Bomb a tad bit too early after getting the objective. They just yeeted themselves out then and there. Or unless they want to go with their engage. Okay, they're making their way into the mid lane. Few damages here and there. The Icathian Rain hurts a lot at this point. Level 13 on this Kai'Sa. Woo! Now that is going to be the Howling Gale. Vision will be given if they do not move. That is going to be Unicorns of Love, forcing themselves to go or at least camp in a different bush.
Yeah, this is them just trying to set up a death rush. And now there is no information that this is happening, even though, let's just say, they have a tingling feeling. Now, Baron going down so fast.
Explosive Cast is available. You also have the Moon, so let's see if they are gonna pick a fight. Let's see the knockups coming through. A lot of damage being taken, being banked by this Unicorns of Love. Oh no, the cast is gonna connect onto one. Now that is the Kai'Sa popping in. Hercules is just to jump in. Your next one does get taken down. You have the judgment coming in from Garen, but still, he is very tanky. Looking onto the left side, you have Senna being bursted down. That is the the jump. The stuns connecting onto Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa does get taken down, and now you have this Gragas trying to duel it out 2v1, but despite the sustain coming in from Janna, he still gets taken down. Garen being able to get one. Now that is a 4-2 in the favor of Footballers, and I see what you did there. You have Wit's End being picked up by Kai'Sa.
Yeah, a little bit too forward there. It got caught out by the stun, so maybe we may see Zhonya's or maybe a QSS. But in the meantime, this is Zac. We'll have to watch the base go down. And now look at them, Footballers, they want to end the game.
They really don't care. I mean, they have the damage, have the knockups. Now that is going to be Wukong forced to jump back. A handful of minions here and there, but now Footballers, they do not want to overstay their welcome. They still respect the possible wombo combos from Unicorns of Love.
Let's take a look at this. This is an amazing cast from the Gragas, just sending the Cold Star in the front lines, even though he wasn't exactly prepared for that. And now the fight is pretty much scattered. And the thing about UOL's composition, they have to focus down targets and then just start to re-engage. But the double disengage on this 5v5 from Footballers really, really worked out in their favor. And with that said, they're slowly growing into this threat. Again, UOL, Pantheon will eventually fall off. Renekton most especially will fall off. So they're going to heavily rely on the Ziggs to just deal with a lot of the consistent damage on the board.
He does have Rabadons already up, but if you're gonna look at Senna and Kai'Sa has 14,000 and Senna barely has 10k. So I guess that's just the immense lead that Elpis was able to bank on. And if we're even gonna compare her with the Ziggs. Ziggs is only sitting at a 12k. So a lot of space created for this Kai'Sa. That's why she is the problem in the fights, in the clashes. On top of that, Garen with the very, very aggressive flash plays that is gonna be the cast connecting, but the stuns are gonna connect as well. Now here is gonna be Futbolist jumping in, Senna popping in with the ultimate voice seeker is gonna connect. But you know what? It's gonna be A-okay because they can tank that damage. Renekton did decide to join the party, but I don't think Cold Star is gonna try and pick a fight. Instead, he did focus on the minion wave, and I like how the teams, they're playing this chess game, this mind game that one mistake, let's not risk it. Let's take a step back.
Yeah, I was about to say, because the minion wave is slowly building at topside, because that's already open, that means their chances of hovering a little bit more around the Baron buff is basically mitigated. Good news though, it's a topside, therefore it's so easier for you to walk from top to the Baron, just to help out, just to see if you can take it away and deny it from Futbolist. But this is Futbolist already starting the Baron. This is a two-man Baron. They have a Kai'Sa. This is going to go way fast, and they're doing a good job zoning out Unicorns of Love away from this area.
Squeeze also has GA, so he's gonna be A-okay. You also have Zac with that GA, but Red Team will be able to get that juicy Baron. Now here is a fresh wave of Baron buffed minions. Cask is gonna be thrown in and there. I mean, the barrel is gonna be thrown in there. You have the roots connecting. Oh no! That is gonna be the Mega Inferno Bomb. Correct, you have the teleport coming from the side. You also have the Moonstone, the Papa Jana on the back line. But you know what? GA is gonna be popped, but the roots from Senna is gonna come through. GA is being popped all over the map. That is gonna be our next one being taken now by Kai'Sa. Rampage going over to Garen. But you know what? Kai'Sa was able to kill her, stick her way into the Saya, the Void Seeker coming through. Doppel is going over to ADC. Ziggs is gonna be forced to jump back. You have a jump in, a flash in from Pantheon, but he still does get taken down by this Janna. Ziggs being chased by Gragas. You have Garen at the top part. You have the explosive minefield. The bombs would be enough. That is gonna be a no because Futbolists, they are gonna focus on the goal, which is Nexus, and eventually game 1 going over to the red team.
What a first game that we have today in the grand finale. Futbolist was able to solidify, get the momentum first in this BO5 series. And what a comp though. This basically was a, maybe on paper come mid-game, rock, paper, scissors-ish, disengage versus full-on engage. And they timed their ults right, Monsoon with the cast, and just catching Unicorns of Love in such awkward places, especially come, what, the 10-minute mark onwards.
That is true. And there were a lot of good routes from Senna. But you know what, Riku? I believe we are ready to show our viewers the drawing board. The Riku accurate analysis for our game number 1.
Alrighty. So let's take a look at the first dragon fight that we have here. Again, this is basically the composition from Unicorns of Love are gonna be setting up for deeper vision just to make sure that Kalesso, yes, can set up for a grand Skyfall in the back line. But the thing is, they've managed to have Zac actually set up for them on this fight instead, and that's what we saw. He's initiating the Cyclone, really doing a good job, but therefore they got Rek'Na and Squeeze just basically zoning a lot of the members coming from the side of Unicorns of Love, and therefore the setup was void and null. And we didn't get to see the Cyclone eventually happen just because of, or rather the zoning that Futbolist did. But at the end of the day, it is still Futbolist with an amazing double disengage composition. They were able to protect basically the carries. They were the only ones left, and they were able to finish off and clean slate after the rampage and get that shutdown gold on towards after eliminating the Pantheon.
Yeah, the protect the queen composition really making things happen. Also, Squeeze has a lot of juicy or good initiates, whereas Garen, Kai'Sa, even Jan decided to follow up. So again, that was an amazing game for the side of Futbolists. To the fans, I know you guys are happy. Do not forget to celebrate in the comments. However, for the fans of Unicorns of Love, don't worry. This is a best of 5. Maybe we can see them being able to bounce back to game number 2, which, you know what? Let's just jump into the pick and ban phase. I'm excited. Again, this is Unicorns of Love and Footballist. These are the IGNs. What adjustment should the side of Unicorns of Love do for game number 2?
It's back to the drawing board for UOL this time around. I mean, they are the defending champions for this particular group. And of course, this is a really, really good jump. Again, I believe Footballist came from 8th place, and now they're potentially aiming for 1st or 2nd, depending on how this BO5 series is gonna go.
See, that's basically the fruits of playing a lot of Wild Rift. Guys, don't forget to continue playing your ranked games. That's just me being very motivational. But yeah, I miss playing Wild Rift. It's been 2 hours since I played, so I'm kind of sad right now, but it's okay because I get to see these amazing games for these two teams. But yeah, again, back to your drawing board for Unicorns of Love. Let's see what adjustments or what new champions are they gonna give us for this pick and ban phase for game number 2. Pantheon still gonna be open. I'm not sure if they're gonna give Kai'Sa to Footballist, so they could get it for themselves if they want to. However, Ahri still gonna be a pretty hot ban for Unicorns of Love.
If they want to remove any of the scary assassins in the mid lane, one of the best actually in the current meta when it comes to the AP department, I suppose. And as well as, again, this Camille can be flexed anywhere. Well, not exactly anywhere. Possibly the same as Xin Zhao, either top lane or in the jungle. And this is looking to be like similar bans. I wonder if there's going to be a big difference. Maybe someone would want to ban out the, Seraphine still? Because... it's the Ziggs this time around. So we could possibly see an Olaf composition coming in either from Footballist or Unicorns of Love.
Maybe for the side of Unicorns of Love. Let's see who will be their first pick. Gragas being banned out though. So okay, Olaf is open, Seraphine is open, Braum is open too. Seraphine, first pick. All right, let's go.
Footballist, get Olaf in your comp and then pick Nami, because this is, looking at the bans, the double disengage basically is gone. I mean, you still can opt for a Janna, but the Gragas just eliminates the double disengage. Gragas plus Janna, Gragas plus Braum. And now, Unicorns of Love, are they going to take the bait? Are they going to pick up the Olaf in the later stages of this draft? Meanwhile, Garen being secured means the Great Neutralizer is already secured. Therefore, whatever Unicorns of Love picks in the top lane, maybe a Renekton, will be basically neutralized in the early game.
All right, this is a champion that Excalibur did hype yesterday. So that is going to be Graves. A lot of new items is going to be perfect on this champion. But on top of that, Unicorns of Love, why not get a solid engager? Let's go with Wukong with the knockup. But for the side of Footballist, they now have they did pick up Corki, they did pick up Kai'Sa. So they are going to run the double ADC composition.
Yeah, and the same for Unicorns of Love, although in a different kind of scenario where the Graves is going to the jungle, Lucian could actually still possibly go mid. And then Seraphine and as well as Sona. This is the unkillable composition, parts of the unkillable composition from what we've seen in Team Secret back in the Wild Rift Icon series. Instead of an Olaf, we might see this Graves instead, and as well as the Lucian, that they will continue to propel and make sure that they stay alive.
Okay, so I like the Sona Seraphine combination, even though I think it's a double-edged sword. But the idea that you can fight while you fall back, a lot of poke, a lot of sustain. So maybe Unicorns of Love can push this through. However, for Footballist, they are still gonna run that very in-your-face composition. So let's see who will be able to be in their opponent's face as we jump into game number 2.
This is going to be spicy. This is, just as you mentioned, Yuko, this is a composition that will definitely fight front to back. And now for Footballist, they have that scaling option in their hands. I'm curious, though, what Rekna is going to opt for, because yesterday, I believe we did see 3 different build paths for the Corki and has never settled. I believe the last build that we saw was the pretty much standard one, or although the faster, the more painful one. Well, not painful one, painful early game, the Triforce to the Infinity Edge. So maybe we get to see something different coming from this Corki.
That is true. Oh, okay. Now you have, again, Sona Sarah combination against the Kai'Sa Janna. So I guess they have the early game poke advantage. But looking at the Baron lane, that is going to be Graves just I actually see the logic behind this. Garen can't silence you. Garen can't kill you if he can't see you. So there's that.
That too. And it is a melee versus range matchup. So you're right. This is going to be not exactly the time of his life here for Caglian. Unlike in the first game, he was basically just running all over people up against Unicorns of Love with no punish whatsoever. This time around, Ignite actually dropping on Caglian here very early.
I guess that is just Graves maybe asserting dominance in the earlier part of the game just to, again, push this Garen back, make sure he does not get the farm or the lead that he needs. Looking at the mid lane though, Lucian will be able to just push Corki back under turret and they're just gonna let the minions fight for themselves. You also have Wukong saying hi, hello from the mid lane. I'm not sure if they're gonna rotate over to the dragon lane. They could if they want to. You have the pokes, you have the slows, you have the small damage coming through from Lucian, but there is no actual commitment.
Yeah, still gonna be playing safe because again, for Futbolists, they will be a little bit late to the scaling party, I suppose. Even Elpis going a little bit later than usual. And in the meantime, it is going to be Zac and Ashy now on this double support composition, or rather pick, which is going to be very interesting because, again, UOL will have to rely on their 5v5s. They always have to be together to make sure that this composition works. For Futbolists, they can afford to be, skirmish heavy a little bit with Sweest here on the Xin Zhao. So getting picks here and there, especially during the laning phase, will be ideal for them.
That's true, and maybe they can just stretch or utilize that very small lead or that window for their team. But there is going to be the big job connecting earlier on. Did connect onto Sweest, but looks like he's just going to fall back. Howling Gale coming in from Jan as well. Very quiet dragon lane as well as the mid lane. So I guess both teams, they would just want to focus on getting the items in, ramping up damage, and as one thing I observed from the lineup of Futbolists too is they want to commit to the 5v5. So they could push this or at least try to make things happen at the mid game or after the first dragon has been taken, but still a lot of options in the table.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna wait for Rekna and Elpis to get to their power spikes first. It could be a similar spike actually for Sweest and Rekna because we're looking at Triforce first. So they're opting for a more faster way of things, I suppose, to be relevant. And I feel like the reasoning behind that is because the Infernal Drake is the first dragon. So now you will assume that they want to contest this one and ready to fight once the 20-second, or rather once the 4-minute mark comes.
It's going to be Graves. I'm not sure if he's going to make his way down into the dragon area. He was able to push the wave back, but now that is going to be the recalls coming through from Lucian. The moment he goes back to base, most likely Unicorns of Love is going to just put or assert their dominance at the dragon pit. Rip Herald as well as Infernal Drake is now up. Garen popping in again with the Judgment. Will just defend the minions or take them down. You also have Janna alongside the ADC as well as that Corki already trying to have first dibs on this Drake. You have the Howling Gale connecting through. Font of Life is going to be procced. You have the heals coming through from Ashby, from Sona. But Unicorns of Love, they still would want to play this one passively or conservatively.
It's really hard because, again, Futbolists doesn't have any damage output yet. They are not prepared for this. They have to get a pick first and then commit to the 4v5. But because Unicorns of Love is so good with the 5v5 with their composition, there is a ton of respect. And that's the reason why we see this now.
Ooh, okay, that is going to be Futbolists just focusing on the dragon. Unicorns of Love, they have ultimates available. Knockups are going to come through. Now you have Corki in the backline. That is going to be them jumping in. Blue team must have to get the Infernal Drake. But you know what? Kai'Sa popping in with the killer instinct. And Lucian is just safe from the backline. Blue team was able to get the first button. It's going to be Sona being able to take down Jin Zhao. A double kill going over to Kai'Sa. B-Chop not going to connect. Kai'Sa will be able to run away. You have the dash in from Lucian. And Kaith Rain is going to come through. And that is going to be a 1-for-2 in favor of Futbolists. But again, first blood did go over to Unicorns of Love. Gatling gun is gonna come through. He was able to get the Honey Fruit and Lucian gets taken down. Sona with the damage, but it is not gonna be enough. Double kill going over to Corki. Triple kill maybe, but no. Okay, Seraphine being taken down by Garen. That's a huge lead for Futbolists.
Yeah. it was basically the mana running out. And that's the reason why Unicorns of Love ran out of steam. On paper, they should have won, but running out of mana at that point, they basically couldn't do anything and take advantage of how powerful they are early. Let's take a look at that again. This was a really good Valkyrie or a special delivery package coming from Rekna, who's able to basically slice the fight in half. And now they're a little bit separated. Look at the mana bars. It's only basically Ashy that had mana left.
Blue team was able to get their Herald, but at the expense of their supports left. Kingsley going over to Corki, Valkyrieing his way in. Wow, he does get a shutdown. That is going to be the gold going over to Lucian. Now you have Garen just running away by the skin, with the skin of his teeth. That is going to be him trying to maybe protect the turret, but Unicorns of Love, they have quite the wave here. You have the deep drop. You also have the extra pokes coming in from this Sona. Rip Herald has been summoned in the mid lane. Roots coming through. But enough. The Crescendo is not gonna connect. That was too close though. They could have taken down Rekna, and they could have taken down Swiss, but that is gonna be a no. You had the Gatling gun coming through from Corki, and let's take a step back onto the Rip Herald fight.
Yeah, this was a secure from the side of Fitbala, so this is mission accomplished. So they have disengaged. So the ideal situation was get the Rift Herald, Monsoon out, and then just basically run away. I think that was the intention in mind, looking at what the rest of the squad wanted to do. Or rather, it was Unicorns of Love that secured that Rift Herald for themselves. So it's another bonus. Infernal Drake on top of more legroom, more map space. In the meantime, looking at the itemization, it's not going to be the Navori's first item for the Graves this time around. It's going to be on the Essence Reaver. It's a double Essence Reaver now for both of the AD carries of Unicorns of Love.
They just want to get that damage that will make Footballists stay out. But you have this 3-champion rotation. Maybe they could try and pick Janna, Kai'Sa, both, or catch him off guard, but that listening be a no because both of them will be able to fall back. No minions yet though, but there is minions rather, but they're gonna just focus on this turret. Heals still, this is also the reason why it's kind of difficult to be up against the Sona Sarah. That sustain is crazy. The heals, and the moment you go anywhere near them, you're gonna get CC to the ground.
Exactly. That is the reason why Footballist is so hesitant in entering these fights. What do you call this? The ult coming from Coldstar is just there for wave clear, but at the same time, there's just two people already there, very antsy in taking the tower. Going a little bit of that backtrack, I mean, Essence Reaver. We also said how they ran out of mana early in the earlier fight. Now this is the solution. They have the Essence. They have the Essence Reaver now, so they're going to be comfortable in the extended fights, especially in the 5v5s later on.
Basically, it's more mana, no problem. Just make sure the fight, their mana will be enough for any extended fights that will go over for the side of Unicorns of Love. However, next Drake, the Ocean Drake is already up. Gatling has been popped by Corki, but you know what that is gonna be? Colesso jumping at the front line. You have the beat jump not gonna come through, but now you have Garen just focusing at the back lines. He does not care. He is gonna chunk a lot of damage. It's gonna be the Anchor connecting. Crescendo is gonna connect as well, but now they are come together. Corki in the back line. That is gonna be Xinjiao, Wukong rather, jumping in straight at Corki's face. Red team was able to get that Ocean Drake at the expense of what? None yet, but as being flashed in going over to Graves, was able to take down Janna. You also have him being able to get Xinjiao's head as a double kill. Triple kill maybe? No? Okay. Nearsighted is gonna come through onto Garen, but that is gonna be a 2-0 plus 1 dragon going over to Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, looks like, Fitballis is able to secure the Ocean Drake, but at what cost? They lost so many lives in that fight. They are still in the lead to maybe 1k gold difference. Let's take a look at the replay once more. This was a really, really good Cyclone, and as well as the Crescendo being initiated. But the thing is, Rekna was pretty much separated from the whole squad. So this is, -1 already in the fight. So it was a temporary 4v5 situation. And there's just not a lot of hold from the side of Fitballis. So Yoel can be so comfortable and dashing and then just moving and maneuvering around CCs, or rather skill shots from the side of Fitballis. So now Baron's being started.
will it be non-contested? Also, I have to correct myself. Futbolist was able to get that Ocean Jade, but Red Team still being able to secure the Baron. The Encore is going to connect onto 2, onto 3. But you know what? Futbolist, they don't care. After getting the objective, they are just going to run away. But that is going to be the Xin Zhao being taken, being bursted down by the Lucian, being gunned to the ground rather. And it is going to be a 1-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love. If you're going to look at the gold lead though, 1k in favor of Futbolist, but now the kills are just dead even. This is showing that the lineup or the draft for Unicorns of Love, it's coming through.
Yeah, it's incredibly close for sure. Cyclone, really nice setup by Colesto there. But at the same time, they really didn't have any much reach. And because of that Janna with a disengage, they are able to get Swiss though. So that's -2 members without the Baron buff. So I think that would be... Oh, hold on. What's
okay,
happening?
but yeah, that was just Corki being able to take down Graves. That's it. That's the story. You also have a teleport coming through from Garen. Look at the mid lane though. Voidseeker not gonna connect. Ashby just popping in with the first kill. You also have Colesto. You also have Book on the sides. Are they gonna jump? I don't think so. There is no minion. Howling Gill is gonna be popped in again. Garen, this player just really loves to penetrate the backlines. That's why he's just camping in that bush right there. But let's see if Unicorns of Love will be able to locate his position. Valkyrie gonna be popped by Corki just so he'll be allowed. The Crescendo is gonna come through, connecting onto the Encore. But you know what? Who's gonna die? The turret first. But now you have the roots coming in for the side of Seraphine. That is to be Kingsby going over to Lucian. Garen being bursted down, and that is to be Futbolist just jumping away with their last 4 champions. They do not have a frontliner, so they are just gonna fall back.
Yeah, this is a 4v5 for 19 seconds. So Elvis though might get caught out here.
Oh, okay, that is gonna
He
be
uses
them
the
just staying at the turret, but that was too close for comfort. I knew and I felt that Unicorns of Love could have dived, could have flashed in, but I guess they just want to take the safer road. The turret survived. Yo, okay. I guess I just want to you know what? They trust their minions so much. They knew they're gonna kill it, but they forgot about their Caitlyn Rain, so no more waves in the mid lane. Rip.
It is, yeah, rip. It's at least they can take that down eventually if they win a fight. But the thing is, this is a big win for Unicorns of Love because Futbolist wasn't able to capitalize on their Baron buff. They wanted to push mid. They did succeed in taking the first tier tower, but at the same time, they get to maximize the full potential of the Baron buff. So now, UOL are going to be happy about that one. And now Mountain Drake has spawned. And look at the position coming from Futbolist. They are not prime and ready just yet because the Garen is coming from far away.
Front line, but that's the blue team being able to secure the Mountain Drake. Again, now SCB Garen, will you survive the SCBA? Yes, because he does get charmed. SCB Rampage going over to Lucian. Now you have Corki. Oh no, he actually gets in a tad bit too deep. He was not able to Valkyrie the perfect time, but you know what? Kai'Sa does become golden. Still, she does get bursted down. Double kill going over to Garrett. That is going to be a 4-2 in the favor of Futbolist. And the emoticons coming in. Rampage going over to Corki. That is going to be the first ace of the game. Going over to Futbolist, even though Unicorns of Love, they were the ones in a better position in that Dragon Pit.
I know. Then this is well, I suppose the post mid game creeping in, or Rek now is able to get what 2? I'm guessing it's the Infinity Edge plus Triforce that got them, and even more. But let's take a look at that again. Really nice setup though. But the thing is, if you're clumped all together, look at Rekna's special delivery, and then he Valkyrie's back. Everybody's just gonna eat all the rockets and everything and all the pain in the world. So this was the best case scenario and the best case setup. Look at him. He's even chasing for more kills and even gets an extra off of that Lucian. And now this is starting to look very dicey for Unicorns of Love. Remember, Futbolist already won their first game in the series and they're on their way to that second win going into match point. And remember, UOL are the defending champions from last month's Origin Series monthly finals.
Looks like Futbolist, they want to end the series with a 3-0. Let's see if that is gonna happen. You have the Encore connecting as well as... Oh, wow, okay. That is gonna be the B-drop connecting as well. He shot down onto Corki, but now that's the Unicorns of Love. You also have the calling being popped. Kai'Sa receiving a lot of damage. Shields are gonna come through, and it is gonna be enough. However, Garen gets bursted down. It is a 2-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love. Good camping. I mean, problem is, I guess they just used a lot of ultimates just to get those 2 kills. Clone is right there. GA still available for Callisto, and now Unicorns of Love, they are gonna fall back unless Lucian wants to dash in. You still have the beat drop. You also have the heals coming through from Sona. Footballists, they're dancing in their tempo, you know, going forward, but then going back. And they do have quite the lead when it comes to the minion wave push.
It was a very 50-50 risk, I suppose. But let's take a look at that again. Really nice encore, just catching off basically Footballists. They weren't prepared for this. Really good shutdown as well. But the good news is that Elpis survived even the collateral damage. So they needed that ranged champion to defend that mid lane tower and could have ended disasters. Look at Footballists! You death brush us and we death brush you too. Let's see if it's gonna be successful.
If you do it to us, we're definitely gonna do it to you too. But let's see. Oh no, Fish! I'm gonna scream, but that is the B. Graves receiving a lot of damage. Gorky is just in for the backline of the moonstone coming in from Janna. GA being popped. The culling being popped by Lucian. Here comes Sona. She does have Crescendo, but you know what? Wukong was the only one that got bursted down in that pickoff. But pretty much that is the B Smiles going over to Footballists. They're very much happy with that kill because Garen, alone at Baron Lane, was able to put a hole onto Unicorn of Love's base.
Yes, place, base, potato. But it is a successful death rush for sure. 20 seconds on the clock before Kaleso even spawns back. He will eventually reach the Elder Drake spawn though. Let's take a look at that again. It is a 4-man death rush actually, with Cold Star coming from a different direction. But what counts here is that Rek'Na had a very good positioning here in the backline. So at that point, Yoel just had to make Kaleso that sacrificial lamb for them, for the rest of their members to escape.
Elder Drake already up, and you still have Garen on split push duty. This is a 4v4, but that is going to be a 4v5. Let's see who will win. They still need to be very wary of their base hit. Again, will the blue team be able to get it? That is going to be the Crescendo connecting. Janna does get bursted down. Let's see which team was able to get it. That's going to be the blue team being able to get the Elder Cloud Dragon. But guys, I told you this earlier. Your base, the base Corki going over onto the base. That is going to be double going over to Lucian. Senna, not Senna. I meant Sona jumping in, but that is not going to be enough because this team, the red team, Footballists, will be able to bag game number 2. So I just have to ask this question. Gragas was going up against Garen. There is no more turret. So that was a 4v4 at the Dragon's Pit, but he teleported towards the Dragon Pit. I'm a nani.
It was definitely an interesting play. I mean, the play and the option of winning through a backdoor was available. Again, we talked about this maybe in the first half of the game where top lane is already open, so this is going to be very tricky. The Garen is basically very busy as well, doing a lot of work and using the Elder Drake as bait. So, UOL will be primarily focused on that area, just wanting to steal. And what a finish. I want to see that again.
All right, let's see another game number 2 because now we have the highlights ready for you guys.
This is just one of the instances where this is a composition where UOL is completely overwhelming Footballists at this point of the game. Again, they were waiting for the 2-item power spike coming from Rek'Na and his Elpis as well with the more of the later scaling. And, after getting a little bit dicey in the later stages of this game, they decided to set up a death rush. And the response coming from Footballists, they're going to set up a death rush too, and it worked out so well.
Ooh, and I'm going to say this again. A lot of good fights, a lot of good initiatives, a lot of good CCs coming in from the side of Unicorns of Love. Problem is though, they tend to overcommit or use a lot of ultimates just on 1 or 2 champions, which once the skills are on cooldown, it is just gonna be Footballists jumping in, re-engaging, and it's gonna be a crazy fight, part 2. But I also would have to commend Swiss here with the engage was able to wither down a lot of HP bar for the side of Unicorns of Love. Also, Lucian from the blue side, he was able to pop the calling at the perfect time, at most perfect times, was able to dash in as well. However, the follow-up tends to not be there. See, blue team was able to get Mountain Drake. It's just that they were not able to utilize it because Corki Valkyrieing his way in. It's just a huge problem for the side of Unicorns of Love.
I know Rekta has been opting for the flanking Corki time and time again. I mean, the first two instances didn't work out so well, but of course, once he manages to get the 2 items and then Wit's End on top of that, he was able to survive longer in the fights. And what a game number 2! That means Futbolist is now match point. How will Unicorns of Love recover from this? Will we see a reverse sweep this time around for our grand finals?
Okay, that is possible given that Unicorns of Love, they still are a strong team, but Futbol is just really showing up, really stepping up. They are just saying, we want a clean 3-0. We want to start the day, the grand finals, with a 3-0. But yeah, I guess it's back to the drawing board yet again for Unicorns of Love. The Sona Serra composition did not work, so maybe go back to default, go back to what they're comfortable with.
It is a possibility. We may see, air quotes standard lanes with the AD carry and the duo lane, but maybe they have more tricks up their sleeve.
More tricks up their sleeves? I would love to see that as we hop into game number 3. I'm trying to be intense here. Game number 3. It took us 4 days to witness this fight. But now, Futbolists, they are looking very, very strong. What will Unicorns of Love do? Only one way to find out, because we're gonna hop into the pick and ban phase in a bit. So yeah, same bans maybe from the side of Futbolists. I still expect an Ahri ban though from the side of Unicorns of Love.
And they don't want that snowball potential. And Ahri's just so good. You can pair it with a lot of the early game junglers as well. Even the Xin Zhao that Futbolist constantly is picking up. Or rather, even in the entirety of the Origin series so far, as July is concerned. Now, Camille, Garen getting taken out by Unicorns of Love. I sense a Renekton pick possibly from UOL. But the bans are so different now. Ahri is open, Yuko.
Oh, okay, that is going to be a huge pickup for either of these teams, but Galio's still not going to be seeing the light of day. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing a Braum ban, given that he was open in game number 2, but no team actually picked him up. Now you have the Ziggs pick. Will Gragas be open? That is going to be the question. No one is picking Olaf. Akali being banned. So, okay, Gragas is open. You also have the Ahri open. It's just basically pick your poison.
Yeah, I wonder, Unicorns of Love, I feel like they can pick up the Renekton here. They can pick up the Olaf, actually, as well. Just because, what are your other disengage options? I mean, Galio is just one of those picks that you use as well against heavy melee compositions, and now it's gone. So this is an opening. And now Ahri will be picked up alongside this Renekton. So I wonder what early game jungler Futbolist is going to pick up.
Lee Sin is open, but it got picked up by Unicorns of Love. So maybe we could look at a Xin Zhao or a Wukong. Also, the Renekton Ahri combo, very, very strong, because with the charm or with the stuns coming in first, it's going to be very easy to land the other CC. Senna is still going to be picked up by Unicorns of Love.
There it is!
Again, good roots, but that is going to be the Olaf, the first Olaf for the day.
Yeah, first Olaf in the series. I expect a Seraphine or a Nami being picked up here. They need something that can accelerate the team once Ragnarok gets popped off. Senna, Pantheon actually getting picked up as well. So this could be a Pantheon Senna combo in the bottom side of the map. Unicorns of Love really loves their Senna plus melee composition. But no, I suppose, actually, it still could be. It could be a Corki in the mid lane. It's still going to be set up Pantheon, and then Lee Sin for the jungle, and then Gragas for top side. But, no Nabi, no Seraphine, not even a Lulu for this Olaf. So they're going to be heavily relying on this Janna for the disengage. They were basically eeny, meeny, miny owing. Is that a word? I suppose
Yes.
so. Either they want to disengage or they want something that can propel the team. And you know what? Futbolist decided to opt for the first.
I guess it's just their lineup is all about, jumping in, CCing in, Ragnaroking. I'm really making up a lot of new words now. Ragnaroking your way in. So they just need that champion that can go and disengage. And whenever I think of disengage, it's going to be Moonsoon. And Moonsoon, it's going to be Janna. So it's just them trying to balance out their composition. But of course, Unicorns of Love, I feel like this lineup has their trademark, has their marking, and I guess they're much more comfortable with this. So without further ado, let's jump into game number 3.
Match point already for Futbolist. Unicorns of Love is going to have a tough time climbing back into this series. They still need to win 2 straight games to take it to game number 5. And now, question is, will Futbolist take that crown away from Unicorns of Love during this, July Grand Final?
Ooh, Cold Star is just gonna get a few EXPs here and there from the mid lane just to stop Rekna from trying to duke it out against this core team. As with the small bombs being popped here and there, vision given, but not much champions has been shown. Olaf minding his own business in the early game, just gonna get that buff. And pretty standard start for this Renekton, just getting minions. That's it, just farming. Quite a quiet early game.
I feel like it's not going to be quiet anytime soon because we're looking at a Pantheon and Lee Sin jungle duo hoping, jungle and top duo hoping to shut down a Renekton. Remember, Renekton's strength is level 3 and Cold Star's strength is level 2. And now he's taking advantage of the burst and the stun he has while, Caglian still doesn't have his full kit, full combo. But at the same time, Honeyfruit already being picked up. He has the HP lead. Look at him go!
Stuns are gonna connect. Ignite is still available. Will you flash in? Okay, I guess Cold Star just wants to play this one safely, but you are right. The power of the Pantheon at level 2, the moment he gets level 2, is definitely pushing through. Renekton then is just forced to jump back, forced to go back to the base. And looking at the Dragon side, Gragas is there. It is gonna be a Gragas support in the early game. Vision given, that is gonna be the barrel being thrown off with some damage. You have the body slam that is gonna connect onto nothing, but now you have Zac receiving a lot of damage that is going to be flashed in. Boys, you're not going to connect. That is going to be the first blood going over to Ahri. Lee Sin was the first one that fell down from the side of Unicorns of Love.
There's another
that
fight,
felt
though.
bad, but oh no, that is going to be the charm connecting as well as the orb reception coming through as well. But you know what, Cold Star, he is kind of tanky, so he survived that skirmish.
That is the reason why they wanted to keep banning out Rekna's Ahri. Pre-level 5, Ahri is incredibly strong, not really reliant on, the Spirit Rush just to make an impact with the jungler, with Swiss. But meanwhile, for top side, Caglian is able to at least catch up in level, so he is going to be fine for now. But the struggle would be, Swiss will have to maybe be torn a little bit, focused on farming, or perhaps just help out Caglian as well at the top side. Let's take a look at that again. Zac, I was for the first one to initiate that fight. He was almost dead, but the heal will come in even though the burn was basically proccing. And that is, I suppose, the issue. If you're a Lee Sin and there's an Ahri on the opposite side, you go in, you're expecting that resonance strike, and then and then Sonic Wave rather, and then you get the charm in.
And then that's just the power of Rekna, I guess, in this area. This is probably why Ahri got banned in the first 2 games. Let's see if Futbolist will be able to just utilize this champion. But for now, it is going to be the charms connecting yet again. She still has Ignite, but chooses not to use it. Corki being forced to be a bit more conservative, forced to just stay at the safe side. Pantheon not going to commit, though, in the mid lane. You also have Olaf just there near Ahri, so he does have Ragnarok ready. Smite is going to be there as well. He doesn't have Flash, though. However, for the side of Renekton, he has Flash. He also has Barrier. Will be able to survive this in case Pantheon and Lee Sin decides to say hello or gank his lane. Are we gonna see this happen, though? You also have the kick available for Colesto.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage. Colesto is finding the perfect timing, considering the fact that Swiss is in the opposite portion of the map. Caglian has been hugging his tower, so after the initial duel, Now it's Air Drake though. Looking at UOL, they want to contest this. They don't want to go topside and then get the Rift Herald. Instead, they want to fight.
Oh, that's BA. Wait, body slam and then flash in, but you also
What a
have
cast.
it coming through. Red team was able to get the Cloud Dragon. That is with the Moonstone being popping as well. You have one champion down. Sui saying goodbye as well as that Janna, but that is going to be A-okay for Unicorns of Love. They will be happy to get that trade. They're going to rotate over to the mid lane. Few movement speed boosts here and there. Now you have Rekna. Not sure if he's going to pick a fight, but looks like that is going to be a free Rift Herald for the men in blue.
Yeah, UOL, very happy about that pickup. They weren't able to contest the Air Drake in time, but this is a big bonus. They can actually open up either the mid lane or possibly the top side, maybe give a bunch of turret platings to the Pantheon to further enable a snowball. Really good cast, by the way, coming from Zach. There's just a ton of damage on the board coming from the side of UOL. We get to see Electrocute's proc actually from the side of Footballist, but not gonna be enough. This could be a gank though.
Jump in from Lee Sin. Howling is not gonna come through. You also have the IK turn Rainbeam Pop. Font of Life is gonna be proc. But you know what, Footballists, they're just gonna be more conservative now. Rekna, given that there are 4 champions down at Dragon Lane, he is gonna try and get this turret, but Cold Star alongside Zac did sense his presence, so they're gonna take over to his lane, which is gonna push Ari back. Could go over to the Baron lane to help Renekton get that Baron lane turret. However, blue team has summoned the Rift Herald here at the mid lane. Looks like they would just want to keep the lead that they have, but still, Caglion will be able to get the first outer turret for the Baron lane side. UOL though is going to be able to get one mid lane turret. Here comes Ari with the movement speed. Not sure if the charm is going to come through. They are just going to focus on taking on the Rift Herald. Howling Gale is going to be popped in. Then again, the Killer Instinct is still available for Kai'Sa.
They're gonna reset. They're happy just getting that tower down and unleashing the Rift Herald. Not as maximized as they'd hope, but at the same time, better than never. Better now than never. Looking at the items though, we're seeing Ashe opting for more of a stacking maneuver or a stacking approach with the Manamune being picked up. Essence Reaver being picked up already as well. So a lot of mana sustain, I suppose, and as well as the crits gonna hurt coming from this Corki.
It definitely will. It definitely that is gonna happen. But that's with the charms connecting Ashe. Down to the last 2 bars of Rael. But you know what? That's with the Pantheon jumping in with the ultimate. But Ari is not gonna see the light. Gonna see the light of day. Janna saying goodbye as well. 2 kills, 2 champions already down for Footballists. They are spread quite thin, so I don't think Unicorns of Love will be able to follow up on the first 2 initial kills. At the very least, they can just shove the wave at the Baron side or look for their next target. They could still go on the hunt.
Yeah, they can still set up a Death Brush. Ah, sweet. Sweet. He does have Ragnarok, so he can possibly run away from this.
Hendai! That is Nibi jumping coming in for the side of Love will be enough. That is Nibi no, because he is A-okay! You're right! Ragnaroking, I'm gonna keep on saying that word. Ragnaroking his way to safety. He did not die, but you know what? Renekton was there as well. A lot of burst damage from Ari as well. Kites coming through from Senna. Dash in, but a dash out coming from Lee Sin. Next dragon is gonna be up in 28 seconds, but you have the roots coming through from Senna. No one's still dying. No casualties for both teams. I guess it's just all about UOL, Unicorns of Love rather, being able to be more comfortable and be more confident with the decision making.
Yeah, they're just going all in. And this is actually a big win for the side of Unicorns of Love because they baited out the flash. But let's take a look at this again. Really, again, Zax's the cast has been very, very on point. They're even able to get a big bonus as well on the support. But a flash gone on an Olaf. That means he's going to be vulnerable on this dragon fight for sure. And I believe UOL just wants to take advantage of that. Sweet. Already has Ragnarok though. But once he goes in, he has no way out.
Charm. Okay, not gonna connect. Void Seeker is gonna connect, but I don't think Kaisa is gonna pop her Killer Instinct in the area. Both teams just gonna let go of this dragon. They are gonna go to Dragon Dance. That is gonna be a dash A for the side of Rekna.
Wow.
One champion already down. Gragas saying goodbye. That's
Whoa,
be a
what?
2-3 champion knockup. But you know what? Moonsoon healing coming through from Janna. Double kill going over to do this Olaf. That is gonna be Lee Sin being taken down. Olaf does get person down by Nisena. But you know what? The 1v1 is gonna come through. Pantheon forced to pop his ultimate conservatively. That is gonna be just rather this Renekton with the stuns connecting was able to slice and dice his way out. Rekna not being able to get another kill, but overall that is gonna be a win for the side of Footballist at 2-3 even, 2-1 in favor of the red side.
Yeah, really, really nice fight there from Footballist. Let's take a look at that again. Basically, both teams ignored the dragon. And again, Rekna's charms have been on point time and time again in this entire fight. And that is the reason now we're seeing why Unicorns of Love kept banning that champion and now unleashed it into the field. And you know, Coldstar just wanted to run away with the Grand Starfall. This is round number 2. This is take 2 for the Ocean Drake.
Ooh, okay, but still that's the Footballist being able to have first dibs on this Dragon. Baron is now up. Coldstar is gonna try to stun someone now, but I see the roots coming through for Olaf. Actually, the first champion to get taken down. Lee Sin far at the back line. Kaisa being bursted down as well. But here comes the strong re-engage. Roots coming through. Double kill going over to Rekna. Corky saying goodbye, and that is gonna be a 3-2 in favor of Unicorns of Love. A flash to the side from this Janna just to make sure that she will not get bursted down. And a free Ocean Drake going over to Unicorns of Love.
That felt like Footballist fight to win. They were winning the numbers advantage. Rekna was pretty much still healthy. And I want to look at what happened there. This was a really nice bait coming from Zach. He was incredibly low, forced Footballist to overcommit. Kalesta was basically not present for the entirety of the fight because he was pretty much low and was able to set up. But look at this! Look at this! He dashed in, Spirit rushed in, but Pygus and Caglian cannot join them behind that Dragon Spit, so he lost the numbers advantage on that 3v3.
Okay, I guess we are now back in 11 minutes into the game, 9-6 on the scoreboard. Still a lot of advantage still in the side of Footballist. They have the goal lead, but at the very least, Unicorns of Love, they can force these 5v5s, 4v5s onto Footballist and then survive. They just have to make sure that Rekna will not be in the fight. This is a good try. You have the cast, you have the barrel coming through, but that is going to be Kaisa, still very healthy. Rabadon's already available for Rekna. Oh no. That is going to be the power spike. The green light for Footballist to keep on pushing Unicorns of Love in this awkward or force their opponents in this awkward fight. But still, they could just go back with the pickoffs, make sure that they can rip the life of the ADC down to the ground. The Baron is still up, just waiting for a good opening. Lee Sin spotting Renekton there. That is going to be the Orb of Deception being popped at the mid lane. Nope, not going to connect. That is going to be Renekton being A-okay. Senna jumping in with the initiate. Are they gonna pull through? The charm is gonna come through, and that's a lot of damage going over to Lee Sin, honestly. But you also have the heals coming in from Senna.
Yeah, that's just what, one charm, one combo with Orb of Deception with the shield now coming in.
Ultimate already being popped by Senna, but looking at the Dragon Lane, they have their own fight. That needs to be Renekton jumping in. Stuns are gonna come through, but the damage is not gonna be enough to take this Renekton down. That is going to be a kill going over to Footballist. They can get Baron or maybe force a 4v5. Charm not going to come through. You still have Gragas with the explosive cast. You have Lee Sin with the kick as well.
4v4.
No heals for Senna just yet, though. That is going to be Renekton focusing on the split. That is going to be the Charm not going to connect. That is going to be them going with the re-engage. That is going to be the cast coming through for Gragas. Special delivery onto the side, connecting onto the Valkyrie. No one still dying. Unicorns of Love, they do not want this to happen again. You need to recall. Just push Renekton back. Don't let him do the backdoor again.
Yeah, that is exactly why Unicorns of Love couldn't commit 100% on that fight. Let's take a look at that again. This was the 1v1 of Cold Star and Caglian. And at this point, once Caglian has dominance, there's basically no way you will win that duel. You have to wait for it to expire. But the thing is, you're Pantheon. You have no way out. All you do is go in. That's exactly what we saw. Now, this could be the second tussle, the second defense that UOL wants to do. Again, Futbolist is now at match point. And as we can see, Cold Star most likely opting for maybe a Sterak's just to be a little bit more tankier, just to survive the onslaught of Caglian, because he went for more of a tankier build for this Renekton.
Okay, that is. I like how Unicorns of Love is grouped together too. They're much more comfortable with full-on team fights. However, I guess the damage from Futbolist could wither down at the late game, aside from Kai'Sa and Renekton, of course. Now, Unicorns of Love, they're just taking time bomb. They're waiting for it. Jaga is now up though. Gragas just throwing a small barrel then and there. You have the Pantheon with the initiate who was able to stun Ahri to the ground. Here comes the teleport. That is Nadir Knight saying hi, saying hello, but he does get rooted. He does not survive with the explosive cast, and now that is going to be Ellipsis. Very, very close on the Lee Sin. Kai'Sa being taken down as well. That is going to be a 3-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love. Teleports coming through. This could be a free Baron for the men in blue.
Yeah, Futbolist was not prepared for that engage from Cold Star. That stun, that easy stun. And Rek'Na, I don't think he has Zhonya's. I feel like he built, Proto Belt? We'll have to check that out. But a little bit more, I believe Rek'Na didn't have any sort of defensive maneuver. Remember, he had Flash, he has Ignite. All of these culminates to more on the aggressive side of things. Let's take a look at that again. Again, the grind. Starfall found its target. They were aiming for Rek'Na. After Rek'Na's gone, then what else is the options for a Futbolist to fight back, to engage? That charm is that, that number one, very reliant engage for Futbolist, and now that was gone.
That is the BGA available for Callisto, and blue team being able to get Mountain Dragon. That's going to be the scaling composition, winning 15, almost 16 minutes in. So Futbol is still trying to look for their footing. Renekton, this guy, this player, still really committing with the split push. I guess they just want to run the 1-4 comp and just keep Pantheon away from them, because as you can see right after the Grand Starfall, a lot of damage has been dealt onto Janna, but they are gonna commit most of their bullets,
1v1?
most of their fights for Rek'Na, but that is the Cold Star just running away. You have the shields coming through, but Renekton is not gonna stop anytime soon. Just kidding, he just stopped. So he's just gonna go back to safety. He did see the other members from the side of Unicorns of Love, did not want to die at this point of the game.
Yeah.
So both teams just trying to get a huge feel at the match.
Yeah, they're trying to take advantage of the Baron buff that they have. Look at the body slam!
Oh no, that is going to connect, but you also have the charms. It is not going to connect though. That is going to be the missile connecting onto two. Took a lot of health bars coming out from Kai'Sa. Renekton, guys, remember, Renekton is still split pushing, so he could put a hole onto the base of Unicorns of Love yet again. Now, Futbolist, they could just stop the recalls coming in. They are at the hunt. Corki is right there. Oh no, you still have Renekton still gonna focus on this turret, but he was seen by Corki. That is a very, very low health turret though. Now here comes the other members. SDB also will be committed onto him. He does get percent down, but now Lee Sin is being hunted by Futbolist, who tried to duke it out against Kai'Sa, but they're not gonna do so given that Renekton, there is no crocodile for 42 seconds. That's a lot of seconds, a lot of time that they do not have one of their two frontliners.
Yeah, that's their split push gone. So that with that, they really need to set up for this Infernal Drake. This Elder Infernal Drake at that. It's that even when it comes to the gold lead, or gold score rather. Kills in favor of UOL, they are, taking advantage of Futbolist opting for, just as you mentioned, the 1-4. They wanted to take advantage of that prime opportunity. But good news, at least for Futbolist. 8 seconds on the clock for Caglian to get back into this game. The thing is, though, Colesto has Guardian Angel, so that is that second life that may be the biggest difference come into this game. 18 minutes already, by the way.
Okay, so now that is me. Football is just in a safe distance. Basically, they're scared of Rick standing because you have the explosive cast, nice undertow, but I'm not sure if that gives much vision from the side of Unicorns of Love. Chavez with the stuns connecting, but he was able to spirit rush her way out of there. She yeeted herself. That is going to be the ultimate coming from Senna. Baron Nashor already up. Footballist, they could go with the re-engage. That is too important ultimate down, but okay, that is gonna be them just gonna try and play this one out conservatively.
Caglian?
You have the undertone being popped. Caglian is gonna be there at the side, but SB, a lot of damage being taken by Ari, and she does get exploded with the ultimate with that jump. And now you have the flash in coming in from this Lee Sin. Still has the GA killing spree going over to the side of Unicorns of Love. 2 champions already down, but you have Caglian, of course, still split pushing at the dragon side.
Yeah.
He has quite the minions, and he says, my job here is done. But Baron going over to Unicorns of Love.
It is still, Caglian's job to try and split push. I mean, the fight was basically over anyway. And it's not like they can fight 5v5. This composition from UOL has everything. They have full-on engage. They can use the Dragon's Rage as a disengage tool as well. They have Ashy on his ult. And as well as the explosive cast is exactly what we saw. The double man body slam from Zac was just phenomenal. And the finishing touches, just removing Rek'Na. Again, Rek'Na is a key player of this composition. If he dies first, then it's just basically game over for the entire fight. It's going to be UOL securing this Elder Drake.
Elder Infernal Drake, more damage, more lead from their side. Actually, Footballist is still up by 200 gold. I mean, 200 gold is still 200 gold, but just goes to show how much they're able to control the macro. So again, Unicorns of Love, they can just keep on doing these pickoffs. Make sure Rek'Na does not have room to breathe and just keep on shoving the waves, the minion waves, towards the sides of Footballist. Let's see if they are going to try to go with Initiate. Charm has already been used. GA still up for Lee Sin, but now that is going to be Unicorns of Love trying their luck. That is going to be a lot of damage being taken by Caglian. Apparently, you cannot go to split push this time around because they are just locking you into your base.
He has teleport. But the base is slowly going down. Look at the minion wave building at the bottom portion of the map. Is Caglian waiting for an opportunity to sneakily press teleport? Look at the pings. There is the exclamation points. They're looking for it.
Are they gonna do it again? Okay, Lisa is already at the place,
so
so just to defend that one, they could go with a teleport, but that is gonna be them making sure that Unicorns of Love is occupied. But you know what? Lisa said, nope, not gonna happen. I'm gonna clear the wave here, but that's gonna be a lot of damage being taken by Footballist. You have the explosive pass being committed. Voice here gonna connect onto 1, gonna connect on 2, but that is gonna be another turret for the side of Footballist being taken down by Unicorns of Love. Super Minion already pouring, making their way towards the side of our red team. GA still up for Renekton, and Unicorns of Love, they are still respecting the fact that Footballists could still turn things around. That's why they're not overcommitting.
Yeah, they still have Elpis here. Again, as if he stays alive, he's getting all the best position in the world, is able to freely kite from the backline. I think that could be another key for UOL, or rather for Footballists. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love really wanting to open up the bottom portion because the tier 1 tower is still standing. And that could possibly end them, and the same goes for Footballists. Top side is completely open in their favor. Look at Caglian. He's sneaking his way towards the base. He doesn't have any minions, so the backdoor protection will be there, but he installed a ward. He's ready for that teleport.
Yep, you know what? He is just making sure that he can still go with that backdoor play and then going back to his teammates. I'm not sure the Unicorns of Love did see that though. Pings going through the map. Baron gonna be up in 18 more seconds. Unicorns of Love, they are just focused on the objective game. Make sure that there will be no more turrets up for the side of Footballists. That is gonna be the TP coming through. Not sure if they're gonna engage just yet. Renekton coming in. He could be the beefy frontliner though. Baron already up. Here comes Lee Sin at the mid lane. Main waves pouring in towards the men in red. That is gonna be UOL. Just trying to kite. Boots are gonna come through, but it is not enough to actually take Renekton out just yet.
Is the reverse sweep coming? Unicorns of Love They are
Oh,
aiming
no.
to win this. Look at the roots.
Oh, that is going to be the roots, and that's going to be the killing. Going over to Gragas. Ari saying goodbye. Now you have Kaglian at the front line. He is trying to reach this Corky, but you still have the Corky with the Gatling
he
gun.
burning?
Was able to pop GA. That is going to be Jana, the only one left there at the base. They are focusing on the Nexus Rampage, going over to Gragas. And Unicorns of Law will be able to get game number 3.
And now it's 2-1 in this VO5 series. What a grand finale we are witnessing right now between these two teams. And Unicorns of Love managed to get every single objective, even getting that Elder Drake for themselves. At first, it looked pretty dicey for them, but at the end of the day, they were able to find Rekna time and time again and initiating the 4v5 scenario at almost all the time.
I know we have a lot of good plays in that game number 3, so let's go ahead and check the highlights.
There's just so much highlights here. It was what, a 25-minute game? I assume it felt like a 25-minute game because last time. And at this point, you know, this is where this is where Rekna was able to get his RE pick and then is able to transition that with a lot of killer charms. But at the same time, you got UOL just against Zac. I think one of the key players in this particular match. The casts were on point. His death / body slams were just really very impactful in these fights.
And I guess the idea here is if Squeeze jumps in with the Ragnarok, everyone is gonna follow. But how are you gonna follow if you have a Grand Starfall coming from Pantheon? You also have the cast that can just separate from each other. So towards the late game, it was just UL's patience definitely paying off. And the moment the stuns connect onto Rekna, the moment Ari does die, it's just going to be a huge problem for Footballists. But it is going to be the green light, the go signal for UOL to just go all in. You also have Colesto with the good isolation, with the good initiates, kicks again, and UOL really stepping up for this game number 3. Let's see, can they do a reverse sweep or will things end by game number 4?
Yeah, that is the biggest question. It will depend on what the draft is going to look like. I mean, two straight games, UOL has respected this Ari pick up against Rekna. Third game, they've unleashed it. It was a problem in the early game, but eventually they had a solution. Every single time that Grand Starfall was activated, their target, they just funnel all their resources onto Rekna, and it's basically mission accomplished. They've assembled the 4v5. Kaglian was basically on split push duty just because he wasn't able to propel in the early game. He wasn't allowed to be a bully because of that Pantheon matchup at top side, and that is the reason why he decided to opt for more of this tanky build to survive a little bit more, especially when he does split push.
Indeed. Also, in that last bit, Colesto just focusing on the Nexus. Like, yeah, guys, go kill them, and then I'm gonna be here taking out the Nexus. But yes, with that intense game number 3, let's just jump into game number 4. Unicorns of Love definitely not giving up just yet. They will just go all in. They are showing Footballists that, hey, no, we will not be seeing a 3-0s. We are gonna try to take you guys down as well with a possible reverse sweep. So again, 2-1 on the scoreboard. Footballists is the one that's up on one game. But game 4, what could we expect as we get ready for the pick and ban phase?
I guess they are ready to unleash the Ari. They said, okay, it's not really exactly a problem. Maybe it was a problem in the first 10 minutes of the game, but they dealt with it. Unicorns of Love now on that red side. So I'm curious to see what the priorities are going to be. Football is still not going to stray away from the usual Galio ban. But the more that you ban out all of these anti-melee champions like the Galio, like the Gragas, then this could open up another possible Olaf composition. But again, maybe it's needed to be paired with a Nami, a Seraphine perhaps. But UOL gonna ban out that Garen, so maybe we get to see a Pantheon top lane once more.
Or they could still go with the Renekton Baron lane. I mean, it was pretty good in game number 3. Jin Zhao still going to be a ban. Braum, not going to be seeing the light of day for this game number 4. Camille and like what you said earlier, Galio still not going to be up for grabs. Gragas is open. Renekton is open. Ahri is going to be banned though.
Yeah, that means Futbolists can pick up the Gragas. They get first pick Gragas. Yoel doesn't want to pick up the Olaf for themselves, so this is an opportunity for blue side to assemble a possible Olaf composition. I mean, they wanted to make it work earlier, but unfortunately it did not. Ziggs is open this time around, so punishing tower takes. He did get a little bit nerfed in 2.4, but he still gets the job done.
Mega Inferno bombs coming in from the mid lane, going over to the Baron or at the Dragon lane. Lee Sin though is still going to be picked up by UL. I like that they did this. Here we go. Gragas for the first pick, but Futbolists, they're still gonna stick with this Olaf. Ragnarok is way in, plus a Corki this time around. So you have a frontliner, but you also have someone or a champion that is just there in the back line that can dish out and wither down the life bars of Unicorns of Love. Nami finally being picked up.
Yeah, that means what? Futbolists wants to pick up a Lulu or a Seraphine. So those are the only 3 supports that synergizes well with an Olaf pick if they want to do build around it. But on the other side of the spectrum, a Nami Lucian is a very oppressive lane. So now what is the choice of Futbolists? Maybe they pick up a Seraphine or a Janna. That is now them picking up a Janna, a little bit more safe on their dual lane, considering that they have to face that Lucian Nami at the bottom side of the map.
I mean, if you have a tidal wave coming through, you're gonna expect a lot of champions right at your face. So Moonsoon, nope, and then you're just gonna yeet yourself out there. Last pick though for Unicorns of Love is still gonna be Pantheon with those very oppressive Grand Starfalls. I am excited. I'm sure you guys are too. So without further ado, let's jump into game number 4.
It is still match point for Futbolists. They've come so close to take that crown away from Unicorns of Love. But at the end of the day, UOL is surviving in this series. They want to defend their crown. They want to defend their title as grand champions of Group A from last month's monthly finals of the Origin series. And now we're looking at this bottom lane. Zac and Ashe are in a very oppressive lane. I know way back League PC, the throwback was Lucian plus Braum. Very, very a strong lane bully combination. But in Wild Rift, one of those pairs is also Lucian Nami, with a lot of pokes, with a lot of heals. The movement speed for Zac on this Lucian to land more auto attacks and to proc everything else. I think it's working well. Culling plus Tidal Wave as well, just as you mentioned, is just very synergized.
And I also just say that you were right. There is going to be a Pantheon Baron lane for UOL. And it's going to be the stuns connecting, but I don't think Kaglian will commit just yet. He's not yet at level 3. And so, still gonna be a quite quiet mid lane. Corki just ramping up his damage. Olaf minding his own business as well. I'm actually waiting for Colesto to start with the rotation. Maybe even Cold Start to, just pop his ultimates and just have this semi-global presence for the side of UOL. For the side of Futbolists, though, I'm just waiting for Squeeze to, the usual play with an Olaf. Press Ragnarok, literally just press R, and then you're gonna look for your next target. Could be Ziggs, could be Lucian, could even be Nami.
Yeah, he is a very scary level 5 monster for sure once he has that Ragnarok. Just no one can stop him at all. He's also very good at the early game skirmishes for Rift Scuttler takes. Rift Scuttler contest. But it is going to be a trade, or rather 1-for-1 apiece for both of these junglers. We talked about the oppressive lane. We're looking at them now. They have the priority over at bot side, and it's even more dangerous if you pair that up with a jungle Lee Sin. Colesto possibly looking for a dive here.
He could jump in with a dive. You also have Ziggs jumping in. He does have the Mega Inferno bomb. That is going to be the Alpha Boost and connecting. You also have the bombs coming in. That is to be the first blood going over to the team onto the red side. Kai'Sa being taken down. You have the Gatligan coming through from Corki, but there was no other follow-up kills. At the very least, they were able to take down the ADC.
That is mission accomplished. First blood in favor of UOL. And that is something that they will welcome wholeheartedly. And we talked about this. We are expecting more ganks at bot side. For the top side, though, this is an awkward matchup for Coldstar. If you want to dive in, or jump in rather, with a stun at least. But before we go over to that, let's take a look at that replay. Ashley with the MVP bubble, which resulted into the death of Elpis. And just swiftly, there's so much mobility on the side of UOL, so they can just take names and then basically get out. Going back to the top lane matchup, though, come level 5, it's a little bit awkward. Coldstar more on the utility side of things to be effective, while Kaglian, with the explosive cast, he can use it in a 1v1 scenario. So Coldstar, in this point of the game, may get shoved into his own tower, which makes it a bit awkward because you want to get priority to access opportunities for that Grand Starfall.
That is true. Oh, okay. But now the first Drake is going to be up in 21 seconds. Janna alone did use Howling Guild just to check if there is someone hiding at the bush, but apparently that is going to be a no. So ultimates are available for both teams except for the Moon soon. But looks like this could be an opening for Futbolists. I mean, try to have first dibs on the Jake, but apparently you have Nami, you also have Lucian, plus a Lee Sin already there at the Dragon's Pit. At the very least, Futbolists, they could take down the Rift Herald. However, Coldstar is lurking at the sides. He is level 6. Almost a level 7, non-contested Drake for Unicorns of Love. That is going to be a solo dragon take for Colesto.
Yeah, we're seeing now the 2.4 trades of the Rift Herald versus the Drake. Is it an Air Drake? Do you want the Air Drake? Is it an Infernal Drake? Do you want to contest the Drake? Now it's just going to be a trade of the Rift Herald. I think this is going to put access for topside if ever Futbolists decides to use the Rift Herald and open up the map a little bit more.
Making his way in. Now you have this Corki, you also have the tidal wave being popped in. There you have the Moonstone coming through. Quantifier is going to be proc. You have the Aquabus is not connecting. Rise going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb being popped as well. No casualties just yet. 5 minutes in. Bouncing Bombs is going to be there too. You know what? There is no wave, so I don't think Unicorns of Love can take down this turret just yet. Now you have Janna all alone. There is a huge wave of minion plus the satchel coming in from Ziggs. That is going to be the first turret being secured by Unicorns of Love.
1v1. This is not going to be pretty if Colesto stays a while. But now, yeah, that's the power of a Ziggs. He, despite the nerfs again, with the threshold being a little bit lower for the satchel to proc on towers, he's still pretty much very effective just because of the bombs. Basically scares out anyone that is going to be under tower. Therefore, you afford the space to commit.
You do have the calling, but that is going to be the explosive pass being used by Gragas just to make sure that no one will actually dash or maybe even just catch him off guard. And he does go over with the recalls. Triforce already available for Rek'Na. So that is something that Futbolists could note. That's the Coldstar alone at the Dragon side. You have the switcheroo for the lanes now for the side of Unicorns of Love. Still quite a quiet map. Kai'Sa coming in with the recall. Let's see if she already has her first item available, but I don't think so. It's not yet the 7-minute mark. You have Corki being taken down. You also have the Mega Inferno Bomb coming through, but still does not change the fact that Rek'Na has been wrecked.
Rek'Na has been wrecked. A very... I like that. I like that. But
thank you.
Now this could be take 2 of a tower take. The Ziggs is not present. He's not going to be around anytime soon. So you all can just buy some time, maybe get a little bit of those turret platings.
Ooh, you have the sustain coming in from Nami. You also have the Aqua connecting onto one. The calling has been popped as well. You have the explosive minefield coming through. No one died, but that is just a lot of blinking life bars for Futbolists. Unicorns of Love very much happy transitioning into this game number 4.
Yeah, this is UOL getting in with the groove now. They started off with a very rough 0-2 in this series, picked up earlier, and now it's starting to look very, very good. And the reverse sweep seems to be in the horizon. But take note, Futbolists, because their carries are still not prime and ready, Rek'Na still has to wait for that Infinity Edge. Because of that Triforce first buy, that means they're opting for maybe the Infinity Edge, which means he is gonna hurt faster or sooner into this game rather than the stacking on the Muramana. For Elpis, of course, Kaisa gonna scale into the later portion of things. So Rekna will be that primary pain for UOL on top of Sweest.
7 minutes in, almost 8 minutes actually, just 2 kills on the board in favor of UOL. They do have the roughly 2.2k gold lead. They could utilize this further, given that they have a Ziggs. So they would want to end the game ASAP. On top of that, they have a Lee Sin. It's all about the early game power, just getting a lot of turrets in the early game. Infernal Drake is going to be up in 7 seconds. So you have the phase checks coming through. You have the bombs there as well. He does have the package that is going to be Lee Sin jumping in, but he did not commit his kick just yet. Was able to pop Valkyrie out though. Lucian hurting a lot. That is a Olaf in Ragnarok, good sir. But as we tell, connecting on to no one. You also have Coulstar at the front line. He does flash into the side. You have him being able to isolate this Gragas. You have the dash in. It's actually Sonic Wave his way in. Gragas saying goodbye. Lee Sin being able to get the first kill. That is going to be a 1-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love.
Really nicely done by Unicorns of Love on that fight. They will even get a bonus of Infernal Drake on top of kills. Was a little bit concerned because Kaglian was a topside split pushing, so it was a firstly, 4v5 for the first 5 seconds of that fight, but he did, I believe, have teleports. He was able to join the fight. But unfortunately, though, Footballist still wasn't able to find the opportunity to get possibly Sweet rolling here on this Olaf. It's very hard to reach the backline. They're very, very far. They're pretty much far back, and as well as the disengage coming from the side of UOL makes things a little bit harder, or rather, Ashy on this Nami makes things a little bit harder with the tidal wave.
Especially that they were in a small space, and I'd like to call it. I mean, there's no other way to avoid that. Have the cast coming through, was able to push both of them back, but I don't think they are gonna give up just yet. Baron is gonna be up in 15 more seconds. Pings going through the map. Lee Sin is up there at Baron, all alone. What could Footballist do? But now, I guess it's gonna be back to the drawing board. It's just them waiting for themselves to scale and maybe wait for Rekna to just be this huge, scary champion at the backline. However, I keep on thinking there's Mega Inferno Bomb, so they can reach the carries either way. You also have the Culling. Yes, that can be cast quickly with the Howling Gale from Janna, but it's still a problem. This Lucian is still gonna be a problem.
Yeah, there's just so much damage on the board and repositioning coming from Zac on this pick. So Footballist really, if they want to eliminate him right away, they have to hold on to him and never let him escape.
Ooh, okay, that's gonna be the Sun connecting on to Coulstar, but there is no follow-up. Now, Footballist, they are left to struggle. Who are they gonna target? What are they gonna do? Are there any more objectives that they can take? Because it looks like Unicorns of Love there. The longer the series is, the stronger they become. The more team fight centric they become. They have better comms, but let's see what is gonna happen next. They're just gonna focus on getting this turret. You also have Zig, of course. Zig is gonna be able to explode that turret very quickly.
Yeah, just doing Zig's things, just raining bombs on you under your tower, and then you're just forced to respect that. But the thing is, for Unicorns of Love, this isn't exactly a 5v5 teamfight comp. No one can frontline. Coulstar, Colesto are going to be incredibly squishy because of the shred coming from Rekna and Elpis eventually, especially when the later stages of the game arrive. So UOL will bank on picks here, and as well as collapses whenever Footballist is going to be in not in a prime position. So they can kite down Sweest as well, primarily since he's going to be the first one that gets his head on towards the whole entire fight, especially up against UOL. But yeah, I imagine UOL may struggle eventually, especially when Sweest presses that go button.
Coulstar is just gonna hold this ground, gonna protect this turret with his life. Kaglian will just be forced to go back. You possibly have a 1-3-1 setup for Footballist that is gonna be the body slam connecting, but Coulstar is still pretty tanky. still pretty strong. But looking at the Baron part, the top part of the map, that is going to be the men in red being able to get more turrets for their side, more gold, more breathing room for them to be able to rotate, and they are going to transition maybe to the Baron. No, okay. Red team turret has been taken down though. They are checking if there is anyone from Footballist side. Apparently, there is some at the mid lane. Ziggs is still pretty much happy, just lurking at the lane.
He's just happy clearing the waves, just possibly waiting for his third item to be complete. Meanwhile, Guardian Angel for Kaleso. So they're looking into setups. They're looking for Kaleso to be that primary engage on top of Cold Star with a Grand Skyfall or Starfall. And Swiss now with that Sterax and Death Stand. So once he comes in, he's going to be a little bit more tankier rather and going to survive a little bit more. So UOL has to be careful and see when pick their targets. But again, this is a Ziggs. This is a Lucian. I feel like Swiss, maybe those two items are still not going to be enough for his survivability in the fight.
Maybe not just it. Both major objectives already up though. Looks like that is going to be Footballist prioritizing the Drake, whereas Gragas is just being chased at the Baron lane. Like, hello, you have 4 champions right behind you. You're going to be the sacrificial lamb. That is going to be him being knocked up. Body slamming due to safety, but the kite's damage is not going to be enough. Teams be going over to Lucian. At the very least, blue team was able to get the Mountain Drake. They are going to rotate over to the mid lane. More shields, more sustain for their side, but I'm not sure that is going to be good news for them. You have the explosive mindful being popped as well. Special delivery has been popped by Rekna. Lee Sin just being very aggressive. That is to connect onto Olaf. Will you kick him? That is the BA. No, but that is the B. Lee Sin. He did overstay his welcome. He does have GA though. Now you have the Moonstone coming through for the side of Janna. That is to be Corki, the first one to fall down. You have the bombs. You have the guns just coming through right at Footballist faces. That is to be the last outer mid lane turret down. And Unicorns of Love, they want more. They are just storming onto the base of Footballist. That is going to be the last mid lane turret down. First hole in the base, just 14 minutes in.
It is. It is very early. It's 0-5 on the scoreboard. There is a 8k gold lead in favor of Unicorns of Love. I do want to touch upon the double teleport pickup here. I suppose they do want to set up for maybe, just as you mentioned, a 1-3-1. But let's take a look at that again. It is Kaleso just forcing the issue. He was chasing them down constantly and never stopping. And it's only because Cold Star was just right behind him to engage and cut off the escape of Footballist. And it basically succeeded. They managed to get 2 members down off of that. And now the teleport is gone, actually. It's different. Maybe it's just Kaglian here on that teleport, as he is going to be on split push duty.
Earlier, that was also a very good tidal wave coming through from Ashy. So looking forward to seeing more of that. But now, Footballist just honestly struggling, and UOL, they're basically the ones that's dictating the tempo, and the Footballist is just forced to react. That is going to be the Grand Starfall being popped by Cold Star. Did jump out just as quickly. I'm not sure if they used that to zone out or they wanted to go with the pickoffs, but now looking at the middle, you have Rekna being targeted by 2-3 champions. That is going to be the Flash coming in. You also have the Mega Inferno Bomb being committed, but now you have the stuns coming through from Cold Star. That is going to be enough because Corki does get taken down. On top of that, Tsunami and Tidal Wave is gonna come through. You have Lucian. He hurts a lot just kiting this Olaf down. But you know what? You thought they're safe? No, because Lee Sin is there coming into the mid lane. 2-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love. 0-7 on the scoreboard.
Kaglian actually stopped the wave a little bit, like the second wave, just to make sure that Unicorns of Love cannot finish the game there and then. But now Baron is going to be started now, with no jungler to help smite that down and make a possible steal. But look at Pygus and Elpis. They're lingering around, but I don't think they can do anything.
It was a good try, but now Kaglian is in too deep. That is because stuns connecting, but you also have the Mega Friend Bomb being able to finish, just take the head off of Gragas. 1 champion down, and Unicorns of Love being able to secure the barrier plus 1 kill. They're going to be very happy with that.
Very happy indeed. 60 minutes in the game, there's still no deaths on the side of Unicorns of Love. They have been constantly, they've been eliminating one person, two people from Footballist, and then getting out. No punish, no casualty whatsoever. It makes things extra harder with Sterak's and then Guardian's Angel for Kalesso and Coldstar. So they're going to keep engaging. They're going to keep diving into the back line. No fear at all because they know that they won't die.
They will not die indeed. Now they could just make sure that there's no space or no room for Footballist to actually breathe. Sweet is that's the undertow connecting onto Noah, but you also have the Ragnar being popped defensively. Most are gonna come through. That leaves the pop as well, but Rapid's going over to Lucian, and now that is gonna be Unicorns of Love just at the front line. You also have Zack. He does become golden, but Coldstar in the middle of everything. He did not die. Double kill going over to Lucian, and he is, Kalesso rather is just the front line. They are going to focus on the Nexus. He does get taken, but that is going to be Unicorns of Love forcing this to a game number 5. Wow.
Oh my word. We're looking at a full-on Game 5 here, Hugo. What a comeback from Unicorns of Love on this series. It looked pretty dicey. It looked very dire for them in their first 2 games today as Footballist was claiming every single time. But then the comeback, they can feel it. They can feel that they'll take the title once more.
Speaking of amazing fights, let's check into the highlights of game number 4. Whew, from 2-0, now 2-2.
I know, this is a very close series, but this game is a statement. They did not allow any sudden deaths to happen and basically blocked every single opportunity for Footballist to come back into this game. And these early game ganks, these early game aggression from UOL, just basically capitalizing on their composition. Coldstar on the Grand Starfall. Kalesso on this Lee Sin, of course, he's going to keep ganking time and time again. And with Zack as well on this Lucian, there's just a ton of damage on board so early.
Man, and this is just Unicorns of Love. I like how they afford, or they have the luxury to bait someone from Footballist, and then the moment they re-engage, it's almost a secure kill. 40 minutes onward, it was honestly just their game, and they were just literally storming through the map. Again, I said this earlier, they did not give any room for Footballist to breathe. Coldstar being a lot more comfortable in this Pantheon. You have the stuns coming through. You also could see how Sweet was just forced to pop the Ragnar out defensively. There were times that Zack, he did not care. He would just keep on chasing down this Olaf, and Lee Sin will be able to take the kill just as quickly.
Exactly. They're no fear. They built Sterak's and then Guardian's Angel. And I think it's the reason why they're super brave is because they're no threat whatsoever against them. Rekna opted for more of this stunted build of, it's really good, Triforce and then Infinity Edge, but there's no scaling. You reach your limit so fast. And I feel like that also contributed to why it's go time. We can just do this. We can just keep pushing with our lead.
He did reach his limit, but you know which team is pushing the limit? Unicorns of Love. So let's jump into game number 5. Our prayers have been answered. We are now on a 2-2. We will be seeing a game number 5. This is the last game of the first series for the last day for the Origin series. And Riku, what could Unicorns of Love do to be able to win this with a clean sweep? Or what could Footballist do to be able to bag game number 5?
I think the formula so far has been early game aggression and being able to hold on as well when things don't go your way early. It's just focusing on who has gotten the gold and just make it into a 4v5. That is what we saw in game number 3 and 4.
Will we see a Garen ban? Will we see a Pantheon pick? Let's check the pick and ban phase.
Very, very most likely that a Garen ban would be selected here, just because it opens up so many options for top lane without getting countered or soft countered in the lane. So there you go. Unicorns of Love just taking it out right off the bat.
Yep. And If you're gonna look back, the moment Game 3 started, they kept on banning Garen. And I guess this could be another formula to, just making sure that Futbolists will not be able to get the tacky frontliner. They are still gonna hold on to the Camille ban though, as well as the Xinjiao ban. So no crazy damage coming out from these champions. Galio is still not gonna be seeing the light of day. They could ban out Ahri if they want to, but I strongly believe Olaf, Gragas, Renekton still gonna be up for grabs for this game number 5.
Yeah, for sure. Especially Garen is out. That means Pantheon top can also be picked up. Sin's out top as well. If they ban out the Braum, no Braum. That means an Olaf composition is highly unlikely now in this scenario because the Gragas is open, because the Braum is open as well. And now Ziggs will be the first pick of Unicorns of Love. They're opting for a similar composition, perhaps just keep on raining down the bombs and forcing Futbolist out of the equation.
If you have Ziggs, it's just a matter of fact that you can take down turrets quickly. What does that translate to? An under 20-minute game. And you know which team shines at the 18 to 20-minute mark? Futbolists. So maybe that's the formula that Unicorns of Love has been trying to do. And you also have another Lucian pickup, pairing it off with a Nami. You already made a good point for this combo, and I do agree with that. Gragas and Lee Sin will be picked up by Futbolists this time around. Let's see if they'll be able to, match the aggression that the Lee Sin from UOL was able to dish out.
They basically threw the towel. They basically waved a white flag. They opted for a Janna. That means more defensive. So they're not going to match the aggression here on this very aggressive Nami and Lucian lane. Now, Wukong getting picked up. Usually, it's really good with a Diana. It's usually good as well with a Galio, but that's not going to be available. It is going to be the Renekton finishing the composition from Unicorns of Love. Now, what mid laner will... No, it's a Gragas mid and a Malphite top.
Okay, so Unstoppable Force is going to be available, but I think you are right. This is just Futbolists forced to pick up Janna to be defensive. Whereas if you're going to look at Unicorns of Love down here, right here, it's fight, 5v5s, just keeping on with the dives, just all CCing their enemies to the ground. So Unicorns of Love looking very, very strong this game number 5. However, Futbolists, whichever power they had in game number 1 and game number 2, they need to channel this to game number 5. So let's jump into the rift.
Yeah, this is match point for both of these teams. Game number 5, it's do or die. Will Unicorns of Love continue with their championship streak since last month and able to defend their title, or will Futbolists, coming from 8th place last June, I believe, climbing to potentially 1st or possibly 2nd, depending on how the series ends.
Rikna is now just forced to use this Gragas, and this is something Coolstar did in game number 4. Just get a few EXPs from the mid lane and then go back to the Baron lane just to have that small EXP lead up against a Malphite, which is going to be pretty quiet from the early game. So that is just going to be him. He does have the stuns. He does have quite the lead in the early game. But the moment Caglian reaches level 5, it is going to be quite the struggle for Coolstar. But he can just re-engage whenever he wants to. And again, looking at the Dragon side, Lucian Nami, very strong pick. Very sustain, all about the sustain rather, all about the fights, the pokes this earlier on. Whereas Elpis alongside Pygas is just forced to be passive and quiet in the early game. You have the explosive minefields being popped by that Ziggs. And now Sweest is just gonna focus on farming, just get to ramp up that EXP lead and then just continue ganking the lanes. Could try and take a kill here at the Baron side. That is gonna be him. Well, that is gonna be Malphite being taken down. Blue team going over, being able to secure that first, but now that is gonna be Sweest being targeted by Koliso. Will it be enough? You have the Ignite coming through, but I don't think it is gonna finish him off, and it does not.
First blood in favor of, I believe, Futbolists, and then the exchange kill just comes along. And with that said, no junglers here on this skirmish, though. This 2v2, it's a different 2v2 rather. It's a dual lane versus support and mid. But going back at topside, let's take a look at that again. You mentioned level 3, strong suit of a Renekton and Lucian. We've seen, oh rather no, Renekton and Lee Sin. And we've seen this on red side first priority pick, and even in the Summer Super Cup, it has been the prevalent duo that can easily snowball out of control. And this time, no, Garen is a Malphite that it doesn't do the same job as a big neutralizer, just because on how Coldstar dealt with the lane. He basically got that level 2 early over the level 1 Kaglian because of his visit in the mid lane, and he basically set that kill up for that gank.
You have Lucian and Nami still holding their ground at the Dragon Lane, just forcing the Dragon Lane duo for a Footballist back under turret. You also have Wukong lurking at the sides though, but I don't think he is gonna gank the lane anytime soon. Ziggs going back into the mid lane, still has that bomb ready, as well as the summoner spells, and it's just a 1 on the scoreboard. Very small lead in favor of Footballists. The Unicorns of Love, they could just be waiting for their power spikes, could just be waiting for Ziggs alongside this Lucian to just pop off with that crazy damage. And at the very least, Footballists, you have this Gragas for disengage, but for going back into the Baron lane rather, Kaglian being very, very healthy on this Malphite, he does have the unstoppable force. You also have Lee Sin lurking at the sides. They could try and gank or stop Coldstar from snowballing, but the first 2 main objective is gonna be up in 25 seconds. But you know what? Coldstar will be able to survive, popping in with his ultimate, popping out rather with his ultimate. But look at the mid lane. Look at the mid lane. Rek'Na being chased by 3 times.
Wow.
So that is gonna be a flash in, as well as a tidal wave being committed just onto Rek'Na. He gets bursted down, and that is gonna be Unicorns of Love surviving, making out of that skirmish with smiles on their faces. They could get Rift Herald.
They will. They definitely will. And it's another Cloud Drake spawning as well. And Unicorns of Love are very happy to exchange that over opening the map up even more. Especially you have a Ziggs. Ziggs plus Rift Herald. Therefore, yeah, you can maximize the tower takes, and as well as the opportunity to get more than the usual. Look at them. They're letting this through already because the resets are not going to be available for Footballists.
True, and just constantly pressure Footballists here and there, even though they were able to get Cloud Drake. It is, well, a Rift Herald is much, much better because you're able to get a turret down from mid lane. Now, Gragas just alone at the Baron side. Kai'Sa will be able to push the waves in at the Dragon side. Mid lane still pretty quiet. Recalls, resets going all over the map. You have the champions just getting their items ready, and we have a replay.
This is Rek'Na. He doesn't have any vision actually. He does have a little bit of vision over the Dragon Pit, but I think he overestimated his way to escape because he has the cast, and he did, I believe, have flash at that time. But it was Zac flashing in as well, and no fear. You just head straight to the goal. Now we're looking at the first item builds already. Bork already completed for Zac. Luden's Echo already for the Ziggs. So I believe he's going to wait for the Rabadon second item before UOL can be more comfortable in the later fights.
In retrospect, you now have Roa available for Gragas. That is going to be the Howling Gales connecting, but I don't think they're going to engage. UOL just trying to scout as much vision as they can. Tidal Wave is available if they want to go aim at the dives, because you have Kuleso alongside them at this lane, but you also have Lee Sin at the sides. IK10 will be able to clear that wave out. Not airborne, that no follow-up still. Footballists, again, they're just forced to play this defensive static that is going to be Lee Sin jumping in, and the kick is going to connect. You also have the side of it coming in. Now you have the Mega for no bomb. You also have Malphite jumping in. He still has his ultimate though, but is going to commit this on to Nami. Nami will be able to flash away. But you know what? Zac heal is there at the sides. Bouncing bomb is going to be there. You have Ziggs jumping in, flashing in, but it's not going to be enough. He really does want that kill. Footballists, though, they were able to get one kill, but it's going to be dead even unless UOL force this one out. Unicorns of Love, they could try something here though, because Malphite is just going to go with the defense. Will try to defend this turret, but how can you defend a turret when you're up against a Ziggs?
That's really hard. You basically lost your AD carry already, pretty much. And let's take a look at that again. It was a great bait. And Colesto lasted as long to the point that Elpis was forced to use the Killer Instinct to secure the kill. And that is the reason why Elpis was pretty much far ahead at this point, far forward, rather, into that fight. But at least Elpis is able to survive, I believe, after all that. He was able to run away. And now an invade on this jungle.
Squeezed. Okay, I guess I just want to get that buff, but that is gonna be Wukong
he goes
jumping
in with him.
but he does get stopped by that Howling Gale. But you know what? You have the tidal wave coming through. Font of Life is gonna be proc, and that is gonna be Rekna being boxed, Gragas being bursted down, and the other members of Football is forced to just survive, forced to run away. The calling has been popped there as well. You have a wave of minion there, but you know what? That Lucian is gonna dash in. He does not care. He does have so much damage, though. Void Seeker is gonna connect. You also have the explosive minefield, and Ziggs yet again will be able to get the turret from the Baron side. One outer turret down for Footballists.
It is now slowly ramping up in favor of UL. You saw that earlier. Zac, after getting the third skill from Ashy, he just basically dashes in and with the empowered auto attacks and as well as the slow, just lands even more opportunities to land all of those hits. But look at this possible death rush. There is full ult in favor of Footballists. This could be deadly.
Let's see if that is what's gonna happen. Colesto receives quite the damage, but that is gonna jump in from the side of this Malphite. Will there be a follow? The answer is to be no, because instead Malphite is actually the first one to get bursted down. Now Football is forced to just go back. Retreat, but Killing Spree going over to Lucian. Now that is to be Lee Sin up to beat. 3-0. My voice broke there, but 3-0 in favor of Unicorns of Love. The calling has been popped. Gragas receiving a huge chunk of damage. Janna cannot jump in as well. The Infernal Drake will be taken down non-contested by Unicorns of Love.
That is this one of the most important dragons in the game as well. UL has a ton of damage. Has a ton of damage on the board already, and they get this big bonus. And here comes the replay. Really good unstoppable force from the backline, but at the same time, the front line of Footballists for basically falling into pieces already, with Zac leading the charge. Just so much damage on the board. I feel like Swiss didn't get the best deal out of that. He wanted to proc the Guardian's Angel in exchange of his life. So with that, he did get an early Zhonya's though. So that is the exchange. Instead of a second item Guardian Angel perhaps, or a first item Guardian Angel from what we've seen from some Lee Sins, this is the exchange that they decided to pick up.
Baron is going to be up in 5 more seconds, but Unicorns of Love bait. Again, this is the same amount of confidence we witnessed in game number 4. They are the ones rotating all over the map. They're the hunters, and the Footballists is just the hunties. They're the ones that's just forced to react. Whereas Unicorns of Love, they're the ones that can move around freely. If we're going to look at the board, gold lead of 4K in favor of the men in blue. They also have the kill lead, and they also have the turret takedown leads. So one of the things that Footballists could do though for me is follow up on the ultimates coming in from Conglian right here. I mean, and he did not ult there, but you know what? That is to be the kick coming through. He is being boxed in. That is to be the time to be connecting onto Lee Sin. He was in too deep. Now you have a huge chunk of champions. One entire team right behind you. The bomb is coming through. Moonstone to the ground. But that is to be Unicorns of Love gonna utilize the lead that they had. Lucian does get taken down though. A shot down onto the ADC. That is gonna be a huge chunk of gold going over to Rekna, and he is just gonna go back to clearing out the minion wave. Renekton is far away, Wukong is far away. I guess Nami and Ziggs is just forced to go back and leave this turret to die.
That is an engage that Swiss wanted to take. It was Footballists that wanted to start that. Imagine, it's a double-edged sword kicking Colesto into your team. He is just gonna have access to an easy Cyclone, and this could be disaster once more.
Okay, let's see what's gonna happen next. Now you have Colesto on the front line, but that's gonna be a lot of damage coming out from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Will they be able to go to steal? That's gonna be Baron Nashor being taken down. He Swiss does become golden, but Malphite is going to be the first one to get taken down. Double going over to Ziggs. Killing spree for this champion. The culling has been popped. That is going to be Lucian. Still pretty A-okay, still pretty healthy. They'll be able to clear out the wave. Minion wave from the mid lane is going to hurt a lot. Rek'Na is forced to clear that one out. Voidseeker not going to connect. Looks like UOL, they are at the lead. They have such a lead right now. Futbolists left to just wonder what could they do 12 minutes in.
You know, the thing is, they picked up this composition, or rather this Sleason pick. But before we go over that, this is what we talked about earlier. It's a double-edged sword. If you want to kick the Wukong to your team, it's going to be an easy Cyclone Axis, and Kalesso is just going to clone out and disengage off of that. And this is Unicorns of Love turning this game or this fight around. And with that, it's just so difficult because there's just so much range coming from the side of UOL. And now you asked, what can Futbolists do at this point of the game? I mean, it's not exactly a super snowball. They even get a Baron on their hands. But this time, Swiss will be a kick bot eventually at the later stages of the game. The snowballing Lee Sin isn't found in this game. They still have Elpis though for that late game insurance. We'll see if that opportunity, or if Elpis will be given the opportunity to shine as we head over to this dragon.
Lucian was alone, but he dashed in. Now you have Coalstar coming in with the ultimate. He is that huge frontliner for the side of Unicorns of Love. That is going to be a title. You also have the Calling coming in. That is going to be the unstoppable force coming through from Malphite. But you know what? He was not able to pick up anyone. Instead, Kai'Sa was the first one to fall down. Ziggs being taken down by Gragas as well. Shut down onto the Ziggs. But now you have Rek'Na being juggled, being boxed in by 3. He gets taken down as well. That is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Unicorns of Love. Killing spree going over to Wukong. Blue team being able to get the Mountain Drake. More shields going over to their side. They can try and hunt Lee Sin down. Swiss is there. He can go with the recall though because Lee Sin is very, very slippery.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock rather for the rest of the members to respawn. But looking at that fight again, I have to say though, gotta give props to Kaglian with a triple man unstoppable force. But the question is, where is the follow-up? Because they still have to rely on Elpis for that follow-up there, for that consistent damage. But it's just still too much. At this point of the game, he's still not going to be that late-game monster, even though you have all the resources. You basically have, what, 3 peelers? You have the Malphite for the setup, you've got Rek'Na for the disengage, and as well as Pygus with you on that Janna. So this is still not Futbolist's prime to shine. And they have to slow down the bleed because this could be another fight.
Well, this time is gonna connect onto one. They are gonna go all into Kalesso, but Kalesso just cannot die. Mega Inferno bomb being committed as well. Now that is gonna be Lucian dashing in, but there is no follow-up fight just yet. You have the ultimate coming from Malphite though, so he can just jump in whenever he wants. It is gonna be the Howling Gale connecting, and just this Lucian, he just targets whoever he wants. That is gonna be Kai'Sa being taken down. Now you have to leave the next juicy target for the side of Futbolist. Now he is on a rampage going over to Wukong. That is gonna be Rek'Na being stunned, being disseminated right then and there at the Baron lane. 3-0 for the side of Unicorns of Love. The frontliners as well as the ADC no longer available.
Yeah, that is long death timers for Futbolists, and they have no choice but to watch this fly in the hands of Unicorns of Love. And now, I don't think... Look at the damage coming from... Oh, dear me! From the Ziggs.
No. GA is down though, but yes, the damage from Ziggs is just too much. Swiss does become golden, but when the golden coating comes off, you are going to be taken down, and that is going to be the ace going over to Unicorns of Love. At the very least, Malphite and Kai'Sa is already up.
And that is what happened earlier, the replay before the Baron take started. And it is just the chasing potential. I don't think the Gragas was enough for the disengage, and the Janna as well for Elpis, because the chase potential coming from Unicorns of Love is just unstoppable.
Unstoppable, unlike the unstoppable force from Kaglian, which there is no follow-up. But jumping back into the game, 16 minutes in, Unicorns of Love, they're robbing literally everything from Futbolists, down to buffs, the objectives, even the turrets. Rek'Na still looking for the perfect time to use his explosive cast, but I don't think Unicorns of Love will let that happen. That is gonna be one ultimate down. Tidal Wave is gonna be committed as well.
The Tidal Wave!
Janna gets bursted down by the Tidal Wave. Lee Sin being taken down. You have the calling coming through for this Lucia, and now that's gonna be a double kill going over to Zach Q. Red Team's turret has been taken down, and Unicorns of Love. This is gonna be a reverse sweep. Will they be able to get the Nexus? That is gonna be a yes. Game 5 going over to Unicorns of Love, and they were able to defeat their throne.
And now they're back-to-back champions from June up until this month. They're able to protect their title in such a sweaty series, losing the first 2 games. But at the end of the day, they're still able to pick up and win this series and the championship.
Man, I need to catch my breath there because a lot of fights really kept on happening. But you know what? Let's take a step back. Let's check out the highlights for game number 5. Woo-hoo.
There's a lot to say here. There's definitely just so much action, which is very understandable because you have a Lee Sin on the opposite side. But this Wukong pick from Colesto really, really made it work and meshed well with Zac and Ashy on this Lucian and Nami. Just incredibly scary. And the damage coming from the Ziggs, though, just so really good positioning as well. And you can tell that Futbolists were getting a little bit desperate to make things happen. And so far, they've only been seeing Colesto time and time again. And it's not the target that you want.
In that last clip, I actually saw Nami flashing in just to make sure that her Tidal Wave will come in at the right time. But yeah, from 2-0, now we have a 2-3 in favor of Unicorns of Love. So guys, to the fans of this team, we have an interview for you. Hey, it's Pulsar!
Hey!
Hi.
Hey,
All right,
hey.
so first off, congratulations. What a game, a reverse sweep. So what was your mindset going into game number 3?
Yeah, thanks a lot at first. Thanks a lot for cast, and thanks a lot for the emotions, of course. The feelings are great. Like, it's insane. We reverse sweep in this crazy best of 5 series. It's insane.
I can't imagine. It was super intense. But backing track a little bit before, the July qualifiers started, were you guys very confident? Were you guys feeling like, yeah, we feel like we can win, the title again for July?
We weren't confident. We thought that it's going to be a very tough challenge for us because it was really, really hard times, like 1 or 1.5 week before the tournament. So the qualifiers went not as good as we expected for us. We lost our first seed in a match for seedings against Turkish teams. So we respected Turkish teams so much, and it was really scary and shaky to play this July monthly finals.
All right, so I actually have one last question for you before we go on to the shout out. So a lot of pro players or aspiring pro players definitely watch your game there. What's your message for them?
For pro players?
Yes,
it's like
and aspiring pro players.
The most important thing is to keep playing, to keep believing that you will win definitely, because every team, they have their defeats. It's you cannot always win, so it's important to like a Rocky Balboa, to stand up when you fall. Just stand up all the time, and even if you fall down, you have to stand up and keep fighting. It doesn't matter how you fight. I mean, how you kick. It matters how you stand up after you get kicked. So it's important to be strong, to come back from even the most difficult situations you have.
I feel like that's exactly what we saw, right, Yuko? Yeah.
It's like in reverse sweep, you have to when you play like 0-0, you can feel like super bad, but anyway, you have to keep fighting till the end, and you will you still have to believe that you can win. And of course, with all the support from the fans, from everybody who support us, it made us stronger, and we could take the win.
Speaking of your fans, friends, and family, do you have any special shout outs or messages for them?
Yeah, of course I have. Surely I have. Yeah, thanks to all my friends, my girlfriend who also watching the games and cheering all this time, all those games, and of course my team, every player in my team, coach, analyst, everyone. They do perfect job. Really, really great guys, and they did a lot to win. I'm also gonna wear this unicorn hat for our organization, Unicorns of Love. A lot of thanks to them because they also did a lot to us. So hail the unicorn, and we hope that we will not disappoint our organization and our fans in the future.
I'm sure you guys won't. Thank you so much for giving us the time for this interview. Again, guys, that has been Cold Star with the
Thank you.
very cute hat.
Congratulations,
Thank
Cold
you,
Star.
thank you. I love that guy's energy. You know, it's here in our country, it's 2 a.m. It's almost 2:30 a.m. But that guy, it just really kept our spirits up. But thank you so much to everyone that watched this first series. From a 2-0, again, we witnessed a 2-3. So Riku, do you have any last words before we hop into the break?
Well, it's setting the trend. All I have to say that last night, Cut versus Sunlight also went to a full-on Game 5, and now Unicorns of Love as well. I feel like our last series to end the entire July grand finale. I feel like we may go to the same fate. It is probably going to be another Game 5.
Desachu, Excoundrel, this one's on you guys. You have been your casters for the first series. Again, I'm Yuko alongside Ms. Riku. Do not forget to follow us on our socials if you enjoyed our cast. But that is going to be us hopping into a very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for the second series to jump out.
Hello guys, I'm Liam. I play for No Team No Talent. I guess we got to the finals again. Pure luck, I guess, or just talent.
The towers fall all around them. All that stands left is the Nexus to prevent NT walking away the winners of this series and walking into the grand finals.
I'm getting carried throughout this whole tournament. I'm super happy.
I obviously feel very good and happy. This time everything is going as planned.
You have a triple kill going over.
We definitely learned a lot from last time. It is as expected now.
This series we just played was very important to us. Like, I was very nervous. And now we're going against Game Lord, and I'm super stoked.
The game against Queso, the first game went pretty smoothly. It was pretty easy, to be honest.
That is going to be a 3-0.
I feel like Game Lord is the team we always lose against. So hopefully we can come out on top against Game Lord.
Now when we are in the final this time, we are definitely there to win it. We will do everything we can to make that happen.
We're very competitive, but I think the most important part is having fun.
Having fun. When you're having fun, you can't lose, apparently.
3 kills coming in. Wild Rift Origin Series signups are ready to go. So grab your team, get them registered, and get on the Rift. We'll see you there.
Absolutely phenomenal. Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin series. That was one hell of a grand final that we just bore witness to at Scoundrel. A full 5-map series, a reverse sweep. It's everything we wanted to see. And now we're stepping into the ultimate, the real grand final, the one in Group A that I'm sure we're all absolutely excited to look forward to. I'm Des, joined by a Scoundrel for what is going to be, no doubt, an incredible series between Gamelord and No Team, No Talent at Scoundrel.
Yeah, No Team, No Talent were the previous winners under their old banner, Tribe Gaming. Of course, they're no longer with Tribe for this particular Origin series, but the team is the same. And I think, they had to fight a little harder this time round. Gamelord have been ramping up over the course of a few months. When this team was put together, they were considered the ultimate super team of Europe. And they just weren't able to get into full swing of things. But by the time that this Origin series has rolled around, the team is clearly firing on all cylinders.
Indeed. Well, I've been told that our pick and ban is ready. So how about we get straight into this one and see how this best of 5 grand final is going to shake down. And this is your kind of time to shine, Scoundrel. I know that you love talking about pick and ban strategy. What are you expecting to come out of Group A?
Well, these are the guys who I expect to be really up to date with the meta. We've already seen NTNT go for the Graves in the jungle. They really value the Graves as a pick overall. I know that Graves can probably be flexed to one of the solo lanes as well. I think Graves in general is just a super strong pick on this patch. Very interesting that NTNT are just banning Garen over and over again.
You know why that is? Leon said to us yesterday in the interview, he's like, I hate Garen. It's like, you cannot beat that champion. I want to ban him every single game, so I won't be too surprised to see it going away. Camille and Ziggs and the Wukong, the other 3.
I don't massively agree with that analysis. I think Garen is in a pretty weak spot overall right now. But at the end of the day, Leon is Leon. He generally tends to have a very specific set of picks that he likes in the Baron lane, and so that makes a little bit of sense when it comes to Leon.
Absolutely. The Akali and the Fiora are the last 2 to come through. Akali feels a bit of a perma-ban that's come through throughout much of the Origin series, at least in July. Gragas, we spoke about that for Leon going back to form. This makes me wonder, are we going to see that triple AD carry come out once again from NTNT?
Yeah, potentially. We've seen a lot of those style of drafts come through for these guys, but they're going to go for the Gragas as a priority. That's very interesting. Ooh. Obviously, it's something that Leon has played pretty consistently. Gamelord go for a Corki Lucian here, so Corki flexed to both mid and AD carry. I would imagine that it is a mid lane Lucian and an AD carry Corki with the current meta setups. But Graves will get picked up by NTNT here, so that will be, I imagine, well, look, first thoughts is Doom picking up the Graves, but I know that it can be flexed.
You know what this is? This is just an arms race for the marksman at this point as well. Forget about the comp. How many marksmen can you get on your team before you start running out of strong picks? Because that pick of the Lucian coming in for Gamelord, straight away going against Snitch on the other side. And their response, as you mentioned, the Graves and the Senna, the Jarvan being locked in. Did you see that get picked up in one of the games yesterday? Not the strongest jungle at the moment, definitely not the most popular, but still got its place in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Jarvan, I think, in general, is a pretty strong frontline jungle. The Lee Sin getting locked in is again flexible because I know that Leon plays Lee Sin top, so it's still a very, very wide open draft, but I think it's going to be fasting center bot lane with Gragas jungle. And then the Singed coming through, that is pretty mental, honestly. That's something that Random loves to play. So the Singed coming through is very interesting for me.
He lives up to his name, doesn't he? Yeah, the Singed one that we never really get to see all that much of. When it works, it's phenomenal. It gets ahead. It is one of the most oppressive champions to keep up with. Falls behind, you basically cannon fodder to the other team throughout the majority of the game. I'll be very surprised to see if that Graves does go towards topside, because the Gragas yesterday was absolutely massive coming out for NTNT. If they opted to say, look, we're going to change it around now, big risk is the way that I look at it. Let's get ourselves, though, into game number 1. In fact, let's not. Almost ready in just a minute, I'm hearing. So I'm thinking about these picks a little bit more for a second at Scoundrel. What I want to talk about is that Orianna pick coming through. We saw the marksman coming out of Snitch yesterday, but here it's the Orianna instead. What do you make of that?
Orianna with Jarvan. I mean, I think realistically,
against the Jarvan, right?
Sorry, going against the Jarvan. Yeah, I think it's a very Snitch pick. I don't really like it in this comp, but it provides a lot of zoning. So Orianna herself can provide a lot of zoning to keep things like the Senna safe and keep things, and sort of facilitates the Lee Sin and the Graves a little bit. It's just to provide you with that CC that this team is lacking. Like, there isn't a huge amount of CC on this team right now, so it just provides a little extra CC, which can help facilitate these team fights a bit better.
Awesome. Well, that false start we had just a second ago is good to go. The green light has been given. Game 1 in this best of 5 is about to get underway. Let's jump into it. NTNT coming up against Gamelord for that spot at the top of the table. We want to touch on what this means for a lot of teams here at Scoundrel as well. Big points boost that you're getting here in the July Origin Series. Winner of this one basically climbs their way up towards top place, or at least in the place of NTNT. I think GameLord, even if they win this because of the points that NT would walk away with, still wouldn't take first place. But given GameLord finished 4th in the June Origin Series, it'd be a big step up for them and elevate themselves into 2nd place.
I think realistically, what you have to look at is that forget like Origin Point series and all that kind of stuff, because I think clearly these the two best teams that we have in Europe right now, and I think it's going to remain that way for quite some time. But what I really want to talk about is essentially the ongoing rivalry between these two teams in Europe. These two teams have been consistently at each other's throats over the course of numerous tournaments in the build-up to the Origin Series. And to be honest with you, GameLord have never really managed to get the edge over Tribe consistently. So if we're a series win here would not only be great for them in terms of how they performed in the Origin Series and obviously keeping themselves close to that qualification spot, but also it would just be a great win for them overall against Tribe, or rather NTNT, because they've always struggled, I think, versus this roster overall.
Yeah, we did talk a little bit about it in the pre-show. I didn't even consider the fact that you see the Lee Sin going into the jungle. I mean, the Gragas had to go support, and therefore Leon would be playing on this in the top lane. He had the kind of flex choice to move those different things around, but the Gragas going into support was pretty much guaranteed, and we are seeing Leon stepping up on that Graze in the top side, up against Random, that early bullying coming through, so much so that there is a double gank coming in on the top side. Zefter not quite done with his business in top lane. But I think at this point, Leon being ever so slightly too safe and still has that barrier on side. Both summoners down for Random.
Yeah, I think that was, in general, a pretty solid play from Random. You want to take any early advantage that you can get versus Graves, and I think Graves is one of those champions that right now that scales really well with the current item crop. So if you can just get yourself a little bit further ahead of Graves, Graves is in the Baron lane. Graves is a duelist. He wants to get in your face. He wants to fight you as much as possible. And that's the kind of the way that Graves wants to play that lane now. If you could just get that slight edge as a Singed, you really shut down what Graves wants to do to you in the laning phase, and it also allows you to scale nicely too. So I understand what Random was doing there. I think it was a relatively sensible decision, but it looks like Zefter just going to get away here.
Yeah, Friend, I think, obviously playing on the fasting center here as well. Not too concerned about being in lane for a couple of seconds. I was like, 2 minutes in and you completely bailed on the lane. What the hell's going on here? Looking to make something happen, and sure enough, the Lucian put down low, but not low enough that Snitch can quite get the finish. And given he's out of mana, in fact, that's a big engage going straight in there. That's a bit over-aggressive on my side, Friend. The flash away, the Q might be able to connect. No, Doom not able to find anything, and enough zoning coming out of YQ here with the ult coming through. Okay, kind of scary for a moment. Wasn't quite sure about the Lucian aggression at that point, but it doesn't pay off for either side.
No, but I think overall, Doom helping Snitch go for a reset here. Doom overextending slightly.
Oh, why?
No, but I get what he was doing, but it was just misplayed. Like, he was trying to crash the wave to give Snitch a reset so that Snitch could go back, get back for the next wave, and there wouldn't really be any drop-offs. But Doom just, I think, underestimating Zefter, I would say. Like, just giving a little underestimation to Zefter. But I think realistically, that was... The intention from Doom was good, the execution was bad.
Yeah, I think from both sides you saw that little bit of aggression coming in. The same from the Lucian not too long prior to that point. The top side always proving out to be the aggressive lane that it can often be. Yesterday in the Group B game that we saw, Group A game between Keizo and NTNT, it was hyper aggressive. It's the same story here coming in. The Q's on side, instant charge through. Easy for Doom to collect that kill, only to possibly get traded out by Zefter, who's here in the nick of time. It's going to be a 1-for-1 on the top side.
It's not often that you'd say that Doom's kind of getting challenged in the jungle. I think Doom has classically been the best jungler that Europe has to offer in all of the tournaments that we've seen, even when former Tribe Gaming former Tribe EU.
Scoundrel. We can see the stacks.
Oh wow, we can see the stacks. Thank you.
Yes.
Irrelevant though, because they're probably going to be not that important at this stage. But I think Doom has rarely been challenged in the jungle, but Zefter really stepping up. I think in pathing, but also in terms of some shot calling and some execution-based things. I think Zefter's really popping off this game. He's very up there in terms of jungle capabilities. But just look at this, immediately path towards top. Is there to reclaim that kill that Doom was able to pick off, and huge wins for Zefter, because now he's going to be able to be very proactive in controlling these global objectives.
What I love from the 2 kills that he's got so far as well is they've been a double kill for YQ. The attempted dive coming out. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a stinger. I was going to say for Zefter, it's been reactive on those 2 kills that he's got so far. He hasn't been the playmaker. He's been the play reactor and has capitalized off the back of it there. All coming through from center, giving a bit of shield up onto the team. They want to get in close to try and steal away this Drake here. In goes the Lee Sin, stealing that one away. The kick coming straight through after as well. Follows through, but finds himself burned down by the Corki. Now the attention turns into the back line. Zephyr on a slither of HP, but still alive. Dares it again, straight back in like Indiana Jones. Stitch low enough, but this is going to be Game Lord backing away. 6-1 on kills. Everyone with blinking health bars, but no one going down.
Oh, it's disaster really overall for NT. They were just not able to convert on the kills. Yes, they stole the Ocean Drake, but who really cares about Ocean Drake at the end of the day? It's such a minor Drake win condition in this game. I think realistically the big loser is the fact that NT walked away with absolutely no kills from that scenario. And that is huge, especially with the kill changes. I don't know if you know, but the kill changes on 2.4 mean that solo kills, or at least the person that gets the kill ends up getting a load more gold. So if Snitch and Leon were able to just convert some of these low HP bars into kills, we would have had a huge injection of gold onto some of the key members that need to step up in terms of damage carry potential here for NT. But overall, I think well executed for Game Lord to get out of that. And by the way, Stoneplate enchant is absolutely nutty broken, and Zephyr and Shkao able to get away using that really well in that fight.
We saw it kind of crawling up in the June Origin series as well. You and I had a good chat about it. Actually, some teams were starting to roll the Stoneplate an awful lot. Some even bringing along 2 or 3 to the first Drake fight. And you just saw Galio's just gain incredible amounts of HP and serve as these huge tanks in those early fights. And now, as you mentioned, you're starting to see it crawling on a little bit more. It's on the Braum, it's on the Jarvan. None, of course, on the other side at this point, but you can see just how much they did in that previous fight.
Yeah, it's just a great enchant. It's so cheap for what it gives you, and for people who aren't that concerned about dealing damage, it is an absolutely ludicrous enchant to pick up. So if you're going like a tank-based Jarvan build, or your Braum, for instance, where your damage output is not that important, Stoneplate is such a value enchant overall. It's absolutely ludicrous. But right now, I think, Game Lord definitely in a strong position this game, and they're going aggressive onto Snitch.
Yeah, he's been caught out here and isolated down the jungle. Nothing really to say. That's where you're going to see the Jarvan shining as well with the flag and drag into the ult. No way of getting away. And even if that Stoneplate's on side, well, you've already unloaded the combo. Your damage combos come out. You're standing there unkillable for a few seconds. Combo's back online. You can do it all over again. But another good catch coming out for Game Lord.
And I think Game Lord just don't really care about these objectives. They have scaling elements in their own roster. They've got the Singe, they've got the Corki, they've got great mid-game options with the Jarvan and the Lucian. They know that they can match NT as this game progresses. Doom just overextending for the kill at random here. I mean, Doom, he's playing very uncharacteristically poorly this game. 1 and 4, like that is not something that we're used to seeing on Doom. He's gone for the Lee Sin, which, I know it's a great pick for him overall, but I think, I was so impressed with his Graves. I would have just loved to see the Graves for him and allowed him to be a little bit more, give him more ability to outplay as well onto Zephyr, just being a bit more aggressive, building up those resistances. And I think Leon hasn't really made this top lane Graves work to great effect.
No, I think he's just getting very, very keen here to try and make plays, as you say. For Doom, it's about this impact against Game Lord. You want to get the early game proactivity on the go, but Zephyr is there every single time. We've got to touch on him yet again, being there at the right time, in the right place, and securing a kill back for his team. Or in this case, not even a kill back, just a kill outright. Just Doom found absolutely nothing. I'll also give a bit of credit to Random, by the way. Survived in this lane where he was bullied super hard early on by Leon. You're finding that point now where the Singe is going to start getting tanky enough that you're not really super worried about hanging around in lane. You've seen him running away from the Graves, even with the ult on. Even with the Graves ulting into his face, it's no real big concern.
No, I think realistically, one of the things that you do have to remember that when you're playing a Lee Sin and you get behind, it can feel really awkward to play. And I think Doom in this scenario is very quickly becoming a kickbot and maybe a potential objective stealer jungler, which we might see play out here on this Dragon again. Doom waiting in the wings. We have the Corki package ready to go. I love the fact that we created some natural priority on the Baron lane with that Rift Herald. You can see Doom lands the Sonic Wave here.
Does it, but doesn't quite get the smite off, instead secured away by Zephyr. So as you mentioned, playing for the steal game over anything else, and quite rightly so. Rather than trying to commit 5 to a fight they know they can't win at this point, just have Leon get on the split push, get him nice and fed, ready for the next fight. In goes Zephyr, straight away the ult coming in immediately, kicked out the other side of his own ultimate. Even with that Stoneplate coming out, still falls dangerously low, but some good kiting coming in here. Great 3-man shockwave connects, but not enough to knock anyone down. All rooted up by the center, and Yaku's going nuts on the Lucian. A double kill coming out of the fight, and now Clue, he's got no clue apparently, finds himself nuked down. A triple kill for the Lucian. The bot lane tower also to fall, while Leon still carries on in the top lane.
The problem is the major damage dealers for NT are just not there yet. Like, Snitch has not got the items required. Friend really needs a big injection of souls. He's also massively behind in terms of levels. You know, if you're running these team fights without Leon, you're running a team fight that is severely neutered in terms of what it can actually do in terms of damage output. And that's one of the major issues that I think NT are facing with right now. You just see it here, like, you know, end of the day, great engage. Zefta with that gargle or the Stoneplate enchant, just able to survive a significant amount of time. And then watch Snitch, massive shockwave. It tickled the enemy team. We're just not at the stage in the game yet where the Orianna is chunking people out. Friend doesn't have enough stacks to be super relevant, and obviously Clue and Friend in general haven't had the best games in the world, and so they are just not significant, and they're not having a significant enough impact in these fights without the addition of Leon to help out.
As a general summary of the game, I think, is it's not going super well for any member of NT right now. Really, the top side, the only place you're looking, but you look at the other side, the Jarvan's basically even, the Lucian's ahead, the Corki isn't far behind. It's all good collecting all that solo XP, all the solo farm, the towers going down, and the gold that's starting to amass onto the graves. But I just wonder, you can have those two items, that 2-item power spike if you want to get there. You've already got 2 or 3 members on the other team that have already hit that point. You're not going to be as impactful as you need the team to be at this point, but equally, going for these team fights right now, probably not the best idea. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't if you're the side of NT.
I mean, legit, that is actually the best sort of explanation of where we are right now if you're NT. You need to wait to scale, but clearly Game Lord are not letting you wait to scale. Now, what I do like here is we're seeing a play around Leon.
Yeah, really trying the best here as well. Good cutting away coming out of the Lucian. Nice kick coming through as well. Off the back of that from Doom. They might actually find some here at Scoundrel. Yeku going down. They've got the kick coming through onto the Jarvan. Even with the flag and drag away, still finds himself caught out. This is where Doom is going to start shining. Onto Show, popping out the stone plate as well. But he don't care about that. He's basically a big meat stick at this point. Slaps him about a little bit. A double kill for Doom. This could be the big change they needed, trying to turn some attention in towards the Baron. But here goes Random going ham into the back line. Friend, the one looking quite low, seeming to be the target. But he can't quite get either low enough, it feels like. One more goes down. The Corki's gone. Random the next to fall down here. That will be everyone taken down. NT with a massive turnaround and now put their focus on the Baron.
They're very low HP bars though. Friend does get a little heal off, keep Leon engaged in the fight. Some teleports coming through. This could be very risky. I'm seeing teleports being bought across the board. Here comes Yeku.
Can't do anything about it as well. That could be a massive triple kill for him, though. Finds one. Can he find the next? Looking on towards Snitch, who's just about there to keep himself going, but no. Finally falls down. Collected up at the back end by Doom, I believe it was. Finding himself on a killing spree. So try as they might, Game Lord couldn't quite stop it. Great play coming out for NT.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Very decisive. Finally, when you see them make a play around Leon on the top side of the map, they actually have the damage necessary. Now, it was a man advantage, but that's what you need at this point. If you're NT, you need to be making these cross-map plays where you can find small man advantages. Big play from these guys. You know, I think overall, you're playing and including Leon in your team fights is necessary. I know that NT like to play a split push Leon style. It's something they've done, you know, consistently throughout their history. But just in this particular circumstance, you need your Graves to be involved in the fight. Great play around the Stinge, just kiting it backwards and forwards. That's why I really like the Iceborne Gordon on the center here. It's very solid against the Stinge. And trading 2 for Baron at the end of the day is a relatively worthwhile trade. They have the Infernal Drake that just spawned up. They should be in a relatively comfortable position to secure this.
Probably where you look at that one and say, for Game Lord getting a little bit too comfortable with the lead they've established, and reasonably so, right? There's 1 kill for NT at that point until they get the massive swing back, and you think, okay, we can afford to split a little bit here, but apparently even 3 alone aren't enough. They need to have themselves fully stacked. Doom really following that one through to try and connect the kick, has the GA on side, plus the stone plate to keep himself going. Lots of low health bars on the side of Game Lord here. Is this where we're starting to see that scale building, do you think, for the side of NT?
Yeah, you do have to be worried about it. Like, obviously, the Senna and the Orianna are huge scaling carries, as is Leon, and Leon has been gifted a huge amount of solo experience. He's level 13, which is the highest level in the game right now, even across the Game Lord roster as well. And so you have to be a little worried, I think, if you're Game Lord. You've just lost the Infernal Dragon too, which is a huge win, because that's a huge damage boost now for this scaling composition, and you know that scaling compositions love to have that damage boost on their side. I mean, I think at this point, you know, NT have found their angle back into the game. They just have to be a little
really
careful.
Want this tower. I think they get away with this tower as well. The rotation's a little bit too quick. Everyone on the side of NT swinging down towards the bot lane, and Game Lord saying, thank you very much for that free mid tower. We'll take whatever we can get at this point to try and keep this lead intact, because despite that game state, let's not forget the Game Lord are 3,500 in the lead. Sure, that scaling is coming through for the side of NT. Doom has finally started to find his way back into the game and is having a pretty big impact. you've got to worry about that double AD carry scaling on the other side.
No, I agree. I think you're completely right. With this build on Lucian, he doesn't drop off as hard as he did in previous patches. The old patch was like the Black Cleaver Blade of the Ruined King build, which definitely dropped off after the mid game. But this particular Lucian build, if you have the ability to close the distance on your enemy, you'll scale just as hard as many other AD carries in the game. And so obviously, as you mentioned, big reason that I think Gamelord have got something left in their tank is because they have that Corki and they have that Lucian, as well as honestly the Singed. And one of the things that I think you're gonna have to be worried about is that I don't think that, you know, apart from a Lee Sin kick, there aren't many good ways to deal with the hard engage options that Gamelord have got here for NT. And I think overall NT need to play these fights very sensibly and very carefully, you know, play them very measured. If you miss a shockwave, that's when things are going to get really difficult for NT. And that's maybe where Gamelord could look to come back and exploit a potential advantage.
This will catch coming in here into the backside. Not quite sure about that one, Leon. Not the spot that you want to find yourself getting caught in. That's popped out here. In goes Zephyr as well. Stoneplate coming out to keep himself nice and tanky in the front. They find one. Doom's into the backline. What are you doing, boys? You're giving this advantage away. I think Zephyr making it away is going to be the cherry on the cake here for them. Down goes yet another 2 GAs burn. 2 5v1s coming in. Finally a kill coming in as Clue gets the ult through, but not the man that you want to be finding the kills right now. The shutdown coming in onto Doom. 2 huge kills for Gamelord, and that'll let them breathe easy just for a few more minutes.
I gotta be honest, what was Leon doing? I mean, I suppose that you saw Random in the bot lane, or you might have seen Yekui in the bot lane. I don't know who was in bot for Gamelord when that first came to be, but Leon just went 1v4. And the rest of the team, let's just watch back, right? Okay, Random's bot side. What is did Leon did Leon just think he was dead? Like, was that an accidental dash into the middle of their team? I don't know.
I imagine. Look, mistakes happen, right? We can't always take that away from them. That looked like a dash in completely the wrong direction.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, these guys are pros. I think we're well within our rights to sort of look at things that potentially were an error, and I think that was an error overall. It definitely felt like it was a dash in the wrong direction, unless Leon was genuinely trying to set up for a fight. And I think, unfortunately, the team was just not on the same page, and that has now given a huge advantage back the way of Gamelord. And look at this, Singed going in.
Good kick away as well. Could have got the drag through, but Zepter's locked both of them down here as well. Summoners aren't quite there to keep them out of the safety zone they need to be in. However, breaking down into the full-on 5 versus 5. All 4 members of NT in full retreat here. Great ult coming out from Clue as a killing spree is earned by Yeku onto his double in this fight. Not as bad as it could have been, but you've lost Snitch and Friend, the 2 big players, the 2 big carries that you really need for a Baron fight.
Again, like, once that Lee Sin kick is down, how do you deal with the hard engage from Gamelord? And as we saw from Snitch, the shockwave literally only landed onto Braum. You can't deal with the hard engage. I mean, Leon and Clue trying to go for the 2 versus 5 here, just with those low HP bars. I think Clue's going to drop. And now the Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. This could be end of game for NT if they can't make this work.
And they were really looking for it. To be fair, Clue's ult when it came out did knock 3 back on the side of Gamelord, which stopped it being maybe 3 or 4 kills coming out there and kept it down to the 2. But I think whether it was 2 or 4 doesn't really matter, because that dragon is going to be the next focus, as you say, it's Scoundrel.
Yeah, that will be the next option. Again, look at this. They kicked away the Singed. Nothing to stop the Jarvan finding that Cataclysm. No real escape. Once that shockwave's down, where's your CC? Apart from Clue, as you saw there, which was a very late disengage once people had already died. Yeah. I just don't think there's a good way to deal with the consistent amount of hard engage. And I would count Singed in this particular comp as a form of hard engage, just because of how quickly he's able to get onto the enemy team and slow them down. You know, I don't think there's a good answer from NT to deal with what with that kind of engage that GLD are bringing to the table.
You've got to think about as well the grounded effect that Random brings as well, right? The slow, the no dash, the no flash, the no way of getting out of dodge, doing a lot of work for them on those moments when they really want to just catch someone out. And to be fair, that's the good way of looking at it. Drop down that stickiness, drop down the ult from Zephyr. Afterwards, they are rooted in place. Well, not rooted, but they can't move. You get the gist. And they're basically screwed. Clue was a little bit late on the ult in the previous fight, so I really want to see that being used a little more liberally next time. Don't worry about trying to catch 3 or 4 people with it or keeping it to save a kill, for example. Use it in the early fight to keep those crucial carries alive, because those disengage tools are so valuable. Now looking towards that Drake down at about 2k HP. Doom has got no chance of getting in there for this one. Here's that Singed. Not quite sure on that ult coming out of Snitch, by the way. They will burn their way through the 1. Leon having the GA popped out, but here come the reinforcements from the top side. Another kill coming through. Clue with another ult that again's a little bit questionable. questionable. They almost get the finish off down onto the Lucian, but he walks away on a slither of HP. 2 dead on the side of NT for 1 on the side of Game Lord.
Can they defend this? Can they defend their Nexus is the real question. As the teleports are coming through, you can see Friend doing his best, just trying to knock them away with those extended range that the Senna's got. We have minion waves crashing top and mid right now. I don't think the damage output from the NT roster is good enough to kind of ward Game Lord away right now. Game Lord are in full late game double AD carry mode with a huge frontline to complement them. And I don't think there's much touching this roster if you're not able to get through that front line, which at the moment it doesn't really feel like you are.
No, it's a real battle for them as well. It has been the whole game, to be fair, and we've looked at that jungle as kind of being one of the pivotal points there, where Doom has really tried to force these plays to work out, but Zefter has constantly been there to back up his team, to provide support, to make things work out for them. And a couple of times in these fights, we've touched on the dash coming out of Leon, out of the late ults coming out of Clue, for example, the Wish shockwaves coming out of Snitch. There's just a lot of things going wrong across the team in this first game. Not quite sure why that is, and hope that it improves in game 2. But at least in game 1, I don't see a way of them fighting this one back through.
I think the question that you have to ask yourself is actually, how do you deal with the tanks on Game Lord? Like, if you have a Jarvan and a Singed sitting on you, which person on the NT roster is actually going to kill them? Like, Senna, probably not quickly anyway. Snitch, probably not quickly. And it might be up to Leon, but again, he's very kind of big, heavy burst damage, which tanks are particularly good at dealing with. You don't really have a tank shredder on this NT roster, which is making it very difficult to deal with Random, who is literally running amok through the entire back line of that NT team fight. And that's one of the problems that I think NT are facing with right now. How do you actually kill Jarvan? How do you actually kill Singed? I don't think you have a good way of doing it.
And I think especially with the Orianna, being a little bit behind the build throughout much of the game, like 6k behind the Lucian at this point as well. She's really the only AP threat on this team. You could look towards Clue and say, sure, he can do a little bit, but never really enough. He's constantly trying to find that uphill battle to find a way to get through this tanky, chunky front line coming out of Game Lord. They found themselves onto a couple here, though, again coming in that sticky ground, coming out of the Singed into the toss back immediately. Zefter onto the catch immediately after the cooldowns. They're exhausted. The health bars decimated. This one's pretty much done as NT are being torn asunder by the side of Game Lord.
Did you see in that fight, like, how much damage did Zefter take? He took like a tickle. I think the tower did more damage to him, and that is going to be game for Game Lord. Game 1 taken convincingly, and I think if we're really going to be honest with how that game played out, I think it was genuinely draft difference. I think at the end of the day, you didn't have a good way of killing the tanky front lines. I don't think you had consistent enough tank shredders on your team. And unfortunately, if you weren't able to snowball and get ahead, you're struggling to kill the Jarvan, you're struggling to kill the Singed, and that's exactly how every team fight played out.
That's it. I know we've got a clip to look back at that in just a second as well, but obviously worth noting on there, the difficulty that Orianna to get involved, the small mistakes coming out of NT throughout really did bite them time and time again. We'll hope for a better game too, but for now, it's Scoundrel. I'm sorry, you've got a clip to take us through.
Yes, I want to take a look back at that Elder Dragon fight because it kind of perfectly encapsulates what I'm talking about. First of all, you want to keep your eye on Random. He's literally, that needs to be bigger. 1 second, guys. We'll get there.
There we go. We love us a thick line. Let's go.
Yeah, Random there. He's basically by himself in the middle of the team fight. Clearly, you can see Elder is pretty much secured unless Doom can go for a steal, which really he's not in a great position to do so. So let's watch it out. If I can get rid of all the lines. Again, Random, like, they're tickling him. They are actually tickling him. They've got everybody on him. Eventually he drops, but not before the entire roster has taken like 3/4 of their HP and damage. And remember, we have another tank to work with as well in the form of Zefter. And I think at this point, you're just seeing how strong this GLD roster is at playing front-to-back team fights. It's just incredibly good at just shoving the tanks in the front line and keeping Redemption and Yekui completely protected. I don't really see a good way of threatening Redemption and Yekui in those fights because realistically, you have to get through the Singed and the Jarvan first, and it took so long and so many resources to get through them that you didn't have anything left in the tank for the real threats, which were the Corki and the Lucian. And in that game, that's exactly how it played out for Game Lord. Yeah, okay, there was some silly early game antics that I think Doom didn't have the best early game of his life on the Lee Sin, but realistically, it just came down to draft difference towards the end of the game.
I think ultimately as well, we only really saw that one ace coming out at the solo point in the mid game for NT, and after that, Game Lord, they shut the door. They gave no way back in. However, there are still potentially 4 more games to go in this series. Plenty of chances for NT to try and fight back. Let's see if they can bring down the Lords themselves. It's time for game number 2. Time for game number 2 then. Scoundrel. We had a lot to talk about in that first game. The trials and tribulations coming out for NT, not quite working out the way they would have wanted. Gamelord looking incredibly dominant. And for them, that is a big deal. Again, given they finished 4th in the last Origin series, more points available in this one. That would put them right up towards the top side of the table. I believe 2nd, just behind NT, in fact.
Yeah, I think last Origin series wasn't the best for Gamelord. They didn't maybe finish as highly as they wanted to. Of course, the finals were between then Tribe Gaming, now NT, and Team Queso, which obviously NT were able to win. So I think realistically, it'll be a huge win for this team to kind of catapult themselves much further up the standings, especially because Queso did not have a great Origin series this time round, and therefore this would be a good opportunity for Gamelord to capitalize on that and try and take some scalps as they go. But NT, they have a lot in the left in the tank. They're great players. They just need to think a little bit more about the draft. I think there was too much like bait and switch going on with that draft. Like, because I think Doom and Leon share those champion pools of the Lee Sin and the Graves, I think there was a little bit too much bait and switch going on where they were trying to outthink their opponent in the draft phase rather than just drafting good champions in roles. And that, seemingly didn't have the best impact for them. But as you said, he likes to ban the Garen. That's going to get banned away. And I was actually going to mention in the previous draft, Leon previously in interviews has also said, we like to ban the Akali because I can't play against Akali. So one of the things that we get is two bans that Leon is actually wanting to ban away. But there we go. The Fiora coming through. That's an interesting ban, especially as Fiora is a key champion in Leon's champion pool.
I mean, banned away in the last fixture. The Gragas ban was the one that really excited me from Gamelord there. Quite a surprise. And that Lucian, I was going to say in the last game, but kind of stopped short of saying it. I'm thinking it becomes pretty top prior right now because in the mid lane, it is absolutely terrifying. With that Akali being open, that could be the pick that's the response you want.
Yeah, and I think Akali coming through is an interesting one because I think Snitch plays more Akali than Leon does, but I would not be surprised to see that flexed up towards the top side. There is the Lee Sin. I have to highlight that Leon does play top lane Lee Sin is something, but Rakan coming through this early on in the draft is an interesting one for Gamelord. It may open up the Xayah Rakan, which it will. There we go. The Xayah gets locked in. In competitive, you generally don't tend to see Rakan without Xayah. So that will be another strong AD carry that's benefited heavily from the addition of Estus Reaver coming through here. And that'll be, again, another double AD carry comp being picked up for Gamelord.
No surprise, these big AD carry heavy comps have shone so far. Looks like for Friend, it's going to be that Ezreal coming in. Saw him play a little bit yesterday. The Braum pairing there. Nice safety. Good. Gives them that kind of tank in the mid game that you're really looking for, or at least around that first Drake fight. Otherwise, that tank comps are looking a little bit squishy up to that point. On the other side, the Galio making itself an appearance. I'm really surprised that Graves has made it the whole way through without seeing a pick on either side.
Galio is interesting. I mean, we might see Graves now. Yeah, there we go. So again, this is an interesting one. Galio maybe mid, and that means Lucian top potentially for Gamelord. Although that would be weird because I think if you're putting Galio top in this instance, you're going to get slapped. But I guess if you think that you're going into top lane Akali, then it might be a relatively good option for you. We don't see much Galio top or much Galio Baron lane. That is an interesting addition to this particular lineup. Again, because you're so far away, you're so far removed from the rest of the map, you do lose some efficacy of your ultimate, which you do like to have that roaming potential. So it's an interesting addition. I'm guessing they're predicting that Leon's taking Akali to the Baron lane, which is why we see the Galio here. But overall, it's a very similar style of draft. You've got a beefy front line to protect your double AD carry comp here from Gamelord. I expect to see a team fight played out in a very similar way.
Fingers crossed, we'll find out. Game number 2 is ready. Let's get into it. Alrighty. Game number 2. Gamelord, very dominant in that first game. We saw that one solo kill coming in for the side of NT for the longest time. Did find themselves that ace into the mid game, which did get things swinging again. But really, Gamelord has said close the door at that point and gave them no way back in. Looks like it is going to be random in the top lane playing on that Galio. So we are going to see the Lucian staying in the mid. As you say, it kind of removes away the efficacy of the ultimate. Not going to be as powerful or as potent across the map as maybe you'd look to. But I guess time will tell it, Scoundrel.
Yeah, and I think also what you're seeing here is that what I predicted, I don't think Leon likes to play Akali, and so therefore it is going over to Snitch. It does mean you now have Galio into an AD matchup, which is not a great look for Galio. It will be a rough early laning phase versus the Lee Sin. Random will have to play more defensively than he maybe would like, but I imagine this is going to be full tank Galio, so he's not expecting to go any AP in this build, and just looking to be someone that's going to soak up as much damage as physically possible in these team fights. Doom is going, and this is what I prefer, by the way. I know I said there's that flexibility between Leon and Doom going like the Lee top and the Graves jungle this time round. I do prefer Doom on the Graves. I think he just has, a bit more agency and also has a bit more ability to scale up. And Leon, he's super aggressive. He looks for big, flashy plays. He has the high mechanical skill ceiling that you would need to make Lee Sin work. I think this is the better setup for NT overall.
Yeah, Doom as well, black on that Graves that we saw do so much work yesterday, not too surprised. One thing I will give towards Random, he's kind of got that dilemma to make for the team here, where he really is the only AP threat on that team. That's going to come back to bite them big time if you just start seeing Leon, even Doom starting to go towards some armor-based items. Clue especially could be absolutely huge for them in the mid-game. That's one thing that makes me slightly nervous for that Galio if he does go towards a full tank setup. See if that kind of becomes more of a hybrid style thing, although you don't really often see hybrid builds all that much.
I think sometimes you see Rod of Ages into tank, which is like a halfway house, I guess, between that kind of tanky and AP threat. We do see a lot of full tank Wukong jungles now. So this could be maybe, like I said, maybe a more hybrid offering in terms of tank versus AP from the Galio top side. And then you just have, oh my goodness.
Get nuked. See ya.
Friend just completely disrespecting the feathers.
Yeah. There was so many kind of strewn under tower there as well. And they saw the dive coming through. I think when Clue returned back, Friend was like, you know what? This ain't so bad. But look at that. Barrier on side, flash on side, not even able to react. And as you say, disrespecting those feathers.
Yeah, not a good look getting killed in a 2v2, especially at this level of play. Not what you'd be after. Okay, it will be Rod of Ages Galio. I just saw the catalyst at Aeons get picked up into his kit. There's, if his friend uses the dash, he's got loads of, he just disrespects the feathers. He walks straight into their path. He could have flashed, he could have used barrier, just, not expecting that damage output from Redemption, I don't think.
No, it's like we said earlier on as well, right? Like, it's silly to think that you won't see errors at this level of play. We saw Leon's dash forward in the previous game that cost him his life and ultimately his team-to-team fight. Small things like that will happen. And for Friend there, a small miscalculation. Won't jump on his back too much because we'll see what he can do as the game begins to progress. Stepping towards this next point where the ult's coming through on the bot side, but an easy cleanup here with Zepter getting himself involved in the bot lane.
Yeah, another pickup for them on the bottom side of the map. Clue and Friend have definitely been the targets here. And you can see that Doom has made his way down, got a decent level set behind him. He's been kind of hyper farming his way in the jungle, as you do expect a Graves to do. He's got loads of his own jungle left up and available to go and clear now as well. And of course, one of those new things that have come from patch 2.4 is that, decision-making process between the Rift Herald and the Dragon. We have some teams, seen some teams like Na'Vi, for instance, really prioritize Rift Herald as a first take. And some teams, like we saw in the previous game, swear by going for the Dragon still at that 4-minute mark. That does open up some tactical options on the map. Clue. I mean, Clue. Was there any reason for you to be there? Like, you were way past your own minion wave. I guess he was trying to stop the backs, but I'm not sold. I'm not gonna lie, not sold.
One thing I will give to this, by the way, I noticed that yesterday when we were casting as well, at the minute every single jungle camp is permanently up. So even when they've killed buffs, they're always online. It makes it quite confusing to know what the hell's on, what's not, but we'll just play it by ear and see what buffs people walk out of the jungle with. Now this is essentially moving up towards that top side. In fact, is this double being done? No, one on the top side for Game Lord. Can Doom get up there in time is now the big question.
True Shot Barrage does come through. No AD carries on the right side of the map. You can see Snitch goes in and there's Leon.
Oh, he's trying to do what he can here. Show going pretty low, but going in with a knock-up on the backside as well. Clue, frontline like a real champ here. Leon's in there as well. Gets away in a slither of HP. Not even taken down. Yeku incredibly low. Snitch, he's the one on full HP here. But either way, both teams just step away. Sure, some bruised and battered members, but no one going down in that skirmish.
Yeah, Redemption has made his way up towards this top side of the map, though, so he'll be here to try and complement this Rift Herald push coming out. I think they should be able to secure it. You can see that Friend is backing, didn't try and go for a bot lane tier 1, and I think there was actually a missed opportunity for NT. I think NT could have actually taken the Rift Herald when it was on low HP, but they chose to be more aggressive and push into the blue side jungle looking for kills. But I think there was an opportunity to secure the Rift Herald, and I think they missed it.
It's one of those they may look back on en route a little later on. It is only a 1.5k gold lead, but it's going to be about the use of that Rift Herald is the one that we'll be looking for from the side of Game Lord to see how much further they can extend that lead. At this point, all towers still alive across the map as well. No early aggressive players coming out to try and force those down. No split pushing on the go when we saw either of those objectives being started. So I imagine you will see that first tower being the main focus of that Herald for the next few minutes.
And I think it also may set up for the second Drake. I mean, we saw that in the previous game. We saw the fact that Game Lord waited until that second Drake spawned. They dropped it top to create pressure on the side that's furthest away from that dragon, and then they used that to keep Leon attached to the top lane, which then allowed them to go for the second dragon for free. So that could be something that we see them do as well. But of course, if it does present an opportunity, especially on the mid lane tier 1, you will probably see them drop it earlier, because obviously that mid lane tier 1 is incredibly impactful, as well as the first Tower Blood coming through as well.
And that Black Cleaver now being finished off by the Wukong as well. Shreds through teams in the fights with that ultimate online. Armor reduction galore, the way that you look at it. Not that there's always going to strictly be a ton of armor on the other side this early into the game, but it's more about how it enables those on his team, mainly looking towards Redemption and Yeku there playing on those 2 AD carries.
And that's one thing that I think that you have to be worried about again if you're NT. I don't think you have a team fight that is as capable again of dealing with the amount of CC and front to back style that Game Lord have got. One thing that you do have in your favor, you correctly mentioned, is there isn't a significant AP threat here. A tower dive will be coming through. Flash comes out very early.
Random. Already catching on Clue as well from the Winter's Fight, but not enough to finish him off. Now it's Doom behind enemy lines in deep trouble. Dr. Doom himself falling down pretty comfortably there. Almost a bit of an overcommitment coming through from NT.
It was. He said almost. It literally just was. I think realistically, you burn the flash of Random. He goes very, I think he'll get away from this. I mean, Snitch is behind enemy lines right now.
I mean, even Yeku's in the front line here trying to do what he can. Look how low he is. The shield coming through. Redemption, the back line, 1 feather would be enough, but Leon's walking away on literally a slither of HP.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Very, very good reactions from Clue to get that shield up to protect Leon at the very last moment there. But I think, going back to that tower dive, it was an overextension. I think you burn the flash of Random away from the tower. You leave it at that. You back off and try and take as many plates as you can from that tower. We'll take a look back here. Okay, so yeah, look. Random knows what's up. Flashes away. That's it. I think you should leave it. I think he's walking away from his tower at that point. I think it's very difficult to commit when you don't have a minion wave. And it was a big overcommit because they didn't have the minion wave either. And without the minion wave, it makes it 10 times harder to facilitate these dives. And unfortunately, they were punished for it. This is that little play. Not much to really analyze here. I think just some good uses of barriers
as well.
Yeah. Good uses and barriers and a great shield coming out from Clue. But not a huge amount extra to analyze there.
It's again one of the other cases, I think, with Doom, where he's really keen to be this playmaker like he was in the series yesterday. Get the game rolling, really take the ball by the horns and run away with it. But the side of Game Lord, they're clued up to that. They know what they're doing. They're just able to react and deal with it. Again, that reactivity that we saw in the previous game was the one that we touched on. Zephyr just had his number no matter where he was always present to be able to respond to Doom's plays. And while it hasn't quite snowballed to the same level, now we're looking towards this charge coming in from the Herald. Nice chunk down. Drake's still online. I wonder if we now get to see the Lucian and the Lee Sin also roam down. That appears to be the case.
Yeah, I think you need the Lucian here if you are going to be successful in the fight for Game Lord. And you can see that NT are smelling that. They want to make that fight happen. They have got a good, ability to, rather they're breaking up the fight right now for Game Lord because Lucian is being forced to take the long way around. True Shot Barrage lands on everybody. Here comes the fight.
Okay, a big engage at the back of it as well. Great knockups coming in onto the other side, but the health bars stay pretty high for the side of NT. They managed to burn their way almost through one. Show the first one going down. Triple kill coming out of the fight as well. Big double execute coming through for the Akali. Health bars go low. Redemption's trying to do what he can, but he can only finish off the one. Great flash over the wall, but he's solo and caught up by the Q from the Ezreal. That's a clean sweep coming through for NT.
I need to see that again. What the hell happened for Snitch to get that kind of setup? Ridiculous. He's gone for the very, very... Let's take a look back. Right, okay. Great kick from Leon. Beautiful kick. Kicks a very high HP target, gets a lot of initial damage down. That's an initial pick off by Snitch. He's over the wall here. He has that second setup. And there we go. Yeah, 2 low health numbers. That was so well played from Snitch. You don't get... I think it's so difficult to pilot Akali properly in coordinated play, but he's done it so well here, and I think a big win for NT on the back of that second Dragon fight. Huge start to the fight from Leon, though. I've got to credit him for that Lee Sin kick. He did a lot of initial damage to kick things off by kicking one of the highest HP targets through the team, therefore maximizing the damage output that the kick's going to provide. But a huge setup. And as well as that build for Snitch, by the way, this is a very common Akali build. It really does prioritize a heavy amount of burst. I think he might be dead here, Yeku.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much dead. When you've got 4 or 5 members all converging on your location, all with ultimates on side, you're not walking away alive.
Are they going to try and go for Baron here? I mean, there is a mid lane push coming out from Game Lord, but I don't think they're going to have it in them to take it.
I think at this point they back away because Clue's coming in with the ultimate. One towards the front, Zeftor being caught out with it, and the Winter Spite followed through, but not enough to see him being caught out for too long and dropped down. Of course, worth looking at that tower count that we've now got sitting up for either side, by the way. 2 to NT, 1 to Game Lord, as we're about to find yet another go in the way of NT. This is where they can potentially start taking control of this game as they now build up a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, it's another big push onto this mid lane tier 1 here. You can see the Game Lord are desperate to try and get that down, but they're going to be forcing a fight that they might not want.
Stitch in the back line as well, got the ultimate on, but no one quite low enough to make the execute really count for anything here. Zeftor going in towards the front, trying to bring down Doom, but not enough connecting damage. Redemption taking an absolute chunk from Stitch in the front, but it's going to be a kill coming in for the Ezreal. So 1 kill to NT, and they stave off the attackers.
They are slowly getting to grips with this game, and I think one of the great additions to this particular comp is that Akali. Akali can ignore front lines, get past them, and threaten the back lines, and I think that's what we've seen Snitch do successfully in 2 major team fights so far. Watch this again. Very, very heavy commit to this mid lane tier 1. They really want it, and you can see Snitch looks for his opportunity, waits and waits and waits. Yeah, exactly. Redemption as well. Overextends here. Snitch finds his angle and it dives onto him. Great Mystic shot to kind of catch him on the come down of that Featherstorm coming out from Friends. There was a well-timed Mystic shot that actually secures the kill, but you could see Snitch waits for his moment. He doesn't care about the Wukong. He doesn't care about the Galio. He just waits for his opportunity to dive into the backline and threaten Redemption or threaten Yekwi. And that's why I like this Akali addition to this roster. It deals with the double AD carry comp much better than their previous front-to-back attempt that they had.
So Random's acknowledged as well, as we spoke about in the early game, that they need some AP threat on this team. So no tank coming through here. Full gung-ho on the Galio as the death cap going to be the second item coming out. Looking on towards that other side, it's being matched up at least for now by Snitch, and we've seen what he can do in a couple of these fights. Those items on side, he's going to be ripping through those squishies.
And I think actually we're in a good spot overall for NT. And also, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I can feel the difference mechanically for Leon on this Lee Sin. I'm not saying that Doom isn't gifted mechanically, but Leon is kind of known as one of the best mechanical players in Europe, and he's just finding these angles. He's just playing these team fights that much better than I've seen most of the Lee Sins play, and he's adding something extra to these team fights for NT on this pick.
It's so different after yesterday where he was playing the more passive roles on the Gragas as well. And then he even said in the interview, a few times I was just there and people died and I didn't have to do anything. I just had to walk into a fight and mash a button a few times and that was my role done. Whereas it was down to my teammates to really drag things through. And I look at it and just think for Doom, the word that is always going to spring to mind for him in future for me is over-aggressive. He loves to be that playmaker. He loves to get in the front line. Yes, it has calmed down a little bit in this game. He got punished the one time that he did go over-aggressive, but here's Zeftor doing a little bit of over-aggressiveness of his own, charging in with the ultimate, barely any health bars, dropping low. Show's going in for the support, instantly stunned out on the other side. Clue, amazing counter-engage. The ultimate lands across every single member of the side of Game Lord, everyone being burnt down. Low health bars on the side of NT, but no one yet falling. Random down to a slither of HP. Save throw for the Xayah. In goes Friend. He finds one, makes it a fourth. Don't think he'll quite find the last, gets the triple in the fight. And now you're going to see NT turn towards the Baron.
Game Lord thought they had an opportunity. They saw Doom away from the team. They made that instantaneous engage. The Galio ultimate layered over the top of the Wukong, but they couldn't find it successfully. They weren't able to make a convincing enough engage to land the damage necessary. A great kite back, as you said. I think the Braum was such an intelligent pick here, and you're going to see why exactly in this scenario. Braum shield up. Can't land that double AD carry damage into the backline. And look at that ultimate. How disgusting was that Braum ultimate to find the re-engage when Doom was in the fight and you saw Snitch just able to pick off people on the front line as well. And then Friend, finally, when those late HP's bars are ready, he can find those aggressive arcane shifts and clean up the fight. But you're just seeing the power of the Braum in this particular comp as well, just providing that protection against the double AD carries. Another engage comes through.
Yeah, Zeftor again is doing it all over again here. Wants to get himself in deep. Leon, my mind's telling me no, my body's not quite telling me yes. It says not quite following it through onto Random in the back line, sitting down at low HP. I do want to touch on Friend and Clue for a second. Let's not forget in the early game, both of them died in that 2v2 in the bot lane. Well, Clue, I guess, more in the 3 versus 2. They didn't have a good start to this game, but are making such high impact between them on the team fights in this game, and that is where NT really shine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Game Lord were able to turn the screw enough on that bot side of the map. And, one death in the early game, it's not great, but it's not awful either, right? Oh, my word, did Doom just find the kill? He did. He
just tower dove. Yeah, he tower dove to get the kill solo onto a Lucy, and that's what you want to see. Will pay for it with his life. but this should be where there's a bit of bite back maybe coming in for the side of NT. Going in, GA Modat being popped out here onto the Zephyr. Sorry, not that. The stone plate coming through, I meant to say. They've burnt through this bottom tower as well. Top tower's being burnt down. Mid still stands, but is also down to about a third HP. NT are just all over this game at this point. The only thing they're missing is a few minions to close the game.
Yeah, and you can see that Gamelord tried to run an exact copy of their previous comp. They tried to play tanky frontline, double AD carry, front to back, but this time it was an adaptation from NT as they take the game, and deservedly so, because I think they brought the right answers in the draft. A mobile AD carry that can get away from the engage, Braum to protect against the double AD carry threat from the backline. It means that you don't instantaneously get that damage burst off, and it means you can find the reset and the re-engage. Snitch, who can circumvent the front line to threaten the backline, and then you have Doom and Leon who are able to just make individual plays as well. I think there were better answers from NT in the draft, and you could clearly see it in the way they executed this time round.
Yeah, for me, a lot of it came down to Doom as well. I know in the previous game, we saw him at 1 and 4 in the early game, being caught out a lot for that over-aggression, and we saw flickers of aggression in this game, but already what we're seeing, the kind of narrative forming between Doom and between Zephyr, is Zephyr's kind of sat in a spot where, again, he's quite reactive, not really the one to be the big playmaker. Admittedly, on the Wukong, you're waiting for that level 5 more than anything else, but Doom had just the right amount this game where he was still getting involved, making things happen around the map, but wasn't finding himself being caught out as much.
Yeah, and I think also with Graves, you're a bit more of a passive jungler. Like, you are just there to soak up as much golden experience as you can. Yeah, okay, as you said, there was some over-aggressive plays. Like in this particular instance, you didn't really have the information to go for aggressive
really,
towers. Yeah, but I think Doom just able to have much more impact on a carry like this, whereas Leon can make the more flashy plays, the flashy engages and the Lee Sin, which we were able to see him do time and time again. But, I think the big story was more just the compositional play, and this was a beautiful team fight. Snitch, got to be honest, I think Snitch was an absolute beast this game. I think everybody had a much better time this, in this particular game for NT, but Snitch, massive on the Akali, had a lot of work to do in these team fights, but he stepped up to the role excellently.
It's one of those that you look at, I think. The Akali is where I get really frustrated, is she's kind of invisible for much of the game. She's not the big flashy, bam, I've got a big ult to come in and just nuke everyone on the team. She's there that kind of appears in a mid-game team fight. There's a few low health bar members, and suddenly they're gone. And it's like, what the bloody hell just happened there? Either way, game 3 is ready. Let's get into it. Here we go again, basically a reset into a best of 3 with either team taking one game very decisively each as well. So we'll see how things play out now with the full reset coming in. Will we see that aggression from Doom coming back to bite them, or will we see Zephyr finally finding the answer to have something to do with Doom on the other side? Pick and ban's ready at Scoundrels, so how about we get straight into it?
Pick and ban has been so incredibly important, I think, Derry, across both of these games. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think NT had the better answers on red side. I think they adapted super well. I think they understood how to deal with a tank double AD carry, composition that GLD was building. And I think, Yekwi and Redemption are both great AD carry players. I can understand why Gamelord are prioritizing a double AD carry comp for themselves, but I think the Corki was the better option. And the reason I think the Corki was the better option is he's 80% magic damage. All of his basic attacks, most of his skills, it's magic damage. It gives you the mixed damage profile that you were talking about. And you mentioned it's too easy for Braum to itemize when your 2 major damage threats are a Lucian and an Azaya, and we saw in that game that they weren't quite as effective. Similar bans, but Wukong changed up here. It is a very popular European jungler that is going to get banned away, and this time on blue side, they don't want to first pick the Akali. They're not confident in its efficacy here, and we'll see the Fiora ban for Gamelord at the end.
It's interesting because it felt like they were starting to find an answer to Zephyr's Wukong as well. And really, the onus is on Gamelord here to be the ones who adapt. They're the ones who lost the previous fixture and need to come up with some new ideas. Couple of picks open. That grey still here that we'll look towards.
Sorry, Derry, what's going on with my hair? Holy moly! You know
what you've done? You've done what I do sometimes, where you pull it forward and your hair kind of just.
I've given myself. I've given myself like a Johnny Bravo quiff.
Oh, mama.
oh, baby. Wait a second. I'm fixing it. Okay, ready?
Oh, you got the hairband. Look,
I've got the hairband,
this
mate.
Is truly 2021. I'm normally
hairband.
the same, but I've got something called a headband from my headset now, which is doing it for me. You know what, though? We're missing a whole draft phase here.
I'm sorry, mate.
Carries already locked in.
I had a huge quiff, and
it
was just all over the place. I couldn't look at it anymore, mate. Right, double AD carry for NT this time around, but they pick up the Braum alongside. Looks like Gamelord are responding with the Okay, the Ezreal and the Orianna here, so they're going for like a more of an NT draft one, but I love the addition of the Ezreal because it gives you some more mobility, it gives you some more flexibility of the way that you're approaching these team fights. They're taking the Lee Sin for that disengaging kick, maybe to isolate an AD carry if they get a good flank opportunity. Basically triple AD carry coming out from NT with the Graves being added in here. Very interesting draft from NT. And then the Xin Zhao at the end.
Okay. Leon top, then that's going to be the Xin Zhao surely going into the jungle. But saying that, we did see quite a bit of Xin Zhao in the top lane yesterday. Real good scrapper in the early game, especially once you start looking towards that first item or two coming online and the Sona coming through as the final pick. Feels like a very old school comp coming up for Game Lord of Scoundrel.
Yeah, the Sona picked up here because it is a relatively safe pick into Braum. Like if you're able to keep your distance, you're not going to get punished too hard by the Braum unless he can land a Winter's Bite. You are always running that risk. If he lands a Winter's Bite, you could be in trouble. But overall, if you can you can play behind the minions, you don't get caught out too heavily, then I think, Sona is a relatively solid pick. It offers a lot of scaling. It offers a hell of a lot of scaling for Game Lord. Like you have Orianna, Ezreal, Sona, like incredible late game teamfight scaling here. With I'm imagining a tank Gragas and a Lee Sin jungle. You've got to be careful though. I'm very interested in NT's comp. That's hyper damage, but not much to absorb apart from the Braum. If you get to late game for NT, I don't think you get matched in terms of damage output. And that's what I think Game Lord will have to be a little concerned about, but they have a lot of sustain with the Sona built in, so that might give them the edge. I think it's too difficult to call. I think both of these teams want to scale. Both of these teams want to get to late game. And I think it really is going to come down to how they end up executing these team fights.
I'm looking towards the Sin and just thinking that ultimate's going to be massive. We saw it from a player called Risk yesterday. I believe it was in the Cut versus Sunlight series. Constantly being the front line for them by knocking everyone out. And they were like, well, we can't exactly get close again. It just pushed us all back. And the damage was, well, negligible thanks to that ultimate and the way it works for the Xin. So we'll see just what impact he has and, of course, where these picks go. Let's get into game number 3. See how this one shakes down. Alrighty, so taking the first quick look, it is Leon in the top lane and Doom going back onto that Xin. Quite a historic pick in the Origin series, especially for Doom, it feels like. For those who didn't watch June, he was one of the first junglers in the whole competition to pioneer bringing this along, running a lot of things like the Blade of the Ruined King into the Black Cleaver, for example, and was generally just an absolute nightmare on the Xin Zhao. But I think he's coming up against Zephyr here on that Lee Sin. Wants a little bit of early game aggression. Less reactive, more proactive coming out of the Lee. This, for me, is going to be where Zephyr can really define himself in this series and say, you know what? Doom is not the only playmaker present.
Yeah, I think Doom likes the Xin Zhao into Lee Sin matchup, though. He's pretty happy with taking trades, on that particular jungle matchup, which is why he actually pioneered it in the first place, because he was sick of playing Lee Sin in solo queue and wanted an answer. So he actually quite liked the Xin Zhao pickup. But I'm interested to know whether we see a difference in build path for Doom, whether we see that kind of bruisery Blade of the Ruined King Black Cleaver build that we saw previously, or whether some of the new items like an Essence Reaver, like a full damage Xin Zhao could come out. That's something that I was talking to him about before he jumped into this series. I was saying, what are you going to play in the jungle, mate? And I was saying, you're going to play Xin Zhao? He said, I'm not going to tell you. So I'm just very interested to see where he goes with this. A level 2 gank onto the bot side of the map here, trying to punish that Sona very early on. Hasn't worked out, but now Leon might be in trouble.
I mean, definitely. He's got the barrier, he's got the flash on side, but he's caught on the wrong side of this one, trying to play around the minions. Instead, there's some good dancing back and forth, but unfortunately going to find absolutely nothing for it. I mean, we saw this in the previous game when Zephyr came up to give a little bit of assistance onto that top side against the Graves, and here, it results in first blood.
Yeah, Doom revealed himself on the map too early on here with a level 2 gank. Hasn't taken too many of his camps away. And as you said, Leon just attempting to use the minion wave in his favor, trying to at least trade 1-for-1 at the end, went for the flash as well. A little overconfident in his damage output at this stage in the game, and has also burnt a pretty key summoner that he could have kept hold of. And it looks like we're going to get a vertical jungle split as well, with Zephyr going for this blue side invade and Doom responding in kind, going for the blue side jungle invade of his own.
Yeah, looking towards random here and just thinking, okay, well, that level 5 is going to hit a bit sooner. You got both sums online. They can line up here to try and make a play. It could be absolutely massive. You've got the level 5 already coming in into Zephyr, and that dash forward is all they need. That's the go sign. Surely Snitch is going to be the target. No, they commit instead towards Doom, who's caught red-handed. Down he goes. Oh, good flash away from Snitch. Almost found himself not bad towards the team, but yet another kill coming through for Game Lord.
Yeah, Game Lord just able to punish the gank. They had set up a good counter gank with both Zephyr and Random there, and Doom just got punished for overextending and looking to make a play onto Yekui early on. Snitch definitely wanted to be more aggressive in this laning phase, try and punish the Orianna, and Doom gets caught out. Top side dominance here for Game Lord. They have got complete control of that area of the map.
Spoke about that proactivity coming in for Zephyr. Was he going to be finding himself waiting until level 5? The answer apparently no. Getting himself involved on the top side, taking the buff, then moving down towards the mid lane. Really good start for him. Not so much the same story for NT. Oh, goodbye.
Okay, Doom returns and gets his revenge, it looks like, and Snitch able to pick up a kill on that Orianna. That's an important advantage that you want to try and give that way. You can see this bot lane is kind of struggling right now for both Clue and Friend. It is a lane that is rough to deal with because of the range that they have, and if Braum can't find an aggressive engage onto the Sona, then you are going to start to struggle in terms of out-sustained and outranged and out-poked realistically in that laning phase, and you can see that Friend and Clue just having to play on the back foot for the time being.
Yeah, I think you summarized it really well there. The poke lane coming in from Redemption Show, just doing a lot of damage to them without really any response. And now that Friends hit level 5, sorry. League PC coming to mind for you there. Now that it's hit the level 5, sorry, with that ultimate online, sure, he can give it back a little bit. He can start snapping back when he needs to, but is it really going to be enough to deal with a Sona and an Ezreal? Probably not.
No, it's more the Sona, right? I think for the Ezreal is a little difficult to get hold of, right? That's the harder part of that bot lane. I think for the most part, if you're ever going to sort of attempt to do anything towards the bot lane for Game Lord, you have to kind of focus down the Sona. That was your question, right?
Around that, yeah.
Yeah. I was asking myself, was Derry asking that? I couldn't quite work it out. But yeah, I think realistically you're safe as Redemption. That's why you've picked it up in this comp. Like, you have a lot of flexibility. Ezreal is probably the safest AD carry in the game. We are going to see a Rift Herald for a Dragon trade here, which is again something that we talked about, the breadth of tactics that are now offered because both of these objectives spawn. But this is an aggressive play.
Yeah, they're saying forget about the bot side here. We don't need to stack all of us on that one. 1 or 2 is enough. And they've even managed to force Game Lord off it because Game Lord didn't commit all 5. You had Yeku running around towards the bot side. They're going to be able to take away both major buffs here at Scoundrel.
That's a huge play for NT, actually. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it, but they actually utilized that package really well. I think it's one of the things that you have to be willing to be aggressive on Corki with. It's such a huge neutral objective tool. Like that package is of key importance in terms of like gaining control of these big neutral objectives. And as you said, because Game Lord had just committed to the top side here, and I think NT knew about it. They were just able to completely leave Doom by itself with absolutely no threat of a steal coming through on their Dragon, and they were able to commit a lot of resources to protecting that Rift Herald from going down, because Rift Herald does take longer than Dragon to go down in general, because you have to kind of wait for that eye to expose itself to do the majority of the damage. It was very easy then for NT to get back up towards that top side of the map and then just kind of force them out of the pit with that Corki package, which is what we saw.
So much more balance in this game already, I'll mention as well. Yes, we're about 6 minutes in. It's not super far ahead in terms of game progress, but look at the two teams gold-wise here. About 200 gold sat between them right now. You're looking towards both and saying, okay, well, who scales better here? I kind of worry for the mid-game. Once Yeku gets himself some items stacked up behind that Shockwave, that's when you're really going to start having trouble on the side of NT. Especially given you've got 380 carries rolling around here, but the big advantage you have got is there's a lot of mobility, lots of dodgeability, you might want to call it if you wish. Leon, though, going to have to flash as well as go for the dodge here in this CC. Far too much. One knockback, second knockback. No man's going anywhere. It's like a pinball up here in the top lane. Should find himself going down. Oh, random. So close to going down, but will keep himself alive. Try the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, but Yeku actually goes down in the mid lane. A lot of resources committed by Snitch, Doom, and Clue, but they will get the mid lane tier 1 for it without having to drop the Rift Herald either, which is a huge win for NT overall. You can see how many resources the Game Lord are piling into shutting Leon down, but great for NT to be able to just respond in other areas of the map.
Probably see what happened in the mid lane here as well. I mean, the Orianna did have the flash on side, but eats a full call into the face almost here as well. Then in comes Doom, flashes straight onto that one. The easy dive coming out with the ult to close things off. And they turn their attention towards the tower. And even with the flash on side, still confident enough to go for the dive. Orianna, famously one of the most difficult champions to be playing safely in a lane when that flash is down. And repeat on the top side of this double knockback.
Yeah, she's actually probably one of the worst champions in the game when you don't have flash. It's just so easy to get on top of and very, very difficult for her to escape. So as you said, very good commit from Game Lord. Let's take a look at the builds then. Again, it looks like it's going to be a Black Cleaver build from Doom, so very similar to his old Origin series build that we saw in the previous time he kind of had this outing. More of a facilitator for both Leon and Snitch, rather than being, a major damage threat in his own right. But of course, if he goes for that Blade of the Ruined King following this, he will be a significant damage threat. Now he's waiting around on this top side of the map here.
Going for the knockback immediately as well. The missile coming out of Random, but he just walks away like, yeah, and what? However, it's the Lee Sin. Zephyr that's been caught in the middle of this one might find himself popped down. No HP, the flash forward from Snitch. They'll also catch out Random, who died with both the flash and the barrier online, opting to burn neither. Now the Orianna, as we spoke, should not be stepping forward onto this one. She is not in a safe spot if she gets engaged on.
Oh my word, look at this. They are turning the heat up here, NT. Just going from strength to strength, tower diving, taking down these towers in both the mid and top lane in quick succession. Take a look back here at Doom again, just trying to find the edge on Random. That was, again, as you said, a big miss ult from him. A big, I would say an overcommit from Zephyr, realistically, actually, to that fight. And Snitch with a great rotate, catches them under tower, and they're able to take out 2 members for nothing. And of course, Yekui can't get back into the fight at this point. He's too far away, and a 3 versus 1. Orianna's not going to win that.
The Drake comes online as well as have now grown that gold lead that was dead even about 5 minutes ago, completely up to a 4K gold lead they currently sit on top of here. This Drake now being started up, basically a whole item advantage. NT the first ones to it, going to go for an attempted steal, eaten up by the Unbreakable out of the Braum. The Corki friend over the other side of the pit here, do get away with it, but there's a couple caught in the pit. Can Clue get out? Yes, he can. A flash over from Doom, a dash away, stand behind me coming through. Nice and simple for NT, and that was in a 4 versus 5 at Scoundrel, because on the top side, we've seen Leon chew through a tower, get the Rift Herald down, and even likely have it connect into the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and he's going to get a plate from that, so the plate gold goes his way as well. Looks like Doom caught out, kick comes through.
Just enough to keep him alive, I think. Stone plate, nothing really to worry about there. Combo and damage has been done. Knows he doesn't get a kill. There it's more about saving his own life. Under the bot lane, though, potentially a dive coming in. Look at that damage coming out of Friend here. 1 HP on the Stoner, but now he's going to find himself cleaned up, no doubt, by Zephyr. Energy just about there to finish that one off. He trades his life back out. A killing spree coming in for Doom. They want to dive for that one. It's going to be a kill coming out for Snitch. They commit all the way. And now Random, there's even up more than he can shoot. Cullen coming through. Not going to connect all the way on. As down goes Snitch, almost dangerously low, but not quite low enough that he gets himself finished off. Why is Leon being left alone on the top side again?
Oh my gosh. They've just given Leon a inhibitor tower on the top side of the map at 9 minutes into the game. A 7k gold lead for NT. If NT throw this game, this has got to be the biggest throw I've ever seen. They have got so many resources in their back pockets, so many win conditions already activated. They are looking on fire in this game right now.
It's insane. I mean, looking towards the goal difference we saw just a second ago, I think the smallest we've got is 500 in the AD carries. But as you go progressively further and further up the board, the gold lead just grows greater and greater for the side of NT. A massive lead they've established themselves in now. And for Game Lord, no doubt starting to scratch their heads and think, well, we're down 7k, guys. Where does the fight back come in against a triple AD carry comp?
You do have the scaling, though. You've got the Sona, the Ezreal, and also the Orianna. It's going to take time to get there. It would have to be an overconfident play from NT in order for them to lose out on this. Maybe something. Yeah, exactly. He is being left alone again. A little bit slow to the chase here from Random, and it means another tower will drop in the favor of NT. I'm envisioning it's going to have to be some kind of crazy Baron throw here. If NT want to end up dropping, maybe a steal coming through, and looks like Snitch is overextended. Hasn't the Sonic Wave attached to him right now?
Yeah, I mean, goes back in as well. Almost gets the finish off onto Zephyr, who's burning. Will finally get finished out, even with the 3-man there. It's still a trade coming back in. Snitch now picking up the Infinity Edge.
They are trying to get on to Skalba, who will drop.
Yeah. I mean, you're 1v1ing in a Zinzao. What do you expect as a Sona, if not actually the most immobile champion in the game? On the bottom side, Leon wins the 1 versus 1. You cannot be affording that against the split pusher, because he's now going to absolutely terrorize either your jungle or that bot lane tower. JQ with no choice has to leave this Baron all to the side of NT. That lead now at 10k is only going to grow further in the coming minutes.
Is Zephyr going to get here in time to steal this? It's getting dropped pretty low. I don't think he will.
I mean, it's taking quite a while.
It is taking quite a while. Leon! Oh, no, they get it just in time. Zephyr has to flash back over the wall here as he committed a little too hard with the safeguard. As he said, little edgy for Leon. Yeah, a little edgy for Leon here.
The thing is, the Orianna doesn't really have... Oh, okay, now this is a big one. Going up. What? That flash forward is so aggressive. Almost gets the kill, but the Zhonya's comes out. One more tick would have been enough, but knows he's got to flee. No way you get away from Random. Goes in with the flash dunk onto the head. It's as simple as that. I've got to look towards JQ, though, here is Scoundrel. Still only got 1 item, but as soon as that Ceres, which he's now picked up, comes online, starts building towards the death cap, he's really going to start swinging.
But yeah, he does need to be, that's something we have to be keeping our eyes on, of course. As you said, it is a huge item spike for Yekui if he can get there. And Leon going down, he's a huge threat. He has a load of damage. Wait, is this just a big engage coming out from Zephyr?
trying to go away into the back, I think, but Clue being the front line that he is on this Braum, taking basically no damage from anything that Game Lord can throw out. On the top side, a massively stacked wave crashes into the Nexus. Game Lord with no choice but to respond, and they lose almost half HP off that Nexus already. Big fight in front of the tower, though. One coming through for Redemption. Okay, a little bit of breathing room being created for Game Lord here. Can they find one more? Shockwave onto Doom. Not enough to bring him down or create the opportunity. Friend, he's out of mana. They know. They smell blood. They're going all the way in. Nothing can be done. Zefta dangerously, though, Snitch in. Gets the wrong target. He shoots onto Redemption. He's going to lose his life as well. It's Doom all alone. Game Lord somehow have managed to drag this one back. Do they know about Leon?
Look at
Finds
Leon.
one. Could he find two? Goes in for the second. The ult comes out. Random also going down. No more to be found, but that is one way to give your team a little bit of breathing room. Absolute insanity in the mid to late game at Scoundrel.
I'm going to be honest with you, NT absolutely greeded for that mid lane inhibitor tower. They did not need to be that aggressive. They have time on their side. They had that Baron buff. They could have waited for Leon to get back in the fight. Goodness gracious, again, look, massive overkill from Doom here. He didn't actually have a lot of protection on the front line, and they weren't able to stick that Braum shield up in time to prevent, a lot of damage coming through. And at this point, you just have a man advantage. You have a lot of ways to force the fight here. Attempted kite back, as we saw. And unfortunately, Friend gets caught out by Zefta. As you're right, though, Snitch, unfortunately, lands that basic attack, lands that Lightbringer basic attack onto Redemption, and isn't able to find that killing blow onto the Lee Sin, although Zefta does overstep here, and Leon is able to pick up a double kill in the end. Just about managed to claw something back from that fight, but it was a big overextend realistically for NT. They did not need to make a play like that. They had so much time on their hands.
Third Drake coming in as well for the side of NT. Doom, I'm pretty sure, doesn't want to lurk around here for too long without support, but support is arriving. 3 currently sat in front of them. Clue just enough there to ward them backwards, stepping back towards their inhibitor tower. Their attention's turned towards the bot lane one.
Yeah, they can't be over aggressive though, because Leon isn't on Leon isn't on an area of the map where he's able to, create pressure elsewhere. That's what I don't want to see from NT. I don't want to see them do that same thing where they just went way too hard on a tower without Leon on the other side to create some pressure in the meantime. He has now entered into the mid lane, but again, just not able to do a huge amount for NT. NT, they have a massive gold lead right now. Like, they should be winning every fight convincingly. But the one thing that I will mention is that we've got Seralda's Grudge finished up for Redemption. That is a really big item spike for the Ezreal. And so expect him to be a major threat in some of these coming team fights.
I know about Leon. The man needs to sell his iPhone and buy a tractor. He's just turned into a go-to farmer at this point. Wants to be on the bot side while everyone else looks to focus on the Baron. They've got that 4 versus... Supposed to be kind of squaring up to be a 3. The pressure coming in from Leon on the other side is keeping them busy, but now we're seeing that push coming in, trying to look towards a fight here. The ultimate coming out from the Ezreal. Leon gets back to business in the bot lane. The question is, how long can NT keep this team busy before someone has to rotate away? Apparently the answer is not long, as Random, who died solo in the 1 versus 1 before, has gone to meet him. Is he going to solo him here? Either side could get the kill, but misses the ult onto Random. That could have been the play they were looking for. Leon, slither of HP, is going to find himself backing away.
He's got Protop out. He's looking to outplay here, but we have that Baron going on. This is a little bit messy right now for NT. I don't want to see them commit too hard because Leon has got a slight edge on that top side of the map right now. Oh, or the bottom side, rather.
GA2. Oh, in there comes the play coming in the queue, straight into the tower. Takes a couple of tower shots for it. That could have been the difference maker. No GA or anything of the sorts on the side of Random. This Baron now down to about 5k HP. NT backing away, not wanting to commit too hard. The Sona's been seen in mid lane. They could try and force something here, but Leon should be going down. No, walks away still on about 1 HP with the GA in the back pocket.
Oh, so many times Leon could have found that execute onto Random, but the end of the line just went straight into the tower last time round as well. Misses the ultimate on the first one, end of the line, fluffs on the second one. Just need to find that one opportunity. If Leon can just open up that side of the map, that is what NT need to secure this game. And you can see that they are not willing to commit. They're not willing to flip a Baron at this stage in the game without Leon having that create that pressure on that side of the map.
Interrupt on the back there as well. It was coming through for Clue. Just scheming around for a couple more seconds, goes back to wall clearing duties before I imagine he'll try another back. You can see all the members of NT are now saying, right, this Baron fight is massive. We've got a 10k gold lead on side. That leads to 2, 3, even maybe 4 items on our side here being put in our advantage. That's everything coming into a fight against Game Lord, who are still kind of scrapping around the map to find whatever gold they can. Every single lane across the board is down on gold, bar maybe Redemption, who's about even to Friend at this point. When you've got a 16k Lucian, a 16k Graves, you're not too worried about your AD carry being down.
Graves is now pushing again. Like you said, he's got a massive advantage over Random as a whole
so
item
annoying.
in his favor. He is annoying, but that's his job. That's Leon's style of play as well. Leon is just an annoying player to play against. He's going in. That is maybe the angle that he was looking for. But goodness gracious, how is he getting away with this random time and time again? But Leon's found a bit of an angle onto that bot lane tier 1, or rather that bot lane inhibitor tower is going down. We have a big minion wave working into that mid lane inhibitor right now. Oh, somehow Game Lord keeping themselves alive in this game, but it really doesn't feel like it should be the way. And we have Elder Infernal spawning now too. Low HP bars. This might be a big execute play for Game Lord if they want to go for it straight away.
That Corki package is online, available to you, so they want big team fight time for that one to be spawning up as the Elder comes online. Gamer Lord are the ones with the commanding position. Wards down. Clue going for a little bit of clearance. But keep your eye on that bot wave as well. Those minions and in the top wave are starting to push in here. The longer this gets stalled out for NT, the better. Ult coming through. Corki package going through to the back. Clue with the big ult coming out, but they're so split on the side of NT. Snitch in the back by himself for some reason, almost being burned down. Flash just get away. And he will keep himself alive by the skin of his teeth.
God.
That's the Elder going the way of Game Lord 2. They're going to walk away with that in back pocket and get back towards the base. But what can Friend do? Leon, TP coming through. I thought for a second was coming in onto the Nexus as well, but no, got cancelled at the last second. Leon finally gets himself brought down. Should be cleared out. Game Lord, hold on. Leon, they get the Infernal, but is it going to be enough? Finally, the shutdown comes in.
They're going to go for Baron. They need the Baron to end the game here. 3 inhibitor towers is absolutely ludicrous to find a comeback from when you have got 0 towers on the map. You can now see the Friend trying to take down Yekwi, and he does. Teleports coming through to the Baron right now. But I think there is a big angle for this NT roster to look for a backdoor play if they want to go for it. We've seen a lot of teleports burnt already for Game Lord. They are going for the Baron, though, and I don't know if...
Oh, the rush, no. I think they were looking to try and rush the game end at that point as well. This probably isn't the replay to be watching right now. I won't lie, but let's have a look anyway.
Yeah, this is just unfortunately going in 1 by 1 right now for NT. You can see, as you said, Snitch just trying to buy time for his team to kind of join the fight, but a little too late because unfortunately, before this fight happened, both Doom and Leon backed. And honestly, all credit to Game Lord to go for that play because they knew they had the time and space, they had the setup to do it. They are now entering late game scaling. Like Staff of Flowing Water is there for Sona. She's also got the Harmonic Echoes that she's boosting and healing a huge amount. Blaze the Ruin King finished up. Rabadon's Death Cap and Void Staff also finished up for Yekwi. I mean, at this point, the gold difference is diddly squat. It really doesn't mean anything realistically. You have some big late game threats. I think the way that, honestly, NT may be looking for a win here is for some kind of crazy backdoor play.
They were looking for it earlier on and couldn't quite find it, but here they might have the catch onto Yekwi. The flash going forward as well. No flash on the Orianna. She gets the exhaust out, but there should be her going down. Zonya's coming through. The collapse might come in from the bottom side of the Sona coming up for support. The ult coming out from Yekwi isn't going to be enough to do, well, anything as it goes completely wide. They try and make the play happen, but ultimately get nothing for it.
It's a little bit too hard right now with the Baron empowered recalls still there for Game Lord. They're too quick to respond on the map, but of course Game Lord are going to be facing that ever-growing threat of just Baron waves crashing in over and over again. They have, of course, got the Elder Infernal, Derry. That is a huge win condition that's going to really amplify their damage. I think it means that teamfights might maybe nigh on impossible for NT at this point, especially with the late game scaling now activated with the Game Lord roster. I genuinely do feel that NT have to go for one of these weird kind of side lane sort of, I guess push attempts. Are we having a straight up base race here? Game Lord
No way.
Baron still.
No, they've got to go back. NT have got to recall themselves out here. I thought for a second Stitch might get caught by the minions. In fact, they both stay. No one goes back. Okay, they're trying to go for a straight march down. They've got the minions coming in behind them if they want it. These towers being absolutely melted by the attackers. Game Lord not quite able to finish it off, and finally there is some response. Snitch going dangerously low. The kickback coming through. Friend almost having to frontline at this point, as finally that tower will fall down. He's also down to a slither of HP. Doom, great shockwave comes in. Clue caught out, but Doom gets taken down. They're finding themselves in him out. Leon, he can't be split pushing now, my friend. He's back in base trying to do what he can. A 4 versus 4 and choose random. Still sat in the top wave, just making sure that they aren't going to lose anything. But they haven't quite got the backup here. No way. They're going for the rush. Is it Leon going for it here? Can they stop the backs in time is the big question. You've got Random, who has died constantly in these 1 versus 1s, but can he do anything here against Leon? Goes in for the 1, down to about half HP. The other side of the map, the base race is still on. Leon's going to back away and I imagine try and rejoin his team here. So for a second, what looked like the climax of this game is going to peter out into nothing.
I think they just need all teleports. I think you just go 5 teleports at this point. I don't think you can win team fights. We just saw right there, you get absolutely bursted out. I genuinely think I mean, Leon just sold teleport again and went back for Proto Belt. I think you need to go for the backdoor. I think you have such a good opportunity to do it with these minion waves pushing in. And as we've seen here, you just can't compete in the 5v5 at this point. There is too much sustain from the Sona, and there is too much damage coming out from that Elder Infernal. You have been outscaled, my friends. You need to find another way to win this game.
They're split push all game long as well as trying to force them to split, and it hasn't really paid off the way that they would have wanted. Sure, they've got all 3 inhibitors down, but the ultimate prize, the game end, has not yet come through. All stacked up in a bush. Leon off on a split push once again, has that Proto on side for the 1 versus 1 against the Gragas, as you mentioned. Random, I think, has overstepped himself a little bit here. Sure, Leon's low. The flash from Random trying to play around the minions, gets away with the 1. Redemption coming in as well, should get Random healed up ever so slightly. And again, the 2 just back away from each other. It is so close in this bottom lane between these 2.
Yeah, Leon seemingly having the edge, but he's just not able to find the killing blow. I mean, Random's got a huge amount of damage. He's gone full AP Gragas, by the way, so isn't even playing that front line, just looking to burst out as much as possible. But look at the top lane wave, already crashing in. You can see that Leon is just threatening there on the sidelines. And this is the problem. Game Lord technically are the better team fighters. They will definitely win the 5v5, but they can't quite find it right now.
I'm not sure what Zepter's waiting for, by the way. Hanging around in Redham. I think he's expecting maybe a backdoor attempt to come through or something. Not quite sure.
Yeah, he's just keeping his eye on the top lane wave.
Either that or there's a DC. I'm not quite sure. Hasn't moved for a while by the looks of it, so we'll find out what's going on with that in just a moment. Otherwise, though, looking across the board, you're looking towards Leon once again. He's going in. He's going to try and go for a full-on backdoor here. No, minion clearance coming out first. As that Baron online means it's probably going to be this 5 versus 4, this 4 versus 4 around the Baron.
He might have DCs. I'm not gonna lie.
That is heartbreaking.
Oh no, that is got to be disastrous. I mean, Game Lord. I have to say it. Game Lord have a genuinely good chance of winning this game, and obviously they're up against it with the minion waves crashing in, but they're not out of this right now, and you can see that they're desperately stalling. I think at this point, NT are very well aware that they can kind of go for this Baron play.
I mean, they can burst it down here as well. No real contest coming in.
Oh, they get it! No!
It's the Ezreal stealing away the Baron! That should not be happening at this level. That is one way to keep this game alive. We're approaching the 100k gold mark as well. That's the steal that will go down in history.
Oh, no, but you have no excuse. Oh, you have the smite. I mean, look, it's late game Ezreal. I know his damage is insane, but that was the play. You needed the Baron. You needed the Baron. Ezreal's damage at this stage is absolutely nutty. I'm not gonna fault Doom too much. I know how hard smites are to secure in very hard situations. But you've
got the shockwave on top as well, right? That was a mismatch of ability. Smite is not going to do anything this late in the game, realistically.
No, but it will. It will. But obviously, if you have a coordinated shockwave with all that burst damage coming from the Ezreal, clearly it's tough to get it right. It is tough, and the pressure is on. But that was the play, right? That was the play that secures you the game 100%. If you get the Baron and there's 3 Baron waves crashing in, you can't defend against that.
I think at this point, with Zephyr not being here, that could be the real thing that puts the nail in the coffin for Game Lord as well. If he was around at that 6, well, at this point, Gold Lead doesn't really matter. But you're seeing just how advanced we are in this game, where basically full builds are coming through. That's the one you got to be excited about. These late game team fights, and sure, the Baron's on side, but I just don't see a way they manage to get all the way through to the end from here.
I think, NT realize this right now, but even then, in a 4 versus 5, they aren't able to deal with the Ezreal right now. He's just got so much damage output at this stage in the game. Goodness gracious, we are a 26-minute game here in the Origin series, and you can see NT struggling to find a way to end it all, like struggling to find a way to actually find that Nexus and actually, pick up the win. Even with these Baron waves crashing in almost every lane, it is nigh on impossible for them to find an angle and take down the final Nexus.
I can't believe how back and forth it's been for about 10 minutes now, where nothing has really happened. It's just been, well, not nothing's really happened, but in terms of game progress, we've stayed at 3 towers down. We saw 1 inhibitor fall for NT, but outside of that, it's just been the trading of objectives back and forth. It's been farming, it's been clearing out, it's been constant attempted split pushes coming out of Leon to no real avail.
Leon has, I think they found it onto Random. This is the play, right? They found it finally.
This is it. Random's being caught out. That's the one that you're looking for here. 3 men left to defend the base. Solo against 5 as they press in. This should be it for NT. It has been a scrap. It has been a slog, but they will walk away the winner.
Oh my God. I mean, that's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for Game Lord because they could have won. They could have won. I mean, I've got to credit NT. They played a blinder of an early to mid game. They just weren't able to secure it before the scaling really came into effect for Gamelord. But heartbreaking. You don't, and I know NT will be feeling bad because you don't want to win a game when the enemy jungler has ended up DCing. It is a real feels bad, man. I've been told that Leon said that was the longest competitive game he's ever played, by the way.
I'm not surprised.
Derry's got his towel out as well, as you can see. He's obviously sweating.
I'm going to close the door when we go to highlights. Production, highlights, go. That is there for me to wipe the sweat away when we're done with this one. Woo! I'll go and do that right now because it was a sweaty game, right? 26, 27 minutes. That's absolutely absurd.
But I mean, you could see like there was such a good early game. Apart from a couple of kills that went in favor of Gamelord, like all of that play around the early neutral objectives, the ability to secure those towers very quickly on. I mean, you have to credit NT for how they were able to execute and pick up those inhibitor towers, but I don't think this is a surefire thing despite those inhibitor towers dropping. It was such a good late game scaling comp from Gamelord that even when those inhibitor towers were down, they were able to find a way back into the game and were even able to take fights pretty consistently. That Elder Dragon play was so big brain from Gamelord. It was absolutely huge for them to be able to secure that because it gave them the ticket to the 5v5 team fights as the game progressed. And I think
I'm very impressed, to be honest, that with three towers down, they hold on for what, 11, 12 minutes? And it takes the DC to come through onto Zeta to really get it over the finish line. That was the craziest part.
I'm going to say it here. I genuinely think if had that DC not happened, I think Gamelord would have won. I think there was a real issue. That the only angle that I think that NT had to exploit that game was Leon in the 1v1 versus Random. And I think there was obviously plenty of opportunities where Leon showed he was capable of taking Random on, but he was never quite able to get the job done. If he was able to get the job done, then yes, okay, 4v5, I think there was a good opportunity for NT to win. This was that Elder Dragon play, by the way. It was huge brain. Like Leon and Doom backed. You knew you had a limited window to make this setup happen, and Gamelord were able to do it. Really, really impressive stuff. And unfortunately, at this point, this was that final 1v1 that we looked for between Random and Leon. Leon almost getting bursted out, but his team were there to support him. And that's finally the play that cracked open this game for NT. And it allowed them to eventually secure that Nexus when it just took so long to do that in the first place. I think they missed a lot of windows through some sloppy play, especially around that Elder Dragon. And Gamelord, they look really good. Even with that poor mid game, they were able to cling on. They made some really good late game decisions, and that kept them in the game.
Well, as soon as they managed to get themselves back in as well, that was just one of those that we look at and just go, woo, absolute craziness. NT find themselves with that 2-game point. One more, they walk away the winners. They secure themselves once again at the top of the table. I'm pretty sure they still stay there regardless. For Gamelord, this will be a real kicker having come in from the upper bracket. However, game number 4 is ready. Let's get into it. An eventful series so far at Scoundrel, and I've got no doubt Game 4 is not going to be a letdown either. Maybe not quite a 26-minute slobber knocker, but we're still going to find ourselves with 2 of the world's greatest Origin Series, well, Wild Rift teams, coming head-to-head here in game number 4.
Yeah, and I think right now, off that kind of win, I'm sure NT will be feeling the momentum swinging in their favor. They've managed to kind of fight their way back really well into this series going into Game 4. I expect them to have the mental edge, especially after a loss like that for Gamelord. That's hard to recover from, and I don't want to beat around the bush. Your big influential jungler DCs, it's very difficult to get your heads back in the game.
It can be. Well, let's see. I'm assuming Zepta's back in now. Things are good to go. So I'm told Pick and Ban is ready. Let's get into it and see what comes through in this game, because that Graves has been a terror now for a couple of games. I'm wondering if we do finally see a ban coming out.
Yeah, I think a Graves ban is pretty warranted at this point. I think both Doom and Leon play it really well, and it's clearly a very powerful pick on patch 2.4. I think when we all saw the changes in those patch notes, we all kind of realized that it was going to be a really, really big thing with the new items, and I just wasn't expecting it to kind of burst onto the scene this quickly. But clearly a lot of these players, like Doom was challenger in League PC, so if you don't know, that Doom was actually a challenger League PC player, so he's clearly got a huge amount of knowledge that he was able to transfer. He knew that these items would set Graves up well, and it was very one of those guys that will very quickly jump on picks where he thinks they're going to work based on his previous knowledge. And very exciting to see that jungle meta shifted up so heavily. I do love Graves as a champion. I just think he's really cool. So it's nice to see him in Wild Rift working out.
Alrighty, well, let's see how things carry on. By the way, worth being told, we just found out that apparently his phone died was the reason for the DC. That's one of them ones that you look back on and say, needs to be plugged in maybe sometime, matey. If that's true or not, of course, we'll find out at a future date. But the Fiora ban, as has always been the case, going to be the one coming through. And the Corki, in such a prior pick throughout the series, comes out here for NT.
Yeah, they're going to pick it up. I think it's a great. Addition to any roster at this point in time. Synergizes beautifully with Essence Reaver and the new item builds, including the Stellari Charge Blade, and also offers you a great source of AP damage, where you don't often get a safe AP damage dealer. Corki is one of the safest AP damage dealers in the game. Speaking of safe damage dealers, Corki and Ezreal, a hyper mobile backline already picked up for NT here. They're going to pick up the Gragas on top, which is something that we've seen a couple of people play. Both Leon and Clue like to sort of pilot that particular champion. And actually the scaling element for NT is looking pretty scary already. Game Lord looking like they're going for a big wombo combo mid-game fight. We haven't seen much Diana recently, actually. Diana hasn't changed much, but when Katarina got nerfed, Diana kind of dropped out the meta because Diana was often considered one of the best picks into Katarina overall. So when Katarina dropped out, Diana dropped out a little bit. But I still think Diana's strong. Nothing changed with Diana. She's still got like a ridiculous amount of damage, a great team fight, but obviously you just need the right setup for her. Xin Zhao and Graves locked in here, so that will be another, I imagine, Xin Zhao jungle and Graves top for the NT, with the Clue playing the Gragas support. I'm going to see Leona locked in. I don't love Leona into Gragas, though. I don't think it's one of the best options you could have picked up into a support Gragas. I do love Leona. I think she's a great pick right now. I think she's very strong, but I don't think she's the best pick into Gragas.
Maybe not for the lane, but I think with the shortness of lanes that you tend to get, you're picking here for the team fights. That lockdown potential she's going to have compared up with the, for example, with the Lee Sin being able to isolate someone, frontline support and CC that it gives you to keep those carries alive. I think really, really strong. But looking at the other side for NT, once more, it's that triple AD carry comp coming out. It has been their go-to time and time again. Let's find out if it's enough to win the series for them right here and right now. Game number 4. Let's get into it.
Goodness gracious. Game number 3.
Diana top?
That is Diana top. That is an interesting one. I was not expecting Diana top coming through here.
You know what I love? You really held the int part of that.
I don't necessarily think it's in.
I'm just saying, just a curious observation of the way you said the words, that's all.
I just think that realistically, because of the grit passive on Graves, he's very good at brawling any kind of, melee brawler, both AP and AD. And so if he's building up that magic resist passively with his grit, then I think it might be an issue for Random. I don't see how he's going to burst Graves out effectively.
Did it just say where it's only armor that comes through on his True Grit passive now, though?
No, you get armor and magic resist.
You get armor and magic resist? I know you used to. I can't remember if that got removed. I'm pretty sure it got removed on PC a long while back, where he only gets armor. It was stupid that he could tank everything in a fight. I'm pretty sure it's just armor.
I'm going to check for you because I am
go have a dig.
I am now interested. I thought it was magic resist and armor.
I'm pretty sure
it's armor. It's armor. Yeah, no, you're right. It's right.
Yeah.
I thought it was both.
It's okay. But, yeah.
It's not the best. I do like that now a little bit more. That's a very aggressive early. Oh my God, Doom. Crazy.
You're right. You know this is going to happen. You know that Doom will do this as he does every single game. He takes red, then level 2, he's making an appearance in bot, mid, or top. It's happened every single game.
I guess he's, you're playing Lucian mid, you have the mobility. Maybe you felt a little safer to make those kind of plays. Let's have a look here. He he just overextended a little bit. Doom was waiting, even with the relentless pursuit and flash, wasn't able to get away. Great. I mean, Doom is a very intelligent jungler, by the way. And that's one of the things that I think makes Doom so strong in general. He just knows how to play the game. That's like a really stupid way of analyzing it. He's very good at reading the map and just knows where to be at the right time. And that's something that I've always felt is a big strength of Doom overall.
Yeah.
Going for a tower dive bot here, though.
I mean, surely not. No. Not against an Ezreal Gragas this early. That sounds like suicide if you're stepping into that one, but apparently not. They were thinking about it for a second, or maybe expecting Doom to come collapsing down when he knew his Krugs were being challenged, but made no such appearance.
I don't think you have the minion wave to work that one either. You had about 2 minions in your favor. I mean, Ezreal could have just sniped them out, and then suddenly the tower is your friend. So yeah, I think a little bit dangerous to kind of make that happen. But I think Yekwid was just looking for something to do. He pushed the wave in, wasn't really sure what to do on the maps, and made that roam down towards the bottom side. Yeah, so now I'm thinking about it, with the True Grit being only armor, then maybe there is the angle where kind of like an AP top planer that can kind of get on Graves and pressure him. But Diana is I would say Diana has less burst than Gragas, realistically. In a consistent basis. So I'm not sure I'm particularly on board with that pick, but here he goes.
I mean, so it goes. Great kick, hits onto 2 as well. The double knocker coming through. The ult coming out of the Diana, not going to be enough to burn anyone down. In fact, not enough to do anything.
Oh my
The 2 in the top
gosh.
side melted down, and you do not want to be giving a couple of kills over to Leon or Doom, given Doom found that first blood in the middle lane.
And they're going to get a huge amount of damage on this tower as well. Graves takes towers extremely quickly also, which is, you know, one of the things that I think benefits Leon as kind of a split pushing style top laner, as at least a plate picked up. Of course, the big resistances that go in favor of towers before pre-4 minutes means they're not going to be able to get it quickly, but it's a great start for NT. They're 3k up already. They clearly have that momentum coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they really did try as well. You can see great kick coming out from Zephyr. The ult came out of random not long after. But unfortunately, I think at this point in the game, without those items stacking up, you are not going to beat an early game Xin Zhao or Graves. The mobility, the grit that builds up, just comes back to bite them massively.
Yeah, and I think the other issue was that at the start of that play, Random was still level 4. So there might have been a better opportunity to look for a Diana ultimate earlier into that engage, but unfortunately he was level 4 for the most part. So he kind of pulled out the Diana ultimate towards the end, which felt a little bit more like a desperate Diana ultimate more than anything else. And at that point, it wasn't as impactful as it could have been because Lee Sin was basically already dead.
I imagine here he goes from the rower into the death cap. It's normally the go-to, unless you're looking towards a slightly more tanky setup from Random. Would surprise me in that case. Keep an eye on which way that build starts to go. We hit that 4-minute mark. Both of the neutral objectives spawn, and teams turn their attention towards them. In this case, NT, the ones who are starting very early onto the Drake, immediately there and ready to go. Doom present, Lee Sin nowhere to be seen, but up on the top side, there's a couple maybe caught out here, chasing down the Lee Sin. They're just winning the fight outright here. All coming up from Random onto Leon. Again, not enough to finish him off. Won't get the connecting kill, but finally, Show steps through, finds something for the team, but the kills are still flying the way of NT. All coming out of Clue. It's a Portal combat. I know who I tend to favor between Leona and Gragas in this instance, who I imagine will not be able to find much more on this one. Just assisting Leona back to the base, should we say.
May even be able to donate this kill over to Xin Zhao, because obviously they're taking so long to kill each other. And I don't think that Xiao's getting out of this.
I didn't even clock that Xiao was running towards the enemy base here. I didn't even clock that at that moment.
Literally running towards the enemy base, and therefore, you know, easy to donate that kill over to someone maybe more impactful. You can see Friend. This is a bit of a, honestly, just a full disaster for Game Lord. This game has not been going well. I don't think Friend escapes from this one, though. Does use his arcane shift, but will drop.
Getting 4-man, didn't even want to burn the flash there because he just knew he was done as anything else could possibly be. Leon now the one starting to step forward, trying to go in for a fight. Immediately being burst out or started to. He's now the one doing the counter damage. Flashes forward, finds one onto the man at the backside, gets a second coming through onto Redemption. Can he bring down Yekwi as well? Oh, walks away, does get caught by the Diana Q coming on the backside, but that's 4 kills for NT.
Oh my word, absolutely disastrous again for Game Lord. Another tower open here as well. They should be able to pick this one up post 4 minutes. It will drop like a fly to the rest of this lineup, and that'll be first tower of the game. Massively snowballing in favor of NT right now. The Navori quick plays already picked up by Graves. You're going to see the Essence Reaver finished up. We have the Manamune plus Sheen combo coming out from Friend. But looking like a bit of a disaster. I mean, you see Friend buys a lot of time here. But, you know, at the end of the day, he was a sitting duck for this tower dive, but they didn't have enough damage on the tower to quickly take this and get out. And you can see the Yekwi was not expecting the response. He took a very aggressive position on the wave. And that was a great follow-up. Clue with a double body slam. And honestly, Leon just knows the limits of Graves, gets so tanky with that true gate versus armor, this time actually useful versus the types of champions that he's playing against. And I think just some really brilliant responses on the map from NT right now. They're clearly feeling themselves in this fourth game.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth touching on as well that even with coming up against the Diana in lane itself, she's now 3,000 gold behind. And what are you against on the other side? Lee Sin, Lucian, and the Kai'Sa. You'll perfectly be happy saying, look, armor stacking up on the True Grip passive, not a problem at all. Leon will just keep on running away, but this is my worry. And without the Random being able to contest him in the split push, how do you stop him? It's going to be the same story as the previous game. Massive dynamic change for Leon compared to what we saw yesterday, which was him playing exclusively on the Graves.
And I think also it just shows the diversity and the sort of like the flexibility of this NT roster. They are just able to flex those picks so effortlessly between many people on their roster. Even Clue picking up people like the Gragas, which Leon had previously been on a lot of Gragas duty in some of their games. So it's just a brilliant display from a draft perspective when you know that plenty of people on your roster can literally pick up plenty of people in your roster can pick up a champion, and you know that you can flex it to what the team needs depending on the rest of the comp that gets built out. So that's a really good asset to the NT squad. And right now, 10 kills to 3, 5k gold advantage. Infernal Drake spawning next, but Leon may be looking to do the same thing he did previously. He's just going to walk his way towards that top lane. I think NT in complete control right now, and I'm struggling to see where Gamelord actually have an out here. They have the scaling of the Kai'Sa, but I think that's really all they've got going in their favor. Like, Lucian will eventually drop off a little, and I don't think Diana's going to be doing much right now. And I think you're dealing with a scaling Corki and a scaling Ezreal. I don't think you win this as the game goes on. Compared to last game where they did, I think if this game scales out, you're in favor of NT.
A little bit of engage coming in here as well. Leon going quite low. The shield coming out from the barrier as well. But the 1v1 starting to break down. The Diana does finally win it out. Random able to get away from the minions there and not find himself traded straight back out. But that's the first time that we've seen Leon truly contested in that split push.
Yeah, he kind of messed up a little bit on the Proto Belt there. He and then missed, I think, the end of the line the wrong way just because of the way he used that Proto Belt, so wasn't quite able to land the damage. But the fight breaking out.
Big stun. The double comes straight through. Catches onto two, but not enough to get anyone down just yet. In goes NT, trying to find these low health members. Zephyr, the one looking quite low, but it's a kill going the way of Redemption. The one member who in his counterpart matchup has been ahead in gold, about 1,000 ahead of Friend throughout most of the game. Gets the kill. Zephyr walking away on a slither of HP.
And you can see that, unfortunately, NT are going to have to reset off the back of this. They don't have Dooms. They want to get him back on the map in order to contest this Infernal. Yakwi just overextending slightly here. If they can keep him engaged and stop him from backing, then NT should have the advantage when they go to reset for this second Infernal Drake. I think they should be able to now just zone them. Ooh, that's a great true shot to Bowers again to buy some time. Doom resetting on the map already, so they're going to start that Infernal Drake up.
Yeah, really well stalled out by NT here as well. Gamelord not able to get a full 5-man assemble for this. We're just going to say, look, forget about it. We're not looking to challenge the objective this time round, but we could try and make a trade in the mid. They had a couple running towards there, but the members of NT, a little bit wide, so that do get themselves away. The Leon already there in the mid lane to help catch that wave, stop that tower going down.
This was just that 1v1. Yeah, Leon, I think, just slightly missed time. Didn't quite manage to land the basic attack off the back of that Proto Belt. Didn't really offer him much either there as well. So just well played by Random
Leona here.
And that's a really good ult from
stun.
Leona. Yeah, great onto Snitch, who has to use the package pretty defensively, which then doesn't really get much use out of that package around this big objective. Low HP bars across the board, but it is Doom that drops, and unfortunately Clue doesn't have that body slam available to kind of, capitalize and take 1-for-1 in terms of junglers.
Beautiful. I mean, look at that point as well. What, 3k gold lead? It's definitely not expanded since where it was about 2 or 3 minutes ago. So fair play to Gamelord for holding on so far. That tower now falling, all 3 of the outers down. This is when you'll start seeing NT pushing into the jungle a bit more, getting vision a little bit deeper and starting to think maybe about that Baron. We have just passed that 10-minute mark.
Baron is definitely something on the cards, but it's not a huge advantage for NT right now. And I think that will be a problem that's weighing in the back of their mind. Baron is always an opportunity to throw, and especially versus a Diana who's just picked up the Rabadon's death cap, you are going to be a little concerned about just a big Diana ultimate ruining your day around the Baron pit. So I don't think it's as clear cut as just going for the Baron just yet. I think NT are going to want something a little more to coax them into that objective. I think overall, probably just play this safe, allow Leon to do what he does best, just generate some pressure in the side lanes here. He has picked up that Stellaris Charge Blade with a little bit of extra critical strikes. So he'll start doing close to 100% critical strike now when he's got those Stellaris Charge Blades stacked up, which may give him a slight edge when he ends up dueling out against Random. By the way, Random and a lot of members have committed to the steel toe plates, which is allowing them to be a little bit effective at dealing against Doom, Leon, and Friend. But of course, Snitch is an AP threat. Clue a little bit of an AP threat as well. So obviously not going to get a massive use out against the entire team from them.
That's good for Stitch, I guess, although it is a reduction of basic attack damage, even if it is mainly magic focus, it's still a reduction. Makes sense to see that kind of being built up across the team so far. Similar story came through for the Leona early, not quite the same yet coming in on Zeta, but I imagine we'll see that. Here goes Leon just constantly poking away. The ultimate coming out, and he almost managed to bring down the Diana. So again, Leon, even in a 2 versus 1, is managing to hold fire in this bot lane.
Yeah, that Stellaris Charge played such a huge item spike for Leon overall. You can see that even in the 2v1, able to outplay just a little bit. Can't quite find the kill onto Random. That has been the story of this matchup throughout the series. Both of them going toe-to-toe. Random just extended the end of the line, not quite landing the first part of the damage, which wasn't able to, meant that Leon wasn't able to get the kill there. But again, Random running a heavy risk by staying around versus the Graves.
So back and forth constantly. I mean, in this top side, they always want to be pushing out, but Leon's making sure they're pushed in well and truly. Back having to come through from Random. In a spot where if he gets a bit aggressive here, you'll find Leon going in hyper aggressive. In fact, look for it once again. Look,
he's got the ult.
Unrelenting. Him and Doom, so dangerously aggressive.
Then he had the ult there, but Random fancied his
really
chances. There's going to be the smoke screen. Leon Has to use that proto belt to get away from the culling, and he does. We will not see a flash committed from Yekui to take him down. So Leon again escaping from what was a pretty rough looking situation by baiting a lot of resources from Game Lord to the opposite side of the map.
Hell of a lot, yeah, coming through, but not enough that it's going to be another kill coming in. I guess Leon must be so frustrated in this series, by the way. The number of times he's almost killed him has been ludicrous. Doom opted not to take the engage, and in fact knows that he was in a bit of hot water there, burns the ult out just to say to show, no engage from the Leona, thank you very much. I want to walk out of this one in one piece. 2 recalls coming in from the side of NT as they're aware that we've got this Elder about to come online, and that is going to be the big focus.
The Elder will be an important... Actually, no, it's not Elder.
No, it's not Elder, sorry. No, it's not Elder.
I was going to say, I was about to say, you're baiting me, Derry. You're baiting me.
Yeah,
just be the Ocean Drake. It'll just be the Ocean Drake, which is, again, something that should be relatively easy for the NT roster to just commit to with Doom, which looks like it's going to be the case. They can easily poke and zone away the Game Lord roster from doing the Baron. Game Lord feel like they have to make this decision, though. They have to go for the Baron at this point. They know that they're too far behind. They're going for the engage.
Best time. Because look at Doom as well. He's on the bottom side here, but Show gets melted out. They don't care about a tanky support. Absolutely ruined here. Zepter, GA being burnt out at the same time. She'll find herself going down. No problem at all. Doom in the front line looking to keep them busy. A double kill coming in from the Ezreal. They've absolutely then melted their way through Game Lord. These should be the kills that they need. NT might have just about done it with everyone going down. The ace coming through. They turn their attention back towards the Baron, but this is starting to look like it's the death knell coming through for the side of Game Lord at Scoundrel.
But I think Game Lord knew. Honestly, I know it sounds bad, but I think Game Lord realized that they ain't winning this game if it scales out. They had one opportunity to potentially look to force a fight around the Baron, and it went horribly wrong in the 4v5. Low HP bars already. They've been poked out pretty consistently. It's a good engage, realistically, in terms of target selection from the Leona, from Scal, but unfortunately nobody able to follow up, and there's a very disjointed fight. Lee Sin picked off on the side. Very easy for both Friend and for Snitch to focus down targets one by one because Game Lord were not coordinated in the way that they approached that. And I think at the end of the day, Game Lord realized that there's a timer on this game. And unfortunately, they weren't able to find an opportunity to try and accelerate something in their favor. And I think at this point, you're staring down a 10k gold lead, a team that outscales you. You probably aren't winning this one.
I'm pretty sure you're done at this point as well. Look at Leon as well, going back in the fast forward to finish things off. And this is where the team in the mid lane is starting to collapse down as well. Leon looking for the 1 versus 3, kicked away. Not quite the synergy you're looking for there, boys and girls. Can he go for this one? He goes out as well. He's done the whole thing. He's gone through 3. Sure, a little bit of assist coming in, but it's a triple kill for Leon. The terror of top lane strikes again.
My God, this man is absolutely disgusting, and I think this is going to be an easy pickup now for the Origin series here. This is the final game, and it's going to be NT beating out Game Lord, redemption for them, and another Origin series belt to their name.
Absolutely. NT have done it yet again. Game Lord not able to climb themselves up entirely out of the 4 spot. NT securing themselves at the top with 2 victories back to back. It was a close series, it felt like, in the early game, but as it progressed onwards and onwards, NT warmed into it more and more.
Yeah, and I think, they obviously gathered momentum over the course of the previous 2 games. That game 3 was absolutely nutty. And I think that final game, you could just see, I honestly felt Game Lord were a bit mentally done. I think after that 3rd game, you could feel it. They just weren't playing at that same level. They didn't give themselves a strong late game win condition as they had in the previous game. And, I think they knew with that Baron fight that they were getting outscaled. They had limited windows to execute, and they had to make a play or force a fight around the Baron, because if not, they were just going to slowly bleed out. I don't blame them for the play, but they left it too late. And honestly, NT had just found too many advantages in the early game.
I still love that it felt like a pretty close back and forth final throughout the whole thing, and that is what I really want to dig into a little bit further. Good news is we've got Snitch on interview to have a bit of a chat with about how this series went down and how he feels about yet another Origin series win.
Oh, not this guy. Not this guy.
Not this guy.
I can leave. It's fine. I don't have to be here. That's all good.
You can just get the hell out of Scandal only because of you and your cruel, nasty words. But Snitch, first and foremost, man, congratulations on a big win there. 3-1. Talk to me about that 3rd game first and foremost. But let's go straight to the elephant in the room, because that was a ridiculously long game of Wild Rift.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the way it ended is tragic. We made a whole... I think we had a really great early game. We were in a really solid position, and then we just had a bunch of, they had a bunch of clutch fights, clutch moments. It was like every moment they had to win or they lose, they nailed it, I mean, they're such a good team. And it sucks to end the way it does. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We don't want to win like that. Obviously, they don't want to lose like that. It's really terrible with the way it ended, but it was still, for at least 23 minutes of that game, it was an insane game, so I guess you can't take that away from it.
It was Heart Attack Central is the only way I can really think about it. And talk to me about this triple AD carry setup, right? Because you guys have done it, what, 3 times in a row now? We saw it in yesterday's series, in this series. You're loving this triple AD setup.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of something that's ended up working. You know, obviously Graves got a lot of changes throughout the patch recently, so we ended up trying it a bit. Leon had already played Graves in the past. Doom is already really proficient on Graves, so it just kind of ended up fitting into a lot of our comps, and we can kind of draft him and be really flexible with it. So yeah, it just kind of opened up these like kind of like 2 frontline triple ADC comps that we ended up trying, and it ends up working really well. So I mean, yeah, we just kept going for it.
It's something that Gamelord did to you in the first game, though. They ran a 2 frontline double AD carry comp, similar kind of style. You basically play these Essence Reaver AD carries on the backline that are very, very strong scaling. And I think a lot of people are going for that Corki / Lucian setup because then you have the AP AD hybrid damage coming through. You then went for a very different comp in game 2, though. You kind of ran this Akali comp where you were able to circumvent that front line, get to the back line. Was that you reacting to the draft, like reacting to what Gamelord brought to game 1? Because I feel like you had a very different game plan coming into game 2 compared to game 1.
Yeah, I think the way the draft went in this series, and I guess I need to talk to probably like Dooms and the rest of them to get a vibe of sorry, Dooms is the Gamelord coach, so get a vibe of how they were thinking with the draft. To me, this whole set and our previous set was just actually about Lucian. Both teams were just trying to set up Lucian mid, and the thing about Lucian mid is obviously he's an AD threat, but he's far more reliable in mid lane, so you want to put him in mid lane, which means you need magic damage somewhere else. So if you go through the drafts, I think both of us are constantly trying to limit as many sources of meta magic damage as you can, so we can be the ones to pick the Lucian and not kind of like screw ourselves in the draft by not having another option. So I think in that game, Akali was like the only meta option, and you saw they went for like this weird Galio top, and it's because they like have to do something, or else their comp is just full AD. So the main reason for us going for Akali was trying to lock down meta magic damage picks, because I think Corki was gone from that one. I think it got banned. Yeah, I think they banned Corki, and then Gragas was gone, and then it was just like Akali was like the only one left. We were like limiting Akali in the other games in the series. But yeah, so basically it was all about Lucian and just trying to enable Lucian to be drafted. And yeah, we just ended up using Akali in that game to deny it, and then we ended up just finding a comp that ended up working pretty well into them.
Awesome. Well, you guys walked away the winners again. That's pretty much cementing yourself as #1 currently in the Origin series with still 1 more month to go. And I'm sure there are plenty of fans out there. I'd love to hear what you got to say. Any words you want to say to them?
Oh, a big shout out to the fans. I'm sure there's a lot of questions going on right now. Listen to me with everything will be solved soon. Just give us some time, but we do appreciate that you're all still out there supporting us. We're obviously still trying really hard. We've managed to win another Origin series. We're really happy about that. We're hoping we can make it to the LAN event later in the year, and that you'll keep cheering us on. So thank you so much for the support.
I'm sure they will. No one's going to be turning their eyes away from you guys right now. You guys are looking fire. Look forward to seeing what you do in August. Thank you very much, Snitch, for joining us, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Lots of confidence coming out from the boys there. I'm sure it's Scoundrel a massive boost. And made everything else going on right now as well to come out with a win like this. Big power statement, no?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they are the best team in Europe. As much as I meme Snitch, I'm a huge fan of him. He's a really, really great guy. And I think overall they are, I think, pound for pound in every lane, playing with some of the best players in those roles, and I think they are the team to beat if you actually want to threaten a high contender from Europe, especially when we're going towards those LAN series, especially when we're heading towards the potential Wild Rift Worlds that were teased earlier on. I think this is probably going to be the team that you need to knock off that pedestal if you want to be a contender heading to that series. And I think if things stay the way they are, you're almost looking at that Worlds contender from Europe in this game.
We'll keep a close eye, of course, to see what happens to Graves in the next month, because he's been pretty damn strong every time we've seen him. I can't think of many games where he's been weak throughout this competition. Got a few replays, of course, for you from the game earlier on. UOL versus Footballers. We'll then step into the game from the one that we just a second ago. It's been a pretty intense day. A 5-game best of 5 yesterday between Cut and Sunlight. A 5-game best of 5 today between these two teams. And, of course, the 4-game belter that we had just a second ago. It's been full of high moments, of exciting moments. I can't wait for next month already.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, that first game. It's great to see Unicorns of Love find that comeback here. I think they have been the surprise from Group B over the course of the last 2 Origin series. Of course, not as much of a surprise this time round, but they were definitely not the favourites heading into that Nova matchup last time. And I think they've surprised a lot of people in terms of how they've been able to perform there. Even then, Na'Vi struggling with a lot of that, added Nova roster to the Na'Vi's lineup. They weren't able to find the success they maybe wanted in this Origin series either. So all credit to Unicorns of Love. They're a great team. And this time round, you know, Game Lord, they got that first edge in the best of 3. This time round, when it came to the best of 5, it was the NT roster that were able to kind of edge it out. And I think all credit to them. They're great players. As I said, they just managed to execute when they needed to. Yes, okay, game 3, you can kind of put that one to the side. It was a rough one, but when it came to it, they were just a better team.
Yeah, I think ultimately once you saw the aggression from Doom and Leon starting to work for them, because in that first game, it really didn't pay off for them at all. Beyond that point, that's when things started to look a bit more comfortable. Doom really settled into his game and they looked absolutely phenomenal. Very deserving of being #1 here, especially in Europe for the Origin series. Let's take a look then at our brackets, or our rankings, sorry, I should say. So you can see how things currently stand after 2 months of Origin series. NT very firmly at the top on 810 points, surprising absolutely no one. And despite Team Kaizo's third place finish at Scoundrel, still coming in second with 596.
Yeah, I think right now you can see that NT are basically guaranteed a top 3 lock-in. It just means that they need to be a little careful about that next series. But if they come second or even third, you know, you may be looking at a guaranteed first place for NT coming out of these Origin series lineups over the last 3 months. Team Kaizo obviously chasing on the heels with Game Lord not too far behind. They maybe could secure first with some results that go their way, especially in the form of NT. But NT right now look like the surefire shoe-in for that top spot in our Origin series.
Absolutely flying their way through. Let's take a look at Group B as well, so you can see how things shape up there. UOL, no surprise, at the top here with 810 points. Just a reminder in case you didn't catch it earlier on, July was worth a fair few more points than what we saw in June. I think it was about 30% more. Footballist coming in second place with 490. Quite a gap forming there. And then look how many teams sit between that kind of 355 and 300 mark at Scoundrel. It is crazy from third downwards.
Na'Vi, because of how it happened, because obviously Nova didn't exist they no longer competed in this Origin series, and a lot of that roster moved over to Na'Vi. Na'Vi have to have an insane third Origin series. With the roster that they've got good players. They have to have a really good performance next Origin series to secure themselves a spot. And I think, you know, obviously right now it looks like Unicorns of Love are pretty much untouchable. I think for the most of the table, apart from Footballist, I think they are untouchable. So I think, you know, Unicorns of Love sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty going into the third Origin series here over in Group B. But there is a lot of chasing that can be done in that group, and I think that's going to be a lot of pressure on Na'Vi's shoulders to kind of climb back some ranks.
Absolutely. I mean, you've done 3 of the days of this competition. What have been your high moments? What do you make of patch 2.4 and the impact that's had as well? I know you love getting into the nitty-gritty of patches, so talk to me a bit about that for a second.
I just think that patch 2.4 has been really healthy overall for the game, because it's just opened up a lot more options that were not previously there. It's made a lot of champions that were previously pretty bad actually pretty meta, and I think obviously you're seeing your picks that were still good still remain good, but we just have more options, and that's nice. I like having more options in Wild Rift, and just add some more runes and I'll be super happy. But overall, I think we're in a good spot right now. Patch 2.4 has been really influential, and I think I've just been really excited to see the talent that we've got in Europe. I mean, you see the quality of some of these plays, even on a mechanical level. They are rivaling what, you know, pro-level PC players could do. You just look at that 1v3 from Leon on the top lane. That looked like a professional PC player, you know, at the end of the day. That was beautiful to watch. And I think that's just great to showcase just what kind of mechanical ceiling Wild Rift has to offer.
Absolutely. Well, it's been another wonderful month of the Origin series here. We still have, of course, one more to go. 14th and 15th of August for the August qualifier. Last chance to get some of those juicy points to start qualifying towards that Lowe's LAN finals later in the year. Sign-ups for those do close at midnight, or just before midnight, 1 minute before, on the 10th of August. So lots to look forward to there. If you want to get yourself involved, if you want to be up here, having it Scoundrel scream your name when you do something cool, perfect time to be getting yourself involved. But from myself, from Scoundrel, the wonderful production team behind us, and of course Riku and Yuko, who were casting the earlier on series, thank you very much for tuning in. And we'll see you guys in the middle of August for another thrilling stage of the Origin series. Goodbye.